think we can probably fit one in before the first ad has to roll, since it's a deck that we were running not very long ago. We were less than 2 hours ago. We were already running it, so I don't think we need to do the the breakdown or the overview of it. And then Primo HD, how are we doing? We're doing fantastic. We just got done with a stream a short bit ago,
Hey, man.
and now we're back and ready to rumble for some more. Hopefully you're doing well as well, though. All right, let's go ahead and do Ina over to the left so that she's able to scale. We get U.S. Agent. We get it a touch late, but it can still hit Mystique, Iron Man, even a Kitty Pryde. So I'm going to drop that off curve, I think. We're all right with that. Bishop left gets a bit scary. You do get the Mystique, which is fantastic. And then Prominence, TLSG After Dark. I'm excited. The nighttime routine went a lot better than normal, and so we're here and we're ready to rock and roll. Agent Venom, Bishop, Hood, Demon, Patriot build. Interesting. You got Agony already? Not quite, Primo. I'll have Agony soon. I think it's 2 more refreshes. And so maybe I grind it out after the next reset. But a couple more resets and we'll be there. So 5 power bots, 510. This would go up to 18. 4 plus 6, it goes up to 19. We would win if it's just an Ultron. Eight, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
All right. And then Scarlet Rug, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That's the first one of the stream so far, so very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Darth Jaden, welcome in.
I am.
Kino, ooh, yeah, we're not going to be able to touch the Iron Man, unfortunately. It's not quite going to be big enough. I thought about running like a Juggernaut here, but could have always pushed the Iron Man over here. We could have lost it anyways. That's all right. Said I'm waiting on quests as well. Yeah, I didn't want to spend any gold to do the refreshes. But I don't mind jumping in and doing them whenever they're available. Right now, we're completely out. We're about 1,500 away. And so maybe we do the set of missions. We complete only the one, and we spend like 100 gold on a refresh so that we can finish it off quickly. And then Kino, welcome in as well. Woke Boomer, welcome back. Hopefully that you had a nice little break from us. Or were you here for the earlier stream? I feel like you were. But it's all blended together as well, so. All right, let's go with a Korg. You think Agony might be relevant somehow? Not really. I think best case she's in like Deadpool,
Hey, you found a
Phoenix Force, but those are about the only ones that I can think of that like she would really fit into decently. So we're going against Arsham deck. I'm sure that they can play a card into the Abbey this turn to get the extra card draw. We're still gonna fight for it. And I think right now it looks like probably Rock Slide on 3. Direction will go. Stole our Athena, so it's good to know that they don't have like Hawk, Cassandra. Both of those would be instant wins in whatever lane they were played in. Mystique is also pretty solid for us. Let's go Rock Slide for now. Then I think we might start positioning into Noor Dimension. So the Hawk, we have the follow-up of the Mystique Cosmo. I think that's a pretty easy snap. As long as we can grab priority, I guess, then it's an easy snap. We'll be able to steal the one lane with Hawk. It's just about keeping it maybe mid as well. Shift over into mid. I want to see if maybe we can keep priority going into the last turn of the game. That way we don't have to worry about Goliath or Shang-Chi or anything like that. So we'll do big Hawk over to the right. We can do Cosmo as a follow-up. We can do the Mystique and then the Cosmo to protect the Hawk. We also have the Cassandra Nova. And then Wheaton Law with the timeout as well. Welcome in, Wheaton Law. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. See you in about 2 minutes, Wheaton. Agony could be good in an Agent Lemon deck if you don't draw her the first 2 turns. That's true. That's true. She could be okay there, because then it's going to be +4, which is decent. And it won't take up an extra slot. We do have priority going to this turn, so... like... Steve Cosmo. Throw in a Jhin just for giggles. You're going to have to get a gut read of like where to play. I think we got him. I think they did like a Shang-Chi in the right. I think the Cosmo saves us. Red Guardian does not do it, my friend. And the Goliath off curve does not do it. We will take all 3 lanes. Take the casserole. Victory. And then as we're ramping up, that just makes up for the one that we lost a second ago. As we're ramping up, I'm gonna go ahead and run our first pre-roll ad, or our first ad, excuse me, to disable pre-rolls on the stream. And so we're gonna jump over to 1.5 minutes of ads, and then we'll be right back, you guys. So we'll jump over into a game here in just a second. But you don't get a whole lot of like big payoff for Agony in the Agent Venom, other than +4, of course. It honestly just saves you a board space. May not be awful. It also opens up some like interesting lines where you could play it on an ongoing card, merge with it. No, you'd have to play. Never mind. You'd have to play it in the same order: the ongoing card and then Mystique. I was thinking you could do it like a Chimichanga, where you merge with it and then copy whatever it was. But since Agony is preemptive, you have to do it first. I'm not sure if she'll ever go lay in her bed, but we do have one of the puppies that joined us tonight. We have was I guess wanting some attention. I typically don't come up whenever I'm playing. Except we have Gypsy. Turn 2, we do get the good curve of Agent Venom. which can hit Iron Man, Cassandra Nova, Lena, Deep Ride. All of those are fantastic. I see we have a new streaming room. We do have a new streaming room. I mean, I've been here for a little bit, but yeah, from maybe like 3-4 weeks ago, I switched over into this streaming room instead. Turn 2, let's go ahead and go Rock Slide. We'll save the Juggernaut for maybe Nidavellir to push out a potential big play on their end. It sucks driving into the office. Oh, wait. We don't have to do that anymore, Bran. Today was the last day. Super excited. A little nervous, but super excited nonetheless. All right, so next we'll go Hawk into the left lane. If they didn't retreat, we were going to snap into that one. We blocked the Shang-Chi on their curve with our Cosmo. We were going to follow it up with a Hawk over here into Mystique plus like a Juggernaut left to finish off the game. But we'll take it. We're trying to see how high we can climb over the stream tonight. Cosmo's a very, very good dog right now. Almost as good value as Shadow King is in a lot of decks. Let's go Korg. Winnick, you love some drops? Well, come in. I'm the friendly neighborhood drop dealer. I'm not sure if you continued playing, but if so, you can get a free premium mystery variant, a few credits for some progress, and you get to hang out in a couple of cool streams. But welcome in, Quinnick. I hope you've been doing well. I got my premium, which was a super rare. Nice, Woke Boomer. Mine was just a rare Sabertooth, so not a card that I would even be running anytime remotely soon. But could have been worse. So at least Cyclops is decent in like high Evo decks. Actually, I'd say better than decent. He's pretty good in high Evo decks. So Iron Man has a really rough time here. It has to be in the left. A Juggernaut would be kind of tough. We would maybe need it to beat the Claw that comes down. Otherwise, I think we're in a really tough spot. DP, I already got the drops just like watching you play. Thank you so much for being here, DP. You make the streams go much smoother. And it's much easier to grind them out for a long time. So they got the top deck of the Rock, which ended up getting the +2. Super unfortunate. I guess we go ahead and go Cosmo now. Eldane said, I like seeing what decks you're cooking with. And I tried to keep it mixed up. Since we only had a 2-hour gap, I didn't like brew anything different. But we were cooking pretty well with this one earlier, and so I wanted to continue and see how it went. See if we can continue our climb. I don't think we're gonna win this one. They have too much of a flood going around. I think it's just gonna be a bit tough to overcome the power because all they have to do is drop anything big into any of these lanes. Like this would push us down to 2, but then up to 5, up to 10. This is only 14, but if they have the real Mysterio here, then it's just a tie as is. I'm curious.
There's no strings on me.
Their Ultron got slapped with the Age of Venom, but it's still going to be enough to beat us, regardless of where the real Mysterio is at. Was to the left. We only lost by 1. Unfortunate. And on the YouTube side, said too easy, big smooth. Said subscribed since I got nullified Iron Man from drops. Appreciate it. That is such a good pull. A couple ago, I got a nullified Gambit, and I don't even typically use Gambit, but I wanted to find a Gambit deck because it was one that was so cool. And so I'm glad you got a good one out of the drops this time.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Fuzzy MSC, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. That pushes us to 2 for this stream. Did you start earlier than you said in your earlier stream? We did. So it turns out that me having to wake my daughter up at like 6 a.m. to get to school while I go to the office. Caught up with her. We packed a picnic. We were gonna go to a nearby park, and then before we got there in the car, she fell asleep. And so since she's asleep, I'm able to stream, and she should be down for the night. So I did end up going a little bit streaming a little bit earlier than I thought I was going to be able to. So we could do the double rock slide, but I kind of want to do Kitty Pride. Actually, do you ever play rock slide just straight into Luke's bar? Shuffle as much garbage their way as possible. I kind of like... No, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do the single rock slide. Next turn is going to be the double Iron Man into like a Mystique plus Cosmo, so that the left lane is a huge lane for us, and then hopefully they stack in the other 2. Could also do Hawk. Does Hawk give us more power than a double up of Iron Man? It would end up being 9. So 9, 18, 36. This would be 15, 30. I think 39. Yeah, we'll go ahead and send it. And depending on what they drop, we can always see if maybe we go Rock Slide instead of the Cosmo. But with Sarah, I think the safest play is going to be Mystique Cosmo. That way we at least protect the left lane guaranteed. Potentially protecting the right.
Victory.
I don't know why we didn't snap that. We had a sensational hand. If we're wanting to climb, we'll start playing a bit more aggressive. All right, next up we have Will's first location TVA. It's perfectly fine. We have quite a good early curve, so I think we go ahead and snap it. Even if we don't end up going with the Athena, Angela into Cassandra Nova being a 7 power card, into hopefully a double drop on the last turn, so like a 1 and a 3. All right. Danger Room is scary. Gamer, you said good game. Not the best locations for me. Also, weren't you streaming earlier today? We were, Gamer. We were streaming earlier today, and the only reason I stopped was because I had to go pick up my daughter, and we were actually headed to go play at the park, and she's so wiped out that she fell asleep. And so now she's back. Now she's asleep. She should be down for the night. So we're back to streaming. I assume that they do the Muramasa Shard in the left lane. If it gets destroyed, great. It helps their Dakin. If not, great. They get power over here. I think I'm still gonna... Ooh, double into the left. Interesting. Comes down to a point differential. Corvus, good? Ah, not good. Never mind, not good. We're gonna lose the 4. They had a better last turn. The Proxima discard was huge. They discarded everything but Muramasa Shard. Otherwise, they would have got the casserole. But nice. Hope the stream goes well then. I think it should. Typically, the overnight streams end up being some of my better streams, especially for like the first day of drops, as people are kind of cozying down into a stream to stay to pick up all of their drops. But I'm hoping that we can get some good climbing in at the same time. We had a pretty good run earlier today. We climbed from about 260 down to, at the highest, like 190-ish. Hopefully we can get back on that direction if I stop making bad snaps.
I found the rock.
Martage, great for the Cassandra. Go ahead and lock the Athena into Miniaturized Lab before that goes away. Valentina. Maybe Luke Cage, maybe Shadow King. Maybe a couple other cards we have to worry about.
Oh, snap.
Go ahead and throw the double Cassandra Nova. Since we don't have a double drop to play anyways, might as well get the negative affliction. We have a Juggernaut to lean into towards the end of the game so that we can protect one of the lanes. Fortunate. Would not be surprised to see a snapback here. At least we now have the Kitty Pride to be able to do like the easier Xenoproc. And if they have Luke Cage, Scar bounces back by 4 at least, which I think if they're running Valentina, they're probably running Luke Cage as well.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, we'll let them have that one. The good Cosmo block. Not a whole lot we can do about it. Except we have Stumbles. Which, we've definitely been doing that here lately. We've been stumbling a little bit. But we can turn it around. I may switch over to the Ajax deck. Seems like between the two, if one is doing well, then the other's not. So we can always have one that's doing well. We could always go to a little bit more of a comfort list if we can't find anything else. So like the Storm, War Machine, Legion deck still does phenomenal. We have a couple other ones. Like I really enjoy a Scream deck. It doesn't always perform the best, but I do enjoy the like disruptive nature that it has. We lost Captain Marvel. We lost Hawk, unfortunately. Wait, Captain Marvel with Madam Web? What are they cooking? And then D's on the YouTube side. What's good? Welcome in, D's. Hopefully you're having a great night so far.
Wind.
They may be running the Storm War Machine Legion deck. And the good thing about that is we can get a Cosmo, so at least they can't lock down the lane. Or they can't lock down the game. We'll at least be able to play. Okay, so no War Machine. Interesting. May have been better off with, like, Athena then.
Opponent snapped.
I'm a little bit worried about the snap, but we have the Juggernaut that could push maybe like a Ghost Spider or whatever they're wanting to pull back. Oh no, nothing. Okay. So we have to look out for the Infinite. We cannot. Maybe if we had Juggernaut and they played it into mid, which I'm sure that they played into nowhere, knowing that that's
Escaped.
a big winning lane. Unfortunate. All right, let's pivot decks. This one didn't start the stream off well for us. So before we bleed too much more, I think I'm gonna do the small moves. See how we do with this one. I like any excuse to be able to run Havoc. And I think this one does it pretty well. It doesn't fully counter some of the higher payoff stuff, but with Cosmo, you can block a lot of the like really high scaling stuff. And then everything else, we have just cheap, high power output cards. Start with the Aranya, which is beautiful. We have the Human Torch and the Iron Fist, also beautiful. I feel like that's probably a snap. Chu said, watching stream to my Wi-Fi with VPN so I can access Twitch. Wi-Fi from the office. Chu, I appreciate the dedication. Thank you for being here and watching the stream and hopefully enjoying the stream. Now let's move it back, and then we'll throw Madam Web. I honestly don't really want to go Cosmo yet because we don't know which direction it might go in. But we do get a huge start to the Human Torch. And since they're running the like really low to the ground kind of flood deck, I think this is the Ultron one, right? And we have some really good opportunity. Actually, this right lane could be a problem. You share your profile on Untapped? Yeah, I can. I think Dex does it. That first link should be my profile. The singular deck does just the one that we're playing right now. The multiple does the entire profile. We were able to block the Ironheart. This left lane actually isn't as restrictive because of the Crimson Cosmos, so maybe we shift a Cosmo over, something like that. But I don't think we're going to really need to dodge that many huge plays.
Behold my mighty
Oh, the Onslaught's a little scary. Not sure which direction they're going with the Onslaught. We can move the Human Torch. Next turn, we can move Dagger into Doctor Strange to pull Human Torch back over. Marvel plus, ooh, the Claw. I was not expecting the Claw. Big Claw. Oh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Opponent snapped.
12, 13, 14, 15. Something like that. I think it's fine. Unless they have like a Shang-Chi in the left, which would take out both Human Torch and Dagger.
Power must be controlled.
Whale. So it would have been safer to move the Human Torch to the right so that we had the option to... Oofs in the chat. Yeah, big oofs. It would have been safer to move the Human Torch to the right so that we could then follow it up with the Doctor Strange pulling it left towards the end of the game. Oh well. And then Lord Emo Stash said it's 2:30 a.m. here, but when I see that TLSG notification pop up, I have to watch. Welcome in, Lord Emo Stash. I appreciate you being here. You're seeing the downfall of TLSG. It'll turn into the villain arc before too long. But we're just we're plummeting. We're spewing everything. That wasn't a Shang until you said something. I spoke it into existence. The Sage count the unrevealed cards? It doesn't. So I should have played Doctor Strange first. Had to happen eventually. Yeah. Next up, we have Husky Puppies. Let's go ahead and hold off on anything right now. That's better than the Havoc, but much worse than like the Human Torch Dagger. Havoc is a guilty pleasure card. Any deck that runs Havoc is a style I like. Yeah, I enjoy Havoc probably more than I should. I always forget. She gains it when she moves out of deep space, right? It's just when she was moving, if she was moving into it, that she wouldn't. And then Dogpool, welcome in. Love Havoc, he's invincible. Havoc's fantastic. No more Aranya. So hopefully this is a move card and they were wanting to use Aranya to shift it over to the right. That's the hope. Oh. Oh no. Poor Husky. He was wanting to use Aranya, shift the Deadpool over, but we venomed him. All right, let's go Madam Web left. We have Havoc right. That's going to scale quite a bit. And they could, I mean, even if they kill Monger, this gets destroyed, but that's about it. Aranya does come back around. I run Havoc in a negative deck, and he absolutely slaps even on turn 6. Yeah, even on turn 6. Delirium, do you have a favorite variant artist? Not entirely. I like several of the variant artists. So not one that just stands out as like a by far favorite. There's been a handful, and I like kind of a mixture of a lot of the different artists. Like, I like some of the Dan Hip stuff, but also some of the Dan Hip stuff I just I don't think is great at all. I do think a good majority of it is pretty decent. So Big Sage here could come in clutch. When left off of it, right, we'd have to 4, 5, 6, 7. Hope that 7 is enough. I think we stay. Wait, they can move out of left? Wait, what is... Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot this was Phoenix forced. I thought it was just Aranya and they were stuck in the left lane. Well. The downfall continues. We just have to shake off the dirt. Like maybe play one like high voltage game. It's time for a quick set of ads. What is your favorite variant or split that you own? My favorite is the debris split. As we go to break, that's what it will pull up. So by far my favorite. Like the gold background, the gold crackle, and it's one of my favorite cards because you get to see more of the gold because you send out the rocks. So you get it's like 5 for the price of 1. So we're gonna jump over into a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back. And we're gonna start our ascension climb from this point on. Do you lean to the cartoony style like Dan Hip or the ultra realistic? I think I would probably lean more to like the ultra realistic, but those are the super expensive ones. So I don't unlock them naturally. Like I barely buy any variants. The only ones that I've ever bought are the ones that like make progress towards some kind of like album. That I was like one variant away from like getting a key or something like that. And so I feel like a lot more of the cartoony stuff is more in the like rare area. And so I have more of those available. But I think if I had more like access to all of them, it'd probably be closer to like Art Germ or like the ultra realistic stuff. Same, yeah. Yeah, I feel like we get a big access to the cartoony stuff. Man, these decks were doing okay earlier, and I'm absolutely gunning this thing. Next up, we have Nick Foley and Dynamite. The White Hot Room is not awful for us because we can typically play cards and then move them out later. JF Gameplay Simulator. I thought I loaded up Marvel Snap, not the simulator. Oof. I think maybe we dagger, and then we pull it over because they're of course going to be trying to fill up the White Hot Room. That way we get a good early scale on her. A big blue cage. They could be curving into Wiccan next. But if they play in the left lane, they're capped. So it looks like an Ajax style, not necessarily a Galactus. Ooh.
Oh, snap.
We have the Cosmo that can block the potential Wiccan. Then we have Doctor Strange that can pull our dagger out to open up a space again. And so we may be tempting it. We may be asking to get Galactus. Shadow King's fine too. We're all right with the Shadow King. We typically actually don't really need all that much energy. I think if they play another card, they played into Nor Dimension to get the free resource. So we're gonna Doctor Strange pull our dagger over there so that she scales at least a touch.
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
I think I lean towards the style like Ryan Gonzalez. It's fun beating people with cute cards. See that? That's fair. We need at least a 3 power left, which we may have messed. Or we need 4 power left, realistically. Hey, speaking of, we have 4 power left. Throw a little bit of power across the rest. Actually, with something like this. Man thing. Scary. Sage. We lose that lane for sure. We should have done the vulture to mid. And then the Jhin. So our Havoc scaling should be... Oh wait, we lost the left lane. Ah. It's not our night so far. Rough. The Sean Kempy said, "Good evening, sir. What would you say is the worst card in this deck on average?" Maybe the Sage. Everything else looks to do the move package, so it's reinforcing like all of these cards. And Sage, I think, is just not super useful until she is. Aranya? Aranya can really start snowballing your Human Torch quickly. And so I like Aranya. She gives you that extra move trigger, which can be 12 power. It can be an extra 24 power. Like having that one extra move can be like a huge make or break in the movement. But yeah, you could probably do it without Aranya. Miss Marvel, thumbs down is needed. It is. If the thumbs up is needed, we need the thumbs down. It's about to turn around. We got all night. We're not going anywhere. We got all night. I don't really usually care too much about moving dagger like early on. She gets so much more value later on in the game. So maybe it's just Aranya that we throw. Well, I shifted that to play into the rocket, unfortunately. So it is probably a Black Swan bounce dump deck. A big 4-power hood. Scary. To the Falcon. There are Twitch drops happening right now? There are, Droopy. So you can check your progress on with exclamation point drops.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I'm going to move the vulture, move it back over to the left. Then we'll kind of start pushing from there. And then Gasm, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. That pushes us to 3 for the stream so far, which we had quite a bit of support from the earlier stream, and there was only a 2-hour gap between when I ended that one and when I started this one. So we're still, I'm gonna lump them into what we had earlier. But still very, very much appreciated. So Sable comes back down. Oof. Vulture here, I think, should be safe.
Oh, snap.
I hope your channel blows up in a good way. Brygasm. So we've been having some pretty good growth. I did a weird impromptu return back, and we're still pushing up to about 300 already, which is pretty good progress from where we were at before. And I think we'll continue like climbing as the night goes on. And so we've had some pretty decent success. Hopefully with that comes some explosive growth, but if not, I'm very happy with where we're at. And then Boosty said, hey, you're back sooner than I expected. I'm back sooner than I expected. Also pushing to rank 300. Eden Law. Too soon. Too soon, my friend. If they... I don't think they ever... Oh, man. The one lane that we... Cosmo Right would have done it. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't think we win this one anymore. With how big that Silver Sable is, it looks not great. And then Mr. Cam said, happy Saturday from Australia, TLSG. Well, welcome in, Mr. Cam. Hopefully you're having a fantastic morning, I assume. Hopefully your morning is going well. Feels like the activate cards have been pretty underwhelming. Yeah, except for that short stint where Hellcow was kind of cracked. Otherwise, they're just okay. They require a lot more preemptiveness to be able to work well. So I'm hoping that the 12 power dagger plus the extra 4 on Havoc is enough to bring it home. Depending on what they have in the left lane. No, we should be fine. Whew. We caught a win, you guys. We caught a win. We needed one. Maybe we're going to push down away from rank 300. Smacked him, we did. Smacked him with the Cosmo. We finally fell on the right side of it. The comeback kid. Don't call it a comeback just yet. We're still down like 40 ranks. It does feel like Activate can use a bit of a bump since they're so timing dependent. Yeah, it feels like their stats should probably be a little bit on the higher end compared to like an Honor Veil card. Because Honor Veils, you can draw it on the last turn and get the value out. Activate, you have to have it staged and played in position, which gives away part of your game plan and is less consistent because you have to be able to actually draw it. Tim and I stayed for the content. Very good game. You're not going to believe this, but we were desperate for a win. So like that stay may be the thing that sets us on like that positive arc. I think that may be the first win since I started about 40 minutes ago. Like, it's been bad. It's a good game as always, but I do appreciate the stay. I was a little bit worried that you were going to be able to get it with how often or how many times you were able to pull in your Sage, your Rocket, and those cards. I'm not going to lie, I was a bit afraid. Let's go ahead and get a huge Human Torch going. We can protect it later with a Cosmo. But now it begins. Yeah, now the upward ascension begins, hopefully. I like to activate Black Swan in a bounce deck. Sometimes Hit Monkey never gets as big as you need it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's with all of the activates. Like, sometimes when it lines up perfectly, it's great. It's like, it's fantastic. But whenever it doesn't, wow. That Corvus had a beautiful hit. The Apocalypse into the double swarm was huge. I'm going to hope that we don't get outplayed in the left lane. Corvus of the Year. Yeah, Corvus of the Year for sure. To the big Dracula, no surprise there. Looking at the potential MODOK. Do we ever send a Cosmo left? I assume they're not going to disrupt their draw. So I'm assuming MODOK left. We're confident enough we snap into it. With Agony, what is her gimmick? Does she activate the Honor Veil again? Nope. Nope. Her gimmick is kind of that she's a chimichanga, but just one that you can control when and how you play. So they pivoted from the left lane. That's not good. Although the double Havoc scaling here is probably fine. You might be all right. Yeah, yeah, they definitely disrupted their draw. They did not care about that one bit. With the Morbius Swordmaster, my goodness. Vibranium, Swarm, Sworn, and Swarm. So it's the Apocalypse, but it's only what, a 20 power Apocalypse? Wait, no, 16 power. 16 power is fine. Barely fine. Barely fine.
Victory.
But it was fine nonetheless. That Upward Ascension. We just needed that one. And then it's uphill from here. Is that a zombie apocalypse? I do think it was zombie apocalypse. I can't click on it now, but and I never really thought about how witty that is. I thought it was just, I don't know. I just saw it as it's a zombie card, kind of like Zombie Squirrel Girl. But Zombie Apocalypse, I think, is actually very funny. And then Z, what can you replace Havoc with in this list? Havoc is difficult to replace here because he scales so well, and that's kind of why you keep your curve
welcome.
really low.
It took you long enough.
Without it, you probably shift more towards like the high end, where you're going back towards like, maybe Goliath or potentially like a Heimdall to be able to bring your curve up a notch. And then Catman613, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciate you. That puts us a little bit closer to Partner Plus, which we have to hit the metric 3 months in a row. We hit it last month, and we're a little bit over halfway so far this month. And so we're making good strides towards it. But I think we should have no problem being able to make it happen. We probably should have Madam Webbed away from Strange Academy. That's all right. Can you do this deck without Agent Venom? Yeah, you can do the deck without Agent Venom. He's just kind of nice to be able to up or improve your like Dagger, Havoc, Sage, most of your stuff. He's just kind of a good include, but he's not necessary. I think I used US Agent before Agent Venom came out. That way, any of the opponents like big stuff that they ran would be negatively impacted. So we could...
Hey, welcome.
We could push this where we guarantee that Madam Web shifts over to the right. We're scaling in the left lane. We do this. The squirrel should stay mid if we move Human Torch to the right next turn. And then Mr. Cam W, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. So Black Swan, I'm assuming they drop like a Beast or a Falcon soon. I would say if they were going to Falcon, they probably Falcon in the left lane. Gut. We're going to try to call out the Falcon so that they can't pull their cards back in. We also have the Human Torch. No, Sage. We're fine with blocking the Sage, too. We missed the Falcon, but we landed the Sage, which is such a big hit. So now Madam Web should be what shoots over into Central Park. We can move Human Torch again, bump him up to 16. I'm sure that they can play more than 4 cards, right? Could also do this. They'd have to play more than 8 cards, and there's no way that they do that. Oh, what? We should have snapped earlier. And then Brygasm, this is an interesting deck. Did you make a video about it? I haven't made one about this one. I did make one about like the small movers. But I haven't done one for this one in particular, like this flavor of it. I don't think I originally ran Cosmo. I think it was like maybe Goose, US Agent instead of Agent Venom and Cosmo. I don't know if I had Sage in the original or not. And Aranya wasn't there either. But it's very similar, a very similar idea. And then Mr. McCall, I just now saw your other message. Every time I play Corvus, it only has eyes for MODOK or Dracula. Me too. Unless I'm playing Hela, then it's like dead set on discarding that Hela. Usually as the first discard. It's that upward ascension. All we needed was that one win, and it sent us on the right trajectory. All we do is win. It didn't start that way, but it's slowly pushing that direction. Get our Agent Venom. We get the value out of him and get a 12 power 12 power Hulk. I kind of feel like we maybe ship the Ghost Spider. Let's try it. What's the highest rank you've hit above Infinite? I ended a season above rank 100. I don't know exactly where we ended, but it was above that point. So with the wave, I feel like we need to Cosmo left to protect eventually from like a Shang-Chi, maybe. But also kind of, actually, can't we just Cosmo? We can Cosmo and then move it later. That's fine. We can do that. So then maybe it's in Rania left, because with the Cosmo, we should have no problem winning over here. And we'll hold the Iron Fist for now. They could go what, Hobgoblin left. Would be a crazy call. Oh, no. Wait. That could have been the Galactus. We got lucky that they flipped into the Eliath instead. Whew. Could have been scary. I think we do this. We send them the Iron Fist, which I think is fine. I'm going to keep the Cosmo right for now. With the next card we play, we can move to the left and move to the right. So more ideally like Human Torch, Vulture.
Victory.
But we end up getting the retreat instead, so we're perfectly fine with that. Gary Lock TV, thank you so much for resubbing for 4 months at tier 1. And it's the 5th month that you've been a sub. Very much appreciate it. 5 months, let's go indeed. That's we've barely been streaming for 5 months, and or I guess 5 consecutive months now. So you've been here for most of it. JF, you said I'm tired of this game. Probably time to step away. Hopefully there's something else that comes along that piques your interest, JF. Did high voltage not do it for you? Some people are really enjoying it. Others, I think, maybe it doesn't scratch that fully that competitive itch. Love the game. I'm just on a losing streak on ladder. Yeah, I was definitely there there earlier, JF. You just kind of try not to tilt, because sometimes if I tilt and I don't realize that I've tilted. So for example, when Arisham came out, the biggest tilt session I've ever had in my life, and I didn't realize it. I was in denial. I think I was in denial about it. I dropped from rank like 200 to 3,000 overnight. When Arisham came out, trying to like play the combo, figure it out, and it was awful. It was the worst session I've had in my life. But looking back, I was probably tilted and making and staying and like doing snaps that I wouldn't normally do. And so I should have I should have stepped away for the night and came back the next day with fresh eyes. Whew. Vulture, Doctor Strange to pull it back. Even go with like Havoc. Havoc dagger, or we save the dagger. I guess the sage isn't huge. It's only 2. It'll be 6. We'll do this for now. Do mobile players play PC players? They do.
I am.
Oh, I missed the ads. I apologize, you guys. The big dagger shift over here, I think. Is that one home? It's not even turn 6, is it? Guess we just like maybe sage. Should have snapped before. So dinner, it's plural. Drops. And so the first one, actually, you may be in ad land. The first one is how you link. The second one is to check your inventory to check the progress.
All systems go.
So Cosmo would be pretty good here. We could shift the Vulture over to the right to get an extra +6. Have a Cosmo to protect, but in that case, 6, 8, 8, 10-ish. Go ahead and lock this in. I think it's probably fine. I don't think they run a Shang-Chi or like a big countermeasure. If so, the right lane is just hooked. Shadow King. Okay, that's the... Oh, no. That's the big countermeasure. The big Cosmo was what we needed. Keeping Vulture left, I think, also did it. And just moving one of the other ones. So it was a good read. It was a good read from them. That's okay. We had a good streak. It had to end eventually. I just wish it didn't end on a 4-cuber. That's all right. It was well played. It was a good like heads up play from the opponent. I can't be mad about it. Shadow King from the top rope. Shadow King's phenomenal right now. So many decks lean into the scaling. Next up, we have Dad. First location, Thunderbolt's Tower. We do have our Madam Web, which is great. And they're running Meek. Like a vulture, a vulture, ghost spider. We do have Cosmo this time around, so we can try to stop some of their discard stuff going on. Oof. That is an unfortunate set of locations. Let's go Cosmo. I think we're probably good. We Cosmo here. If they run a discard card, they're either going to have to run the risk of it getting destroyed, letting it get -2 power. So I think the only natural space for them to run them would be come in mid. Tell me he was getting milk, not becoming Marvel Snap Pro. We lose our Gambit, so they did have a good heads-up play. They played into Thunderbolt's Tower, which is such a like a difficult call to make. We'll do one of those. One of these. Wait, we don't have priority. I guess there's no reason to do it then. In that case, something like Vulture, Ghost Spider. Big Dracula coming in, unfortunately. He may have beat us with that Gambit alone. Gambit may have been absolutely enough to seal us away. All right, we're going to set this up into a potential Doctor Strange pull. We'll be able to pull maybe the Dagger, maybe the Havoc. Or not the Havoc. Maybe the Dagger, maybe the Vulture. They full play Warrior Fall is interesting. Corvus? Oh no.
Apocalypse.
Okay. Whew. They lost the Modok, which is great to see. Morbius. So Dracula brings us up to 8. I feel like it's kind of risky to stay over here. But without the Sage, the rest of this becomes like doubtful that we could win the Dracula matchup. I think the Gambit was all that they needed because now we can't move our cards freely. They sniped out the Madam Web. I'm gonna give him this one.
Escaped.
That RNG. I mean, he played it well. He played around the potential Cosmo, knowing that we were probably snapping into it. And so that one, I don't know that I blame on the RNG so much as the like his heads up play. Oh my goodness. Rank 300 player. Not a rank 300 player, I apologize. 300 collection level player.
Snap.
We have a pretty good hand. We have the Madam Web, we have Vulture, movement cards, and like Doctor Strange, Ghost Spider. So I think even if we get the rock, it's fine. Bullying the new kids. So I'm gonna tell you guys, I lose to low collection level players more often than not. Whatever for whatever reason, I usually end up absolutely beefing it. So Madam Web Iron Fist. We probably don't do anything into negative zone. Next turn could be like maybe a Vulture Ghost Spider. I remember the first time I saw Doctor Doom being low collection level and my jaw dropped. But I feel like they probably... Oh, they blocked our Iron Fist, as unfortunate as that may be. But we do have the win in the left lane. So... Looks like... This into this. I know that makes us lose negative zone, but as long as we're winning here and we get the big 16 power Human Torch, I don't think there's anything they can do to stop it. It's like chess masters lose to noobs a lot because the noobs make weird plays they can't predict. I mean, that might be it. Dinner, so it's plural, so drops. That might be the case. It's also, I think, because their decks are just that. Even if they don't like play weird things, like the deck itself is a non-common deck, so you never know what they're running or what they're planning on doing. Z35 Dino, thank you so much for resubbing for 3 months at tier 1. You've been subbed for 4 months. Very much appreciated. That pushes us closer to that Partner Plus status, which we have to hit the 100 points 3 months in a row, and I think we're a little bit over halfway for this month. We're making good progress, and we hit the level last month, so all we need is just a little bit more traction, and we're there. We're going up against Dexter again. I meant to play the Human Torch last turn. Not sure why I didn't. Oh well. Let's go Agent Venom. And then we'll do Agent Venom left. And then we'll set up like an Aranya. Maybe it'll be Human Torch Madam Web. Set up an Aranya next turn. What do you get for Partner Plus? Partner Plus, depending on the level, you get a bigger split of sub revenue. And so right now it's 50-50.
Hey, welcome.
For
it took
Partner
you long
Plus,
enough.
the first level, it goes... Cerebro 4. For Partner Plus, the first level, it goes to 60-40. And then the second level, which we're not even anywhere close to, goes to 70-30. We can Iron Fist. Actually, could do the Aranya. I'm not sure. We can do Vulture, move it back over. As a Cerebro 4, do they have any kind of, like, locational control besides Nocturne? No. Kind of big, like, counter to our stuff? Typically, no. I think we're all right. We can move the Vulture into doing, like, an Aranya Human Torch later. Oh, Dexter giving the shout-out. Is he already letting them know that he's gonna beat us? I did get lucky and beat him earlier, but that does not happen all that often. We're gonna save a spot to be able to do Aranya Human Torch move over, because that goes immediately to an 8 power card, which is a decent little bump. And then Sleepy Brain, sorry, I saw your notification, but I forgot to call it out. Sleepy Brain 83, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 6 for the day. And then Groovy said a super famous fighting game player, Diego Umahara, once said he was more afraid of low-level players for basically the same reason. Yeah. You can't guide them, and so you can't make those like anticipation plays. Doctor Strange isn't great here. They do a follow-up with a claw, or like with a Mystique. They put another 8 into mid. Plus the real 4, I assume, would be here. Might be cooked. And we're just not going to play the Doctor Strange because I don't want... Actually. Move the rock over Doctor Strange. I think he beats us once the 4 power reveals here, and then they play another one. I think it's going to go over the top of what our Human Torch does, but we're going to stick it out. We're going to see. He gave the preemptive shout out as well. Ooh, big Iron Man, yeah.
Iron Man.
Into the M'Baku to kind of sometimes help with the Agent Venom line. Iron Man, yeah. Iron Man combo. The Sean. So I actually ran into it a lot earlier. So it's still really, really effective and really good. I appreciate you keeping yourself on Golden Dragon.
Flame on!
We're not going to move it right off the jump, so I'm just going to hold it for now. Some Dexters naturally fall out of flavor due to new stuff coming along. Yeah. And that's one of them. The speed Iron Man, it still works really well. It's just not as like surprising, and so people recognize the play lines, and so it's harder to get as big of cube equity, and so that's typically when you see people start kind of moving on a bit. Ooh, so Thursday's not running a movement deck. I think movement is all I've ever seen them run. So maybe with a good placed or well-placed Cosmo, we can stop whatever kind of strong one reveals, whether this is a Misery deck, Grandmaster deck. You'll love to see it. So I think they were going to Grandmaster into Misery mid is my assumption. And I'm saving the Doctor Strange so that we can compete and win in the right lane. 6, 8. Top of the 12. Not awful. We would lose this 8 here as well. Red Guardian. And we're actually going to move the Sage and not the Human Torch, unfortunately. So as far as point value goes, not great. It's not awful either. We probably should have snapped a little bit earlier. Yeah, should have snapped a little bit earlier. With Doctor Strange, we can definitely position that power over to the right. We recovered one of the 4 we lost to Dexter. And we beat Dexter earlier. Then he beat us right again. And the last time drops were live, the first matchup I did against Dexter, we won. and then he just wiped the floor with me the rest of the night. And so hopefully, hopefully we don't have a repeat of that same issue. I probably need to run a deck that can fill all 4 lanes to eventually finish this one. Either that or we drop it. Speaking of decks falling off, buff Silk. A good Silk buff, I think would be solid. Because right now, it's like a 2/5, so not even as good a value as like a Hydra Bob, and you can't control where it goes very easily, so you lose a lot of strength with it. I just got my God Split on Silk today. Gold with Red Crackle, huge prominence. Do you have any decks that you're running her in right now? Because everything that I've ran her in, it feels like she's almost a detriment a lot of the time. Anyone else buy the premium mystery variant for $9.99 and get an avatar instead? Jeans, are you possibly rare variant complete? Because I know if you're rare variant complete, if it rolls a rare, a lot of times you'll get an avatar instead, which is awful. But it's the way they've set up the premiums. We may or may not have a turn 7 in this game. They're going to pull our, what, Ghost Spider? Ah, Human Torch. Well, we'll have to rely on what we got. How long will Twitch drops run for? A week, yeah. And so until the 25th. And so it's still day 1. You still have plenty of time. Go ahead and shift the Vulture. I'm going to drop a Cosmo. Not that it's going to hit this turn, but the following turns it could. And then if your rare avatar you complete, you get 310 boosters. That's awful, Cham. Cham the bucket. So we can get a pretty good move going on Dagger. Something like this. We could also have it immediately bounce back to the right. With the Aranya if we wanted to. But I don't think we necessarily need to. We'll use the Aranya for something else. And then Ari, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far, or fantastic night. But welcome in, Ari. So big Dagger, but the Iron Man is scary. They could also have a Juggernaut, but Juggernaut's less of a worry for us with like Dagger Shift, Cosmo Shift. But nonetheless, still a concern. You could also just try Mystique in Los Diablos base, which if that's the case, this helps us win against that. If they don't move their Cosmo, this becomes 8.
Hey, welcome.
Go
It took
Spider
you long
to the
enough.
left. Go Havoc. Hold on. Go Aranya activate. Havoc to the right. Then Sage. Gonna win guaranteed. Oh wait, they don't have Aranya, do they? Or Madam Web. I was thinking they had Madam Web down. They can't move their Cosmo. And they duked us out with the with the Mystique. They didn't go right where I thought they would. Instead, they went left. With the Sage, we might be able to barely bring it home, though. We are able to win by 1 in the left, went pretty heavily in the right.
Victory.
And so speaking of the speed deck, whoever brought that one up, asking if it was still good. It's still very good. It still puts out a lot of power. I don't have a lot of fun playing it because it feels pretty rigid, but it still puts out like a crazy amount of power. But it's much more known, so you know that the Mystique is coming. You know that the potential speed or the Cosmo. And so that's less likely to get like those 8 cubers out of it. And then DP said you're going to play high voltage in about 30. Yeah, I'll probably play in about 30 minutes. And then X Prime Time 9X. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 7 for the day. Very much appreciate it. Gotta love the 1 power dubskis. We do indeed. Earlier, for the earlier stream, like the majority of my wins were by like such razor thin margins of like 1 point here or there. Like it's ridiculous how close these games were. Aunt Maze is dangerous. I like the idea of getting a Human Torch that's +3 and then moves to the right. But very scary. Yeah, the Fist Tower. Otherwise, this was phenomenal. This is actually still pretty good. Iron Fist, Human Torch. We get a copy of Iron Fist 4-power Human Torch. So then we can do it again. We get a copy of the 8-power. We eventually do like maybe Havoc into another Havoc. I'm all right with it. Fist Tower, without Fist Tower, it'd be much better for sure. But I still think we're in a good spot. They got lucky with the Bishop shift. Unfortunately lucky. I don't think we copy the Iron Fist again. 8. It'll go to 16, but -4. We do this, then we stick at 4. It'd be harder to do like the follow-up Sage stuff. Or do we go ahead and copy Iron Fist one more time? Maybe that's fine. We'll copy it one more time. We'll play into a 16 power. Oh, I missed the ad break again. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'll start paying or being more vigilant about it. Ooh, the double drop of Gwynpool can be so scary. Especially if they're running like a counter version or a counter style of deck. Very, very scary here. But maybe like a Cosmo. Get the duplicate Cosmo. We could do maybe a Sage, maybe the second Cosmo. Bounce version, it's not that good anymore. The bounce version of what, the Agent Venom. I think the ongoing stuff kind of took over the strength of that one. They're not happy. They're not happy about the Cosmo. They just reminded me of the Aunt Maze. We haven't procced Aunt Maze yet. So we pull the Human Torch over to the left. Do a Human Torch here. It moves to the right. Goes to 32 in this lane. Pretty sizable here. That or 2, 4, 6 goes up to 10. Maybe we don't even use Doctor Strange to pull the first one. We just keep big here. Shift right. But they may have a Killmonger. Running the Gwynpool, the Sarah. I think we need to, whatever we do, I think we need to get the Cosmo down. Pulls over. Cosmo stays here. But I think they're probably likely to do their Killmonger here, knowing we haven't procced Aunt May's. I might be wrong, but that's my gut. Give it a shot. Still goes up to 24, which is fantastic. Ah, we were wrong. Oh, I thought for sure. We even went through the hoops. Like, it would have been easier just to play Cosmo left. We even went through the hoops to make sure that the mid was there. It was a well-placed Killmonger. Yeah, hate to see it, but it was good. Even if the Killmonger didn't go off, they did have the backup Shadow King in mid. Milk Joy said, I just opened the stream and I see the world's most impressive Killmonger. Yeah, we tried to stop it with the Cosmo. I knew that it was likely in their wheelhouse. We just didn't get the right call on the Cosmo for the second lane. Yeah, he had the backup line of the Shadow King mid. Definitely had us covered. It is what it is. Kino with the on-screen celebration. Tarts, you said, yo, TLSG, any tips for making a Marvel Snap channel? I don't know. Because whenever I made mine, it was in the beta. There wasn't a lot of competition. And so it was easier to like stand out and really refine that process of like building decks and creating content. So now I would say the most easy thing is start making something over whatever you're interested in. So whether that be deck builds, variants, whatever that might be, and know that it'll probably be not great at the start, but that it will be able to kind of like grow as you grow as a creator. We don't have priority. Otherwise, Cosmo left would be great. Now we're worried a little bit about a Polaris pulling us out of the vault. Spider-Man also doing it. Pulling us into mid, yeah. Not great, but not the end of the world either. They now can't do like a Stegron or force us out of the raft. I think we're gonna like double down here. That way we can get a big raft resource. We can move a card out with the Madam Web. Big Stegron's not going to work for them. We assume that they have an arrow. They always have an arrow. Living Tribunal, not fantastic. Maybe not the worst thing either. Do we let Kingpin slap us down a touch? No. Let's do this for now. Hey, big Juggernaut, that's fine. We have the Living Tribunal on our side. Ooh, and we can't play. Hellfire Club being that last location is kind of unfortunate for the Ghost Spider. If we're going with the Living Tribunal, which is probably a bad play, go something like this. lock it in. We don't have priority, so we would hope that they played over to the left, which they did not.
Such is my judgment.
Hey, it worked. Goodness. Nothing annoys me more than the enemy's kind of deck. I have a deck like theirs built out. I enjoy Scream a good amount. But Cosmo definitely hurts it a bit. And then we were able to play around the rest of it, thankfully. But we do grab the win. We've given this one a pretty decent sample size. I'm curious if we recovered from our blunders earlier. If we're positive with it for the stats. So Agent Venom turn 1, fantastic. You have a gold screen prominence? Wild. I haven't split her that much. I do enjoy playing Scream. I didn't so much the first week, but after it stopped becoming like the known deck, I started enjoying it quite a bit more. So we are back positive, but we're not super big on cubes yet. Need to turn it around for sure. Oh no! And then YMC TV. I appreciate the posture check. Next up, we have Dexter again. Should we give him a shout out right back? Because when he gave us a shout out is when he won. Or, like it was before he won, but he won after the fact. So Fist Tower, super unfortunate. For our movement deck, we're just gonna have to avoid playing in the left lane. I wasn't slouching. You were slouching. Yeah, I was am a bit surprised by how much I was actually slumped. So the Human Torch move over into mid. We can hit it with a Doctor Strange. So maybe Doctor Strange, Madam Web. Thinking on the positive side here. Iron Fist is okay. Doctor Strange. We can go ahead and stage an Iron Fist, I suppose. There's no harm in that. Next turn, probably something like Dagger into Havoc. Still streaming. So we ended for an hour. We ended for about 2 hours. And I was going to spend some time with my daughter. I made her a sandwich. We were going to go have a picnic and play at the park. She ate her sandwich before we even got into the car. And before we made it to the park, she was asleep. And so that never happens. And so she's out for the night. I'm guessing me having to wake her up like super early to go to school while I go to work has had its toll on her. And so I'm back a little bit earlier than I thought. Don't know the easiest way to win 3 locations? Yeah, Living Tribunal is definitely the easiest way to go about that. Not a great hand. And then General Sergeant, I made it back. Are we in Degenerate Hours once more? We are. We're in Degenerate Hours. We're going to be streaming all night. And hopefully we can start shifting and not losing. We had a pretty rough start to the stream. And we've had a decent enough comeback, but the big Sarah, they can do Iron Man into Cerebro. Iron Man here is pretty scary. Can they ever beat the left lane? If Cerebro and they were both hit, maybe? I don't think we ever pressure mid, so I think it's more like Madam Web move to the right. Hope the Havoc scaling in the left is enough. What time is it for you? So it's 9:42 p.m. my time. So typically my daughter doesn't fall asleep until like 11 at the earliest. But she was extremely tired today. So that is a lot of power over in the right lane. I'm not sure that we beat it with just 17. So Big Cerebro, if they have the Mystique to follow it up, we could be in trouble. There's the Mystique, and so they're both 8. I think we're okay in the right lane. Just barely. Since we know that M'Baku is on the board and not going to jump out and jump scare us, we are able to grab 2 of the 4 we lost to Dexter earlier. We just need to take back the other 2, I suppose. Pokemon, I slept watching after your stream ended. Now I'm awake and it was still streaming. Yeah, so I ended for about 2 hours and then I came back. So we actually raided over into Alex's stream. Then now we're shifted back again. So if we pick up like one of these, we'll probably need to run a different deck. Actually, let's do the fill location. I'm just gonna run a little bit of like a pre-generated Blue Marvel. Like Blue Marvel, Marvel Boy. How much longer before the full-time switch? So today was actually my last day at the office, and so technically now I'm full-time. I went in this morning and turned in all my like stuff, like my laptop and all of those things. So we're making the transition now. It's official. I don't have any other job that I'm working other than doing the content. Congrats, thank you so much, AU. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys, and all of the support from all of you that have been here to enjoy the content, whether it be the YouTube videos, the streams, for a very long time now. So I don't take it for granted a single day. Notice period was shorter. So I gave 3 weeks, but I told them that I would only do half days during those weeks so that I could stream. I didn't tell them that it was so that I could stream. I told them so that I could start working at the other opportunity that I had. But that's how I've been able to stream pretty consistently the last couple of weeks. But it should get much easier now that I don't have, like, I'm not burning on both ends of it. We could do Kyera into, like, Sable. That protects us in Danger Room. We don't have to worry about it getting destroyed. We could also go Khazar, but I think I like this direction better. Or not, okay. Not a lie. Yeah, it just wasn't it was just more of a half-truth instead of a truth. So big Squirrel Girl. We can use that alongside the Gilgamesh last turn. We still haven't had anything bounce out of Ant Maze, which is good. So Blue Marvel could still potentially go mid. Ooh, that's a big hawk. Perfect. You'll love to see it. So now, unless they can overpower us here, I think we're good. No Cosmo, the Juggernaut. They could have Mystique, which copies this. Which could be, what, 8? 8 power here if it lands. We're going to have Marvel Boy buff this one, hopefully by 2. Lock it in. What's going on with Monopoly Go? So Monopoly, I'm currently sponsored by Monopoly Go. We're not doing a sponsored stream anymore. It's just the widget is there because depending on if you download it and whatever progress you end up making, every little bit of that helps contribute to me, and like, each milestone that you reach contributes back to me and to my content. Oh, the Mystique stays into the danger room. So we do end up losing the 4 off of it. How's Zoo faring these days? I'm not sure. I think it's one of those decks that is still relatively fine, but it may get outshined or outshone by the like Agent Venom, Iron Man, because they can go like bigger or greedier, and so it may not hold up super well. I currently have a couple of bounties to fill all locations, and so I figured Zoo was probably the easiest way to get that done. Been addicted to that and Snap for a while. Yeah, I played Monopoly Go a while back, so maybe like a year ago. I played for a bit, got pretty far, and then it ended up needing to quit, take a step back. Zoo will be viable for a while now. Yeah, with Gilgamesh. Yeah, and so you can, like, if you're not seeing Killmonger, you can swap out Kyra for like your counter cards. You can do like Juggernaut, you can do the Shadow King, Red Guardian, and you can actually swap out some of the high end. I've seen some run Eliath, but I feel like that maybe is a little bit more difficult to run most of the time. So this is just a RNG deck? Valentina Maria Hill? Oh no. Yeah, no, Valentina was plugged into it. Maybe it's a Wiccan deck? Yeah, it could be Wiccan Murky, you're right. So let's see if they use all of their energy. So the 3 and then the 1. So yeah, with the Quicksilver, definitely a Wiccan deck, and they just didn't have it. 23 Sable Meek. Fine with all of those. Palaba said, there he is. Hello from your video fans. Hoping the stream is going well. It is.
Hey,
Palaba.
welcome. It took you long
Thank you
enough.
for being here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. But it's going incredibly well. So we can... Let's do just Marvel Boy for now. We have this kind of surprising Mockingbird, and I don't want to make them retreat before we fill our locations. Yeah, Shanna into Cassandra Nova was huge value for us too. They get a copy of our Mockingbird. Well, no longer a secret. We can't hide it from them anymore. But playing Mockingbird into Tarnax is always amazing value, unless you get Destroyer. We hope we're not getting... We're just going to hope that we're not getting Destroyer. Nougat. He said, "Hey TLSG, I was called in, the AV Hawk player you just played against. Great game. Glad Danger Room didn't betray me. It was a good game. You knew the odds, you knew the risk, and you played it well. And so like it's always kind of tough to stay whenever you have that risk of it being destroyed. But statistically, you should stay if you need just one to land. But it was very well played. Unfortunately, it didn't land our way, but I'm glad that it did flip your way. Always good games when we match against each other, though. So that's our Mockingbird left, right? That's our Mockingbird mid, right?
My mighty hand.
Can we beat that? This is 4, 5, 6, 7. Not that. This goes to 4, 5, 6. So not that, because Khazar is going to change. 9 goes to 18, so maybe that's the simplest. We just Mockingbird. I would rather Mockingbird and let it transform over here, but it kind of is what it is. Then they may win over here with the Mojo, but I need to complete the fill all locations bounty, so we're just going to send it. Silent City. But I just woke up. Please no carnage. Yes, please no carnage. Please no Beast. Please no Deathlock. I guess we don't have a 3 cost. Warpath is fine. Agent Venom is fine. Even if we lose, I'm okay with the loss. It became very, very close. Had we been able to land the Khazar, I could have bumped left lane up an additional, I guess 2. Wouldn't have been quite enough. But that's 1 out of the, I think, 4 that we need. But Silent City, you said I just woke up and you're still live. So I actually stopped for a bit. I stopped for 2 hours to go pick up my daughter, and I was prepped to spend like several hours with her until she fell asleep. And we made a picnic. We were going to go to the park, and on the drive over there, she just passed out. So it opened up my night a little bit earlier than I thought. But it is time for a quick set of ads. I'm going to run those, and then I'm going to run to the restroom real fast during it. And so we'll be back in about a minute and a half, and then we'll continue. Hopefully start on an upward trend. We're hovering right around the same, which is fine. As long as we're winning some, losing some, we're having a good time doing it. So we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. And then Omar said best Kyra replacement. For Kyra, I would do some kind of tech card. So like Red Guardian. Sometimes you could go Rogue. You could go a couple of other cards. And then Kleb. So it's actually plural. I need to just create one for both, but I did the command for you. And then Krispy Kreme, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I know that I saw you over on Alex's stream while I was hanging out there for a bit. Everyone in high voltage is using Black Panther Zola. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Black Panther Zola. It's the big, like, fun, greedy payoff. And so it's kind of just whoever can get the biggest combo down. The high voltage. Goliath eats those decks for lunch. He does indeed.
Snap.
We're gonna go ahead and pressure him. We have the White Hot Room value. Although a Zoo deck typically doesn't really need it all that much, but it's still nice to have. And then Max Mitchell with the late night stream. We do have the late night stream going on. We're going to go overnight as long as I absolutely can. So Bucky Barnes, they're running... Ooh. They're running Destroy. So Kyra is actually beautiful here. Seems like you've got a lot greedier high voltage deck than I do. I've been rocking C7. Yeah, I've been doing leaving Tribunal. I don't think it's as good as like the ramp deck that does the Black Panther, Arnim Zola, Odin. But I enjoy it better because it has some pretty cool, like, intricate play lines that you can shift around, and it doesn't feel as linear to me. And then Diego, I'm doing well. Hopefully you're doing well as well. With the Shanna, it would pull over into the right lane. Maybe we do this. We fill up these two. Have the blue Marvel down. Next turn, we can guarantee full fill the right lane. Lots of leader Odin. Yeah. Bot cosplay or what, Tom? I think we don't need to play in the right lane. We got Ebony Moth. We're playing an all-in Nimrod. I like it. And then on the YouTube side, Faith, you said, hi TLSG, hope you're good. Congrats on going full-time. Do you think Silver Sable is worth 6,000? I think Silver Sable is very, very flexible. And so if you're only missing a handful of cards, she's useful in Bounce. She's useful in like Zoo, in Affliction. She fits and finds herself in quite a few decks. And so I think you'll get plenty of use out of her if you do pick her up. How do you feel about Agony? I feel like, yeah, it's a more expensive chimichanga to an extent. So it's like a Hulkbuster, like a mix between the two. It's just you get to play it in a different order. And so there might be some advantage in you can play her in a lane that already has cards. So it doesn't get completely derailed by like Central Park. So I think she's slightly better than maybe like a Hulkbuster in that regard. But otherwise, she doesn't feel crazy. She feels very restrictive in where she's gonna see play. There's no way we got an 8 cube off of this. What? Do we know if the merge happens before or after the reel? I would explain it. That would explain it. I typically get cooked by low collection level players, but that one was not cooking. Dragon, welcome in. I know a very small amount of Spanish, but not enough to really understand. So I'd have to plug it into a translator to be able to. I'm curious. How is it to see people alive to win Marvel variants? Maybe that's not a great... Maybe something's lost in the translation. I've been looking everywhere and they don't give me anything. Oh, like live? Like streaming? And so the first link, I'm not sure if you understand English, but the first link is where you go to link the two, your Marvel Snap and your Twitch account. Yeah, Alekian. I eventually got there. The second one, you would check your progress. And so that first link would be where you would go. But I'm not sure if that gets translated over. Unfortunately. And I could plug that into Google Translate. But my Spanish dialect is no bueno. Oh, you said the high velocity missions reset? Nice.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Sergeant Peppers, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Let's go Shanna. Our biggest goal is to fulfill the locations. Because after that, we're kind of good with the deck. We can't play directly to the left. I think it's something like Marvel Boy Pim Arrow. We have the Gilgamesh we can lean in on the last turn. He said, "I am glad you're full time." Thank you so much, Sergeant. It's still new, so I'm still a little bit nervous, but I think it's going to be great. The Mockingbird down to 2, so I feel like we need to play 2 here to be able to fill all the locations. Maybe we just don't this game. May just have to give up the dream of filling all, unless we drew Squirrel Girl next. Would be the only way it'd be possible. Cosmo, Juggernaut, there's quite a few cards, or just really anything in Olympia. We're gone. Also try something like this. That only gives a small amount in the left lane. How are you holding up with the long or night shift? We're good. We're good. We're locked in. We're typically I wouldn't like start getting tired or going to sleep until like much later. So right now we're good. We're holding up well. We do steal the win against Dino Math. We keep the right, we keep the left. They overcommitted into mid, thankfully.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Said he got it and you're a genius. I'm so thank you for your help, Palava. I feel like you brought that one home. I got it close, but you were the one that pushed it across the finish line, so thank you. And so we're still holding up well. The only thing that would maybe hinder it would be if my daughter woke up and wasn't able to get back to sleep. But she's usually pretty good about sleeping through the night, so as far as like staying awake, I'm good for another, I'd say maybe 10 hours. As long as she's asleep, I'd say another 10 hours. We're just getting started. How old is your daughter? She's 3. Is anyone able to see the drops in the inventory on Twitch? So it's actually like 3 lines down, Alekion, or at least it was for me. Another 10 hours? Yeah. So we're going all night, and so as long as she is able to sleep in well, that would put her waking up around 8 a.m., which is kind of her typical like natural wake time. So I would assume it'd be around then that I'd have to call it quits. A girl dad too. She's still napping. Yeah, she should be out for the night. So, so far so good. She fights her sleep really, really badly. And so she typically doesn't fall asleep early. Sergeant. So it's a blessing and a curse. So she may typically like naturally wake up around 8, but her go to sleep window is generally like we can do like the bedtime routine, take away all the lights and stimulating stuff, and read books and do like the bath and do all the soothing stuff, and she'll still stay up a lot of times until 11 or 12. They're like haven't been able to figure out anything that we can do to kind of help that. So our mid lane is really weak here, because the grappler is going to be guaranteed to pull those. Yeah, those melatonin. We haven't done any melatonin, but she definitely fights her sleep very heavily. So if we want to fill all locations, we need to do this in this order. It may not win. We could also do Squirrel Girl over here if we thought we needed the extra +1 in the left lane. My son is similar, but not that bad. Rolls around in bed for an hour and a half after bedtime. Yeah, she's stubborn enough that she like will get out of bed completely, and so then we bring her back, lay her back down, but she's stubborn. I don't know if she gets that from me or my wife, but I'm not sure if I called this one out. I'm so sorry that I think I missed it. But Magma Storm 03, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. If I didn't call it out, I apologize. That pushes us up to a good 10 for this stream, and we had a pretty good showing on the last one as well. And so I very much appreciate you guys.
Victory.
Cool, big fan. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're still around. I always feel bad if I miss it. And then go back later and like the person already had to jet out.
Hey, welcome.
And then WTF Krill, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support as well. That pushes us up to 11 for this stream. I think it was around maybe 15 or so for the last stream, and so a lot of good support on both. While there's a lull. Can I ask what mill and mill stands for? I always
Live from the Daily Bugle.
get it wrong because I want to say Millhouse, which is a Simpson character. I think it's Millstone. It came from Magic the Gathering. There was a card that's effect was to take things from the opponent's deck and put them directly in the graveyard, and so it's referring to like that card. Whenever you have something that pushes it, Millstone. Thank you. Millhouse is the thing that always comes to my mind, but I'm trying to remind myself that that's not correct. We lost their copycat. They lost our Shanna, and I didn't even see what the copycat had copied. I don't know what's at the bottom of our deck, unfortunately. But Millstone was a card that would just kind of destroy things directly from the opponent's deck. And so mill is similar. You're making them discard, or you're stealing stuff from their deck directly from the deck, so they can't draw it. Kilolance. Yeah, I learned that somewhere along the lines as well. And so it was something that I always just took at face value of, oh, it is the way it is. So it was really cool to learn that there was like the origin of where it came from. So like Marvel Boy, Squirrel Girl, you get the opportunity for like a blue Marvel. I'm not sure if we want the squirrels down or not. The only problem. It would make our Mockingbird almost free, but it takes up a lot of our space. So I think for now we're just going to do this and we'll skip. Oh, I thought it was a mill that, as in like a mill that destroys stuff. Like a paper mill that's, you know, churning it up into a different product. Yeah, I just took it at face value. I didn't even question it. Maybe it's one of these. We could always do this. That allows us to do a Blue Marvel Mockingbird next turn. Fill up the last two spots. Blue Marvel mid, Mockingbird right. Millhouse from South Park. Is it South Park or is it Simpsons? I think you're probably right. I haven't watched much of either. Just a handful of episodes here and there. Alright, let's go ahead and lock this in. They do have the Ajax, so a big hazmat is going to make that thing unstoppable. But on the reverse side,
Opponent snapped.
we get to fill all locations. Are we okay throwing away 3 extra cubes to get it done, though? They know we don't have Gilgamesh. We probably lose this one, but we're still going to send it. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Is indeed. Simpsons? Okay. So, U.S. agent, but there's no, Oh? Hold on. Not only do we win, but we get the casserole. Getting a little hungry, but got an entire casserole to ourselves. Take it. I thought for sure it was like a hazmat. So all it took was to run a zoo deck, and we've almost recovered all of our blunder from earlier. We need one more fill all locations though. Then we'll pivot off of the deck. The deck that I was running used both Vulture and Doctor Strange, right? Let's send that one.
Epic.
I'm doing well with that Sarah Onslaught deck. You haven't been running into any kind of like hard counters. I found that I was running into a lot of like disrupt move, but it's also been a couple of days. And so I feel like that is a deck that really performs well whenever it's not being expected. And it like kind of blew up in popularity. And then I think there's been a cooling off period. So maybe it's around the time to bust it back out. Go ahead and go Kate Bishop. We're not going to be able to complete the fill all locations. I guess unless we get Kyra. Kyra could help us meet that here. Second I get Sarah Onslaught down, they retreat. Yeah. Yeah, once it becomes like a known deck, it loses that like surprise element, and so then that becomes kind of the determining factor of like why it falls off, because it doesn't get like that big surge of cubes anymore that it used to. Then swapping that and a Junk with Cersei. Junk with Cersei sounds kind of fun. It's hard for me to ever like fully lean into those, but it doesn't sound bad. So I'm glad they burned their rogue early, because we definitely have some ongoing cards that we're going to be throwing down. Maybe it's Blue Marvel into like Mockingbird, Ant-Man, Arrow.
You won't need this anymore.
Apocalypse, what else? Dig. Swarm, wow. So they're... Wow. Pretty good. That left lane is devastating. Do we ever snap to make Hydra Bob pop mid? You can escape hatch if your bad cards get stuck. Yeah. Kind of like a Nihilus is for like the goblins. Ah, we should have snapped to move Hydra Bob mid. I shouldn't have wimped out. Oh, no. I guess since they won Baxter building, it didn't matter. They had the extra +4. They hit probably the ideal role. It's interesting that they're running a rogue in their discard deck, though. I wonder which one of the discard cards they cut for it. Full on night stream? Yes, Lacey. We're doing a full overnight stream, going as long as we possibly can. Probably another, I'd say 10 hours is what I would kind of guesstimate. There should be an emote begging to allow you to finish your combo. Yeah. I won't retreat, or I won't snap. Just please let me get all of it down. Next up we have Blub. See if we can get a few cubes off of Blub. So the monster helps us with the full fill of the locations. Okay, Bishop lets us discount Mockingbird further. When will you sleep? We'll find time. But whenever my daughter wakes up, we're gonna spend the day tomorrow with my mom. And so I'll probably squeeze in a nap around midday hopefully whenever they go down for a nap. Go Marvel Boy right. Really want to play this deck, but missing a lot of Series 5. Which ones from this are you missing? Because you can do it without Kyera. You can do it without Silver Sable. Kate Bishop is nice, but you could probably do it without her as well. Hope the family and you is doing well. We are doing well. My wife is out of town, if you guys didn't know. She's helping down in Florida for those impacted by the hurricane. So that means it's just me and the two kiddos for the next long while. Instead of Khazar, I think we go ahead and do like him, Arrow, Ant-Man, something like maybe Grapple Arrow right, or Grapple Arrow left, just depending on if we do Blue Marvel yet or not. W wife, yeah, I'm like it's definitely tough for us, but it's also really tough for those that were impacted. So I'm proud of her for going and taking care of business. Could do Shanna. But maybe it's like a Blue Marvel. Next turn would be like Shanna, Mockingbird. Fill up the rest. Not a huge push in the left lane, though. Missing Kate, Marvel Boy, Kyera, ooh, Gilgamesh. Okay. I was gonna say almost all of those it can do fine, except for Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is like probably the one unreplaceable one. So it's not directly part of her job. She services a branch. She services a like a set of jobs in Tampa typically, and so she isn't required to go down there, but she wanted to go to help out, not only make sure that those that she works with are up and running, but they're also doing stuff in the evenings to help like the broader area as well. When you help others, you'll get good karma. Yeah. Very selfless of her. Ooh, the big Ajax. We're not going to be able to win this one, but we do finish filling up all 4 locations. Wow, that's actually a lot closer in mid than I would have anticipated. We could have shifted the Mockingbird over there instead of the Martyr. Had the extra +4. It still wouldn't have quite been there, but it was very, very close. And it only cost us 2 cubes, and we should be done with the Zoo deck. The real pain point of missing S5 and Zoo are Mockingbird and Marvel Boy is also a pretty big one. So we do have Aranya in that deck, so we're gonna go with the Activate. Ugh, I hate seeing all of the 8 cubers because those are so grueling to be able to go through. Those are usually, I use my 3 skips on the 8 cubers each week, and the rest I just make do with. All right, let's go with the small moves a little bit more. In theory, you could possibly splice in a Collector Devil Dino plan. Could, but depending on how you curved it out, it might get awkward. I should take those into Proving Grounds. Me too, but it takes so long to do them still for like the amount of points that you get. That's definitely not fun. I have 8 keys. Do you think Scorn is worth? I enjoy discard at times. Scorn is definitely good in discard, but that's about the only place you're gonna see it. So, like if it's not something that you really enjoy discard, then it might be that it's a potential skip. So, we don't have a huge output from the Agent Venom, but I think we're going to go ahead and use it. Gambit's deck. Wait. A deck for Gambit? Yeah, a deck for Gambit with Scorn is... Scorn goes really well with the Gambit stuff. Do you think they have a Killmonger or any other way to reach into Sanctum Sanctorum? Otherwise, it's like this. We can always move like a dagger or something over to the right. We could even do this, get Vulture left, get Vulture mid. Next turn, probably like a Havoc Sage. I love this game, but I've never reached... Oh, I missed the ads. I apologize, you guys. Everything about the Alliance quests are pretty boring. Yeah, but I do like that they have positioned it in a way that it's easier to do a little more naturally. With the vision. We probably need to do something like this. The last turn would be a Sage, and maybe Sage, like, Strange. Sage Ghost Spider could be a play. It's crazy in Volt to see Wong Gambit in one turn. They keep hitting Scorn. Yeah, the Wong Gambit can be a really big pain. I love watching this game instead of playing it. Yeah, it's one of those that... Ooh, we almost lost. Ooh, we almost lost our Madam Web. There's several games that I'm the exact same way on, where I enjoy watching them, but don't really have fun when I play it. 2-4, this is 2-4-6. Be 3, or it'll be 1, like 2. Eesh. But Havoc does scale in the left lane. Where do we give that up and just bite the bullet, just go Sage? Say we win right lane, the left lane, I'm hoping the Havoc scaling is enough.
Victory.
I have several games that I like, kind of like that, Lacey, where I like to watch them, but either like it's frustrating. So League of Legends, for one, like I like watching the worlds for League of Legends. Don't enjoy playing it anymore. It's just one of those games that like it takes too much time to perform at a high level, and it's super stressful, and like the overall environment is relatively toxic. So I would much rather just watch like the super competitive pieces. I do the same thing for RuneScape, old school RuneScape. It's a game that I played hours and hours and hours. I probably lost a couple of years of my life playing that game, but it is a big time sink, and I no longer have that time to be able to sync. And so instead of trying to do the grind or like play it passively, because I know that if I'm like, I'll just play it a little bit, then all of a sudden I have like an Excel spreadsheet of all of the goals that I'm going to be working on and when I'm going to be working on them. And so then I get brought way into it very, very fast. So instead, I just watch other people that can commit large portions of their time to it. And I enjoy just about the same. Did Escape from Tarkov and Rust for me. Escape from Tarkov was one that I never actually got into, but I know that had I got into it, it was one that was fun enough that I probably would have sank a large amount of time into. We either go Dagger, maybe it's just like Aranya, Dagger, go Human Torch. We could also go Human Torch, Havoc, which I think is probably fine. Next turn we can go with the Dagger Aranya maneuver. Name, I can't play casual. I'm always invested. Yeah, yep. Any game that I pick up, it's like an all or nothing type of thing. It's very hard for me to just stay like lightly casual. That is a big Craven, unfortunately. The last card we played was the Havoc, right? Yeah. Do this. Next turn, probably looking at a Ghost Spider Sage kind of tandem. That's what I would imagine for this. I always come Palava. I always come for the drops and stay for the chat. I just watch the vids to learn how to play, but I enjoy TLSG stuff the most. Thank you so much, Palava. So the arrow to the left does rip our Havoc over there. Now have a decent lead in mid. If they snapped into Hydra Bob, or maybe a Magneto. Magneto would move Vulture, right? I think we're going to commit to left and right instead. Kingpin, oof. Cannonball shoving the Havoc back over to the right. But I think that's fine, because it's going to scale up more. Right? Yeah, and with the Sage, we'll win left, we'll win right. Lacey said it's so calm and chill in here. It is. And so Union, it's...
Victory.
all together for the command. And so if you download it and check it out, any milestones or progress that you make in it, each one that you hit is the sponsor pays like a premium for, as you know, whatever progress the new users make. So if you do check it out, it does help support me and support the content. But if not, completely understand. You gonna stream for 12? I'm gonna stream until my daughter wakes up. So typically that's in around 10 more hours. And so yeah, I'm gonna push for maybe a 12. What do you think of Scream and Bully Move? I like it. I like Scream as a card. I like the Disrupt move. I think it works well on certain matchups, but it's one that it definitely has limitations. I assume that I can't do it. Yeah, if you've already like played it on your phone, you wouldn't be able to like use the link and re-download it. Go ahead and stage out our Aranya. Golden Dragon with the exact same question. And then Plastic Automation said, "Hey TLSG, how go things? Do you see any actual use case for Agony?"
Hey,
Destroy.
welcome. It took you long enough.
Like Deadpool Destroy, maybe Phoenix Force. But that's honestly about as far as I can see like good value. Oh no, I roped them too long. I apologize, Glitter. We may have an upset viewer come in. If so, if you pop in, I apologize for roping. Usually it's only on the first couple of turns, and then I get my act together. And then Red X, Guilty Yarn? Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Glitter, you said I had stream open. No, accidentally sniped. No, you're okay, Glitter. You could have paused it and exited out. Would have been absolutely fine. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't upset that I played the first couple of turns kind of slowly. Accidental sniper, it happens. I just created a 5 million power Black Panther. Those are always nice to see. I saw that Dexter lost a game. He had like, I want to say it was like multiple millions, and then the other person just played Legion into negative zone. He lost. Let's do. Actually, let's just skip here. Ghost Pump, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. He said, "Look at the goat." You actually said it right. I try my very best.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
To say them correctly. It doesn't always happen, but I do try my very, very best. So we could do, actually, I like this a lot. We could do double Iron Fist. Human Torch goes, comes back, and then duplicates that higher power version, right? We also have the Doctor Strange to lean into, the Ghost Spider. So I think we should have a massive torch here. And then GG Super Me, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us to 13 for the day.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Said you're one mission reset away from Agony. Oh, the agony you must be feeling about that. So the Spider-Man does shift our cards around, unfortunately. Hey TLSG, how are you? I'm good, Julian. Hopefully you're doing good as well. So big Human Torch coming into play. Gonna shift over to the right as well. Into what, the 30 power? No, 25. Just the 25. It's a small 25 power. Double Ghost Spider. If they don't have a way to deal with that, he elevates so quickly. So it's actually 20. It's just in Nidavellir. But Ghost Spider will pull it here, jump somewhere else, pulls it elsewhere. And then next turn we can throw a Doctor Strange so we can make sure they're separated. Big man thing. We may have to worry about a Shadow King. Double Shadow King might be a concern. Oh, the second Ghost Spider pulls Ghost Spider. Unfortunate. I thought it pulled Human Torch again. Not feeling tired yet? I'm gonna be here till I'm tired, maybe 6 a.m. Yeah, no, I'm not feeling tired yet. I typically don't like fall asleep until about like 3 or 4 hours from now anyways. And usually it's not like dead tired at that point. It's just go to bed cause. I think we double Cosmo. Double Cosmo, call it a day. Hope that we can get the second Cosmo to land in Nidavellir. That would be the most ideal thing. Cosmo? Yeah, Cosmo's going to be the bestest of boys here. Did you ever do that 100 day on the new account? So I finished up to day 98 and then I lost my hard drive. I didn't lose it. I knew where it was at. It just got it fried. Like it. Oof. The double hazmat no proc is unfortunate. Fortunate for us, unfortunate for them. But if they do have a Shadow King, they dominate this lane. Can't really do much here about it. So I mean, we might as well like lean all the way in to mid. Hope that they don't have the Shadow King. That's their biggest concern right now. Oh, Cosmo's a female? Is it really? Well, she's the bestest of girls then. I thought in the MCU movies it was a boy dog, but maybe I was wrong. Oh, in the movie it was female, but in the comics it was male. So Cosmo is both. Cosmo uses she, her. Okay, we'll respect the she, her. We do end up forcing the retreat. Their Ajax wouldn't have been very big, and so I don't know if it would have overpowered the right lane or the left. Cosmo was based on a real dog, the one in Russia. And so Ghost Pump, I ended up, my hard drive fried before I got to edit the last of the 100 days. So I want to revisit the series. I didn't mean to get distracted and not answer you. I want to revisit the series, but I actually, when I came back to creating content, I recorded for 30 days on a new account, and I realized that the experience is almost exactly the same, except for now you want to engage with the booster shop, and you start facing humans a lot earlier. But those were the only like differences or changes. And so I'm hoping, I may be coping, but I'm hoping that they have some kind of change that causes the acquisition system to like be shifted majorly for either new, returning, or all players, so that whenever I re-record, it's like a different experience altogether. So cloning vats is decent. We can get a kind of a cool Aranya thing going. We play 2 Aranyas into a double move of Human Torch. We copy the doubled up or the powered up Human Torch. And Iron Fist wouldn't work because cloning vats is in the far left, but otherwise we should be okay. John's Waste, he said, I've got so much mileage out of those 50 bits. I've been on the scroll for days. You have. From the 50 bits. We don't get a lot of bit donations. And so you you definitely got a lot of mileage out of it. I did actually turn on, I think it's text to speech. For, I don't remember what the limit was. It runs through stream elements for like certain amounts or certain values. How's your collection level? 27,000? It took a couple of years to get here. I just had 50 on my account, so I figured I'd send them your way. Well, I appreciate it, John. So, shift once up to 8, and then I think to 22. 21 because of Xandar from there. And the beautiful thing, we get a copy of the Human Torch. So now you can always play around with like Doctor Strange, like move him here, move him here. have another one that can summon him back to the right. As long as they don't have a way to deal with this, then I think we just win. But Shifty, so my collection level is so high. I've played since like the day it was announced for closed beta. I was able to fortunately get into that. Made eye contact with the Human Torch. I messed up. Okay, oof. I diverted my eyes quick enough. The eye tracking missed. But with all of the gambits, never mind. It's not gonna matter. That Human Torch is cooked. Oh no. No? He's still standing, you guys. If I had a soundboard with that song queued up, I'd absolutely blast it right now. He's the sole survivor. I'd be fuming. They did discard several cards. Their collector gets bumped up tremendously, but it's super unfortunate. I feel like maybe I don't know. Do we leave Human Torch here? Pull him over to the right? Probably a pull over to the right, yeah?
Flame on!
And then we get a copy of it. We can do Iron Fist into Human Torch. Pulls here at 40, and then copies down here.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Goodness. One goes right, one goes left. What, with the Doctor Strange? And then C2 Enjoyer, thank you so much for the 1 month at tier 1. That does get us that much closer to the Partner Plus status. One goes right, one goes left, then Fist. Yeah.
Supreme.
So we'll Fist next turn, and then we'll play the Human Torch into Bar Sinister. So one goes left, the rest go mid. But I'm assuming that they can't deal with the 161 power Human Torch. And so we do get the retreat. I can't believe he survived. He saw some warfare. He came out on the positive side of it. The double Orania like definitely paid off. Definitely paid off in that one. Ooh, nice. Another activate mission. I love when they line up like that. And it looks like Maximilian Dude is now live on Snap. He runs a lot of like Street Fighter stuff. So he's definitely got promoted to be here, but cool that it's cool that they're trying to get the exposure for more players to join the game. I just wish they would have maybe did it after like an acquisition system change came about. Or something that really was able to entice new people to join in that haven't already. Yeah, it's the hashtag ad. They had Pirate Software earlier. They had quite a few others. I hadn't heard of the other ones as much, but they were pretty substantially sized. So they've had quite a few people in and around. And then Julian said, "Do you spend money on the game? Be honest. And if so, how much? Don't have to be exact." Ooh, it is zombie, isn't it, Slicks? So I have spent money on the game. I don't spend as much now. I spend very little now. But back whenever it was early beta, it was a lot harder to keep up with cards. They should get XQC and Kai. I think those might be outside of their budgets. Maybe not, but Kai's would be. Kai's would be wild. That would cost them a lot. Ah, okay. Well, we lost the Iron Fist.
What a game.
The 3 and G. I misordered it. But we lost the guys anyways. Yeah, we're probably going to retreat out of this one. I don't think we have a shot anymore. Yeah, we Cosmoed the Iron Fist, so now it's not going to move, unfortunately. And so, Julian, I'd say that I've probably spent in total... realistically, maybe like 3,000. But I've been playing it for 3 years. The last probably year and a half, it's only been like season passes, except for when I came back. 10,000? I don't think it was 10,000. I think it was probably closer to like 3, maybe 4. But I could be grossly underestimating it. So the early days, it used to cost almost like $100 in gold to be able to like get the next Series 3 or Series 4. So when when Series 4 and 5 first came out, that was the case. And can't grow in the left. Yeah, we can't really do a whole lot.
Flame on!
Unless they just can't beat the Orca. If that's the case. Do we ever Ghost Spider the Orca over? I think it's kind of funny. We're going to give it a shot. Oh, no, they did do both. And they have priority.
Enough said, bub.
Jeff said he spent thousands. Yeah. So he spent a lot more than he had to keep collection complete. Because he's pushing everything to all gold. So he could definitely have done it a lot cheaper. Like he's definitely whaled out. For me, I've always been pretty frugal about what I'm spending on. Like I don't spend on variants. I don't spend on anything in game unless it's a good value for like progression wise. So like there's a lot of bundles that I skip on. Or even when I was spending, I would skip on unless it was just like a really good ratio. Otherwise, like I would pass on them. And so now that I'm pretty much collection complete, I can keep up with just buying the season pass each month and then maxing out my progress. And so right now, or for the last, until I took my break, it was probably the last like 6 or 7 months of the game, it was just season pass only. And that's where we're back up to now. What was your job before switching over to full-time streaming? It was data analytics. And so I looked at a whole bunch of metrics and numbers and data sets, and I formatted them into like dashboards. I used different queries and codes to extract what we needed from the databases, and I would present those to the leadership team. Will you change your name to TLSG, full-time stream guy? Maybe. Maybe. Nyla, you said I'm a data scientist, and I don't blame you. The data analyst role is way more tedious. Yes, and so as far as the jobs that I've had, data analytics was definitely one of the better ones, because I've done like I was an HR business partner at Amazon, and so I ran a warehouse. And you see the worst of people in that role. Like, you go into work and it's just always the negative. And so it's really hard to go in and like have a light spirit. And so it always felt like just a sea of, because it's like harassment claims, retaliation stuff, like racial claims, and just you see the worst of every situation. And you have to take it as like at face value and investigate everything the same. But it was very trying. And so as far as like the jobs I've had, data analytics was not bad. It was like you said though, very tedious. And so there would be times where I wouldn't have a whole lot to do. Other times where it was, we need 15 reports in the next hour. And if it's not pulled in a proper way or the request is vague, then it comes back and looks bad on us and the team. And so it was a very weird balancing act of being able to do it quickly and then being able to get them what they need in the time they need it. Power BI, yes. A lot of Power BI dashboards and reports. I used a lot of SQL as well for mine. But today was my last day, and so no longer in that lifestyle. What if they discarded on their end? Just the swarms? Congrats. Thank you, Palava. Data is fun. That's not good for your mental well-being. The business partner role? Yeah, definitely not. And I'm someone that definitely does not have like a high stress. Like I'm very easygoing for the most part. So it definitely did not fit well. I think it's something like this. We leave Vulture here. We push whatever they want to play over here. So like a Modoc, maybe we shift it into... Oh, it's not the last turn. In that case, we just move the Iron Fist. Do we do the Juggernaut this turn? I think we hold it. Ah, it's gonna be the Modoc. No, we should have went with it. You're easygoing? Yeah. I mean, for the most part. It stresses my wife out because she's a worrier. And I'll like kind of like casually stroll through things. So it stresses her out to no end. We would have to Vulture. Have any chance of winning left. I guess depending on what they discarded, the Collector might be fine. This goes up to 19. We go up to 23. I should have moved the Cosmo last turn over to the right. Now that I think about it. Actually, Havoc is the highest power one, which wouldn't be able to pull it back to mid. So in that case, I think we just throw this as is, and then we hope for the best. I think we probably lose this one, but let's see. Netflix is the data business. All wives are warriors. It's their job for some reason. I mean, because if she doesn't worry, then nobody in the family worries, and that stresses her out even more. I work as a chef or painter. Jobs can be so diverse. Yes, Dark Nizzle. So I'd be curious to know how you got, or do you have just like 2 roles? And so like you do chef part-time and then painter part-time. If so, I've never been on the like creative side. I've always envied people that could like look at a canvas and then just make cool stuff happen. But that's just never been my like strong suit. Like I look at numbers and I understand numbers, but I couldn't paint to save my life. Like when I draw, it's like stick figures. It's about as far as I can go. What's up? You said I'm also a Dota analyst for Dota 2. Really, what's up? I just found myself between part-time jobs. I think I need to be creative. And Slick said data is everywhere. Even as a I missed ads. I apologize. I meant to run one in between there. Even as a network engineer, dealing with data can be strenuous. Yeah. Because it becomes so cumbersome at a certain point because it's you're dealing with such large data sets that like typical means to sort through it become inefficient. You said TLSG Arsham deck.
Hey,
good for
welcome.
climb.
It took you long enough.
Yeah, Arsham decks are decent. You have to kind of be patient with them because they can sometimes kind of fluctuate or falter. But for the most part, I'd say they're pretty good. And then Nile, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 15. 15 for the day.
I am reborn.
So we get an Aranya into like Iron Fist, Human Torch going. Would not be awful. And that way, when we switch hands, we're only gonna switch like, actually. Whoa, what's the Wong for? The snap may have been the Wong decision. So they could be going, I don't know, Gambit. Oof. Well, we'll see. All right, so we can go Iron Fist. Human Torch, Human Torch, Human Torch. Oh, wait. Where do we want the Human Torch to land? We have the Ghost Spider as well. Like into Ghost Spider, into Havoc. We have we'll be able to get their Apocalypse unless they can change this location. It's Nile. Oh, I'm sorry. So Nile, I'll try to remember that one. And then John's Wasted Life. I apologize for the ads. They ran mid-game. I'm doing an awful job of catching that. They do have the magic. So now we are at their mercy because we dumped our hand. Nile, that's small world. I live in the Houston area. So like a small offshoot about 20 to 30 minutes away from it. Wait, you need 300 subs per month for 3 consecutive months? If you want the 30-60 split. So Lacey, it has to be paid subs. So that's where they kind of get you. It can't be gifted and it can't be prime. And so the number that counts for that 300 would be only like tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 subs. Tier 1 is 1 point. I believe tier 2 is 3 and tier 3 is 6 points or something like that. Nila, you said really do a meetup. It would be cool to meet some of you guys at some point. I'm gonna retreat out of this one. I don't think there's a chance that we overpower because they could set up a like Gambit into Odin. I don't know. I don't want to deal. I don't want to deal with it.
Hey, welcome.
Commodore Perspicuous. That's the one I'm going to go with. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. Level 1, yeah, level 1 is 100 subs for the 60/40. And so last month, I think we hit 127 points to it. And this month, we're hovering just over 50 so far. I grew up in Friendswood. If you Houstonians know where that is, it's a small world that we have so many Houstonians in the chat. I have a coworker whose spouse worked at NASA, or I guess still does. Serious. I actually I graduated from the Spring area. It's a super small world. It's so funny. Of all the places we run into each other, it's in one of these chats. Have you done any Agony gameplay? You're part of Klein? Yeah. Yeah, I lived near the Klein Collins, just the entire Klein branch is what I lived near. But no, I haven't done any Agony gameplay. I don't have it quite yet. I wasn't super wowed by the possible play lines with it. And so I haven't pushed to grind. I'm close to unlocking it. You're by the Galleria. I'm close to that area. I'm right off the Houston area. Is where I currently live. But we did move away from Spring. We don't live near there anymore. Is everything big in Texas? Nah, probably not. We could set up a Human Torch Sage and just continue playing the Sage, which isn't awful value. But as far as big things in Texas, HEB and Buc-ee's are probably like the biggest like cult-like following things I've been accustomed to since I became a Texan. It's a gas station and a grocery store for anybody that doesn't know. HEB's is a grocery store. Buc-ee's is a giant gas station. I think we struggled to win this one. They have the Madam Web down. They got the movement early, and so it becomes really tough to really do much against that. You can try the Iron Fist, Human Torch, Ghost Spider, Havoc approach, and then we get a 4-power Human Torch. Still not that big. HEB and Buc-ee's is definitely the top two. Yeah, it's definitely the top two that if you've been in anywhere near the Texas area, like you probably know of them. What are your thoughts on the upcoming super new season pass? I don't know. We know so little about it that I don't have a great gauge of it. Cosmo was big, so we definitely retreat out of this one. They have a copy of the Cosmo too. So I don't think there's a lot that we're going to be able to do here. If they didn't do the Cosmo, we could possibly Sage here.
Flame on!
Even if they did Cosmo, we might be okay. We can give it a shot. Did you figure out what Agony will be used for? From what I've seen or felt, no. No, we haven't. The Agony moving the dagger was huge. Oh, we have a Cosmo there. What are we doing with the Sage? Of course we can't do our own reveals. We actually tie that lane though, and then win the point differential. He will take it. Yeah, no, he didn't play the Human Torch directly here. He moved it over. I cannot believe that we were able to push for that win. I feel like we fumbled most of the way through. But just getting the one Sage trigger and then copy was big enough. A great pride scene. I haven't seen or heard of any like I guess any like big like parades. Where I used to live, they had like a really big thing like one time a year where it was like this very big known event. I haven't seen anything of that here. It just may be that I'm not like near enough or maybe not around like the downtown life, because I assume somewhere in like Houston would be where you would probably see a lot of it. Oh, in terms of like safety and the whole adoption, yeah. And so in that case, yes, there's a lot of support for it, which I'm glad that they have that here. Wait, it does? It has one of the largest ones in the US? So I guess I'm definitely not hanging around the crowds that would maybe know about that. What do we destroy on their end? Heimdall and Craven, both decent hits for us. So we can use that to kind of gauge how we follow up the rest of the game. We can always move Human Torch into the rickety bridge, but never mind. We don't want to do that. That would be wild. Only thing I know about Houston is the NFL team. I'm in Canada. And we haven't had a great... I don't think we've had a great NFL team in a minute, unfortunately. We had a pretty good basketball team for a while, the Rockets. And then the Astros for baseball always kill it. Wait, we do? I haven't been following football this year. That was always kind of my dad's thing.
Victory.
Are they really knee? Lay? I didn't mean to shorten your name. Nile. The Rockets were the best. I never cared for Harden like all that much, because that's the Rockets where like I remember them being pretty good. It feels like regular season he was always able to really perform, but when it came down to like those pressure playoff games, he would kind of lock up and not perform like he had the rest of the season. Coming from someone that can't make a 5-foot shot, but it always seemed like when it was like really came down to it, he didn't like pull it the rest of the way through because he had no support. Maybe. Oh yes, so I actually got to see Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming play whenever I like first moved to Texas.
Flame on!
I think it was my favorite team at the time was the Suns. Was the Phoenix Suns. I loved the style of like run and gun that they had. And so I got tickets to that game, and it was the weird period where they had brought Shaq in as their like big man for the Phoenix Suns, and it just didn't fit with their play style. But so I got to see like Steve Nash before he retired. Shaq, I got to see him play. So even though none of them were in their prime at that time, it was good to see them. Yeah, and Kobe, I didn't like Kobe's kind of like cocky attitude. He probably earned the right to have that because he put in the work. But as like it always, for somebody that's like, if I'm playing a sport, like it's that kind of attitude that always makes me like nervous or uneasy. And so I never like connected with him, but he was a phenomenal player. So it was definitely a really big loss for him. I worked at Crate and Barrel in downtown Houston, and yeah, I would come in all the time. Really, John? All right, so I think I don't know. I don't know where to play. I've been too distracted. Let's go ahead and I guess activate Aranya. No, we're gonna miss
Flame on!
something like that. You clearly were a Spurs fan. Who, me? I did like Tim Duncan. I liked how like he wasn't like he would do an incredible plays, but it wasn't like a rub it in your face style of game. So I did like the Spurs. They were a very, very good team in their prime. They had a really long good run too. You're so distracting. No, that's fine. That's what we're here for. That's why I like streaming so much. I like the chat and being able to interact with you guys in that real time. Because like doing the videos, I don't get to do that. Steph Curry is he has a killer shot. One of the best long range shooters I think I've seen. Surprised Dunkin' Donuts hasn't gotten Tim Duncan to do some commercials. I mean, a missed opportunity, really. Greatest shooter in history, yeah.
Power must be controlled.
Man, we're sitting on a whole bunch of rocks here.
Opponent snapped.
I mean, if they need a marketing guy, it could be that it's outside of their budget.
Escaped.
But I do think if they do go for that direction, they should try and get him. So let's see. We're still doing okay with the deck. We're hovering around a 60% win rate with it, but the cube rate is relatively low. So I probably need to maybe snap a bit more, either aggressively whenever we have a good lineup.
Snap.
We have the Agent Venom 1-2, which is why I snapped it. We have the Agent Venom 1-2. We have a couple of our big move pieces, and we can typically fill up Mojo World pretty easily. So we can guarantee that the Human Torch goes to the right lane with an Iron Fist and then Human Torch played in mid. So it'll push over to the left and it'll have to move somewhere else other than Ant Maze. So it'll go to the far right. So Avranya's pretty enticing too. Doing the like Aranya activate into playing here, move to the right, and then fall all the way to the left. It's also pretty impressive. Maybe we just save the Aranya. Do like Iron Fist, Human Torch move into Aranya mid. Do you have all the cards? The only one I'm missing now as of this week after I picked up Shaw, it was this week, right? After I picked up Sebastian Shaw is Cole Obsidian. And so more or less collection complete. Morbius here is a bit scary. They've discarded it was Scorn, right? Yeah. We can activate Aranya, push it to the right, pull it to the left. And it's pretty big, and we can compete pretty heavily in Mojo World. And then Mystic Bingle said, "Hey TLSG, I just got off work. Good to see you. How's the stream going?" It's going well so far, Mystic Bingle. So I actually streamed about 6 hours earlier. Took about a 2-hour break. Ooh, Gambit kind of scary. That's making up for the good luck we had on the previous one that survived. Fortunate. They did lose their Modok though, so that's good to see. Go with this. But the stream itself is going well. I ended it for about 2 hours to go pick up and spend time with my daughter, and we were headed to the park, and she fell asleep before we got there. So, we have 4 cards. I don't think they can get rid of all of them. Maybe we I don't know. Maybe we gamble with the extra +2 in the right lane, or we just throw dagger here. I feel like it's a tough win. Collector Swarm, Scorn. So it's just the one card that they have. So it's a Proxima. And a Proxima jumps over to the right. Ugh, it was close. Had Human Torch not got sniped, we would have been fine. But the stream itself is going well. And then Mighty Mo said, I love discards so much I bought Scorn with tokens. Great card, just spat Spotlight. Yeah, the Spotlight's not great. Scorn, I think, is definitely auto-include in like regular discard. It's just if you don't like discard, then it's not a huge win. And then Rue Fizzy. He said, how is it that a content creator does not have all the cards? That just shows how hard it is to keep up. So I took a like a 7-month break, Rue Fizzy, and so like I could have all the cards. I could spend a little bit. I have the tokens to get the last card. It's just it's not an impactful one. Like it's Coal Obsidian. I can most of the time replace it with Crossbones and be about the same. So I just haven't purchased that last one. But so right now, really all I have to pay in on is the season pass each month, and I'm typically able to get enough progress that that's all that I need to do to be able to keep up with the new releases. And then Julian said, in what state do you live? I live in Texas. So we have the Atelan. So Aranya moved to the right, and then like a Ghost Spider to pull it. We're going to be potentially fishing for Madam Web. Can you keep up with keys as well? Yeah, so that's typically how I keep up with the collection, is keeping up with keys. So through the season pass, through like maxing the rewards on Conquest, on like your daily weeklies, your infinite ladder grind, and then now the alliances, I've been able to keep up relatively well. Like there's a couple of times where it's pretty close. Like this week, it took me 4 keys. There will be other weeks in the future that it'll only take 1, so it'll balance itself out. But at least for now, most of the time I'm able to keep up with it pretty well. We can do Sage next turn, do like a Doctor Strange left. Then we can start looking to protect some of those cards with maybe a Cosmo. Love me a good Tuesday for the Alliance rewards. Mighty Mo, I do enjoy seeing the Alliance rewards come through. We can always do this. We shift the Human Torch over. We play Madam Web. It does hurt us here. Realistically, we're probably going to keep the Human Torch in the left lane. But it at least adds that element of uncertainty so that they don't know for sure that that's what we're going for. Excited for that red web border? Me too. Because otherwise I would never have one. But I am excited for that one. Then what cards are you excited about? There's a lot of them in like November that look really, really good that I'm excited about. If we do this, this is only 2. They could potentially just do something big here, maybe. Try this. Try Human Torch move to the far right. I don't think just the 4 from Havoc would win it. So we would need something like this and get kind of lucky. I love a free border. I love a free border within reason. Toxin Week is going to be bounce fest for sure. I'm excited for Surtur. Surtur sounds crazy. Gore, the King, I think it's King Eitri. Sounds kind of cool in like a Hammer Bros style of deck as a backup for like your Jane Foster. And then there were a few others that sounded pretty good. So Frigga being a 3 cost, I think is huge for her. Yeah, we're not we're not gonna win here. We definitely won the right lane. About it. the +4 actually, would it have been enough of the Havoc, right? No. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, wouldn't have quite been enough. So our power ended up stacking a little bit into the Human Torch. We didn't have another move card that really got elevated. Gore with Agent Venom though. Gore with Agent Venom, Gore with negative. All gonna be incredibly strong. And I think Gore already is in a spot that he's gonna feel pretty strong. All right, so with the play 5
Epic.
cross cards, we probably pivot decks here. We run a little bit more Agent Hawk. Yeah, let's do Agent Hawk. And then Lupa, you said you're back. I'm guessing. Oh wait, I have to run an ad. I'm out of snoozes, so I have to run an ad. I keep forgetting. You said the fact that Gore starts with negative must mean he'll be insane. Yes. So I think he'll very consistently be like a lane winning card by himself. Has the new card? I actually don't have the new card yet. We're about 2 refreshes off. But we're gonna run a quick set of ads and then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. What's your favorite high voltage deck? Living Tribunal is the one that I've been enjoying the most. I don't think it's it's probably not as strong as like the Black Panther stuff, like a ramp, no ramp deck. So like Black Panther, Wong, Arnim Zola, Odin, Eliath stuff. But I enjoyed it a little bit more. It gives me some like cheeky ways to position power that's not as like linear. Any codes? Codes for like giveaways, D? Is Ryan here? I haven't seen Ryan in the chat. Shenanigans. Are you talking about the PAX giveaways? I haven't seen Ryan. Or at least not today. It's been a couple of weeks since I saw him. You said Ryan? He's headed this way. Hey. Are we talking about the PAX code? The PAX one he works with, I believe, Penny Arcade.
I found the rock.
We are code friends. The PAX guy, yeah. I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. He did give me some codes a while back to give out, and so we gave those away and had a good time with it. I hate how they did Gore dirty in the movies. They didn't do him justice. Yeah, he tried what he could with it, but it was a kind of an uncompelling character, unfortunately, the way that he was written out. Ooh, so they skip after the forge. So I was thinking it was, oh, never mind. I was thinking it was like a brood stuff, but it's Dexter. So there's no telling. It's definitely not going to be that easy to judge what he's running. Like one person claimed. Wait, said Ryan dropped 20 codes in Alex's chat. With 34 viewers, they got snatched up. Yeah. Oh, he just like came in and like dropped them in the chat itself. That's wild. He's giving them out like candy at this point. And so I'm sure it was a mixture of people that got them, but absolutely wild. And then he said he was coming to your chat to do the same. And so is that why we got a little bit of a surge of people jumping over and checking it out? All right, with Shuri here, kind of unfortunate. 200 people showed up. Did we? We didn't jump that much, did we? We may have. It may have been 200 people that loaded up the second stream. And so, as far as I know, I haven't seen him yet. Could still be on his way, though. Almost. So the Shuri into skip is a little concerning. So if it's Galactus, what, like 12 power here? As long as we can beat 12 power in the other lanes, then something like this should work. Is it almost 200 since you joined? Yeah, but it's been a while since you joined. What are the codes for? So for the PAX card back is what Ryan typically don't Juggernaut mid. How come? Why wouldn't we Juggernaut mid? He had the Shuri lined up. He had the Shuri into skip.
Victory.
And so it gives us the free win there. I don't understand why we wouldn't. Oh, you wanted to see you wanted us to kneel. Okay. I understand now. Because the Galactus was protected with Warrior's Fall, which was nice. I guess once Kyera came through, it wouldn't be protected, but sorry I disappointed you, Adeko. Would have been funny, I think. Yeah, but Dexter beat us earlier, so we had to get back on the winning side of things. We have the other 5 cost, and then Destroy's not fantastic here. I'm gonna drop one of these win 8 cube matches. Another Destroy though. And so it may have jumped up about 200, and then they, I guess, decided that he was that he wasn't going to join. So after he has joined in the past. I just haven't seen him this time around. After this one, I can show you the card back that he was, or that he typically gives away. And so there's an exclusive card back for. It used to be for only those that attended PAX, but he was part of the team that made them. And he has a lot of codes that he's able to give away for it. So he's been giving them away to several different creators, which I think is incredibly nice. But the only way to get the codes for it is to either win them or get it from PAX. So they're and it's a pretty sleek looking card back. It's one of my favorites. He's a real one. He is Dylan. The first time he popped in here, I didn't know who he was, and he kind of chatted around a bit, and then said, "Hey, do you want some PAX card backs?" And I didn't have one at the time. Were you offered? In the past, I have been, but I haven't talked to him in a couple of weeks. It's been a little bit. Yeah. So he's part of the group that generates the codes. Let's go something like Cosmo Korg. We can fit an Iron Man into the left lane. The Widow's Bite's unfortunate.
Hey man, I'm cool.
They have potentially a Hawk. Otherwise, I think they have much else. This goes up to 34. Which without something else big or committing like their Hawk to this lane, I think is a tough win.
I am Iron Man.
Could do, okay, Echo, but it came down too late, beautifully. Get a Jug right to hopefully get for free. Good. Yeah, we can do like
Victory.
Angela, Rock, Juggernaut, right? Yeah, the Echo would have been devastating. But luckily we had priority going into that turn. Otherwise, we were at their mercy. You said you love Iron Man? What do you mean, Darthinos? I actually don't run Iron Man all that much, but with Agent Venom, he's amazing with Agent Venom. At this point, high voltage is for that Iron Man variant. Oh, you had so many boosters? Okay. maybe I can't hide it anymore. Iron Man has always been great in decks that I've typically enjoyed, so like negative. Negative Iron Man goes hand in hand with it, and I've enjoyed like negative decks for quite a while. He also used to be really good in, it was like a serotonin deck where you would use Sarah and then you could flood all kinds of good value stuff on the last turn. He fit into that really well, so I've played him quite a bit. I'll see how many boosters I have for it though. What card do you not have yet, but you really want? So I have, as far as released cards, I have just about all of them so far. As far as unreleased cards, I think Surtur is one that I'm looking forward to a lot. Gore is also one that I think is going to be pretty scary, but pretty impressive at the same time. Keep a deck list journal? I don't. I guess through Untapped, whenever I play on the computer, it keeps kind of a log of like all the things that I've tried and like how I performed with them. Ooh, and put the card back, the PAX card back. Yeah, we can do that. And so we get no value from Mystique this game other than maybe like a Cosmo. Do we tempt fate again? Do we send Cassandra Nova in to fight the battles in Quantum Tunnel again?
Oh, snap.
Do it. I mean, we may pull it. We may pull it back out at some point. We have 2 turns to be able to find it. Either rotate into it or find it. We are going to go Cosmo mid because I think they probably try to do like a Beast to pull Sage back in. Maybe they try to do Falcon somewhere. And that'll be able to help block that one. But we have a hard time winning mid. Even if that goes off. Like if the Beast gets stuck. Beast is definitely coming. That is a beautiful Beast. And so now we need 8 power there. It's not awful, I suppose. We have the Kitty Pride, scale it by 1. Scale it again next turn. Not bad. We hold on to the Juggernaut? Yeah. Hold on to the Juggernaut. We're going to send Mystique out. And we'll Juggernaut right next turn.
I found the rock.
Six goes up to 19. This would be a tie. 4, 5, 6, 7 plus the Angela would be over it. As long as she scales off of this, which I think she does, we should be fine.
Victory.
We didn't pull back into Cassandra, but we could have flipped into it. It didn't really matter too much in this side. But we were able to grab the 2 off of it. How long are you planning to stream for? We're planning to stream for another 9 hours? 9 hours or so? Dylan, is the King Ryan here? Ryan? Have you checked in yet, Ryan? Ryan, you have about 200 people waiting for you. He lied and went to Dexter? Ah, how rude. Throwing people off. He's going to make people open all the tabs. Oily. Or are you trying to just get people off his trail? Watch the numbers plummet. Ryan's playing games with people's streams. Oh, he posted a bunch of codes there? He's still trolling Alex's chat? Really? Oh, I forgot the card back. I'm the worst. I'll do it after this one. I just started this game. What's a good starter deck? So for Series 1, and really all the way into Series probably 3, a good deck is going to be like a... you run Angela, you run Bishop, you run like Khazar, Blue Marvel, and then the rest are one-cost cards, and you flood all of those one-cost cards on the last turn. Reporting my premium mystery variant, the Fauzi variant for Wave. That's a pretty good one, right? I feel like that's a pretty solid pull.
Hey, I found a rook.
Ooh. We're in trouble in this left lane. Unless we can draw Juggernaut. Would be the only way we could potentially compete over here. Lacey said I'll probably fall asleep. We'll say thanks for the stream in advance. Lacey, the way that we're going, you might be able to say thank you after you wake up too. Like, we may still be live if you fall asleep with the stream on. And so that's the goal, anyways. I think we double sin in the left lane. It feels kind of bad, but maybe we do it this direction. And then Darth, he said, I'm just glad that he let me know TLSG was live. I've only watched on YouTube. Darthanos. We've actually been starting and shifting over to doing a lot of streams over here on Twitch. And so I'm glad that you've joined us. This is actually our second stream of the day. The first one was 6 hours. This one I'm pushing for, or want to push for, around like 12 hours or so. Or more, depending on how the latter part of it goes. Athena, Agent Venom. You have Hawk. We have a Mystique. Now, this left lane is kind of scary if they have their Iron Man. There's not a lot we can do to it at that point. And we do have a Juggernaut. We could send to, like, maybe protect right lane. Wait, does that even win? That goes up to 22. Be tight. But it might win. They could have a Claw. They have the Bast, and so the Bast version typically runs Iron Man. It runs Claw. We play here instead. Seek the Jug. Did I do it in the wrong order? The order was wrong? All right, well, we got it right now. Thank you, guys. Whew. So my only question is if we play it into mid or not. Like, are they going to push to try to win Gamma Lab? So it comes down to like where their big play or big payoff is. Could be either one. Oh no, we got bamboozled. So the Mystique in the right lane, we're going to push it somewhere, hopefully left. That's what we're hoping for at this point. If not, then it just comes down to a point differential power off. All the way to the left. Huge. We'll take it. Yeah, oily. We're going to do it after this one. Thank you for the reminder. I have the worst memory. Oh, card back and booster, a reminder, checking out the Iron Man boosters. True. I also hit him into black and white as like one of my early splits, and so I haven't split him in ages. So the count on the Iron Man boosters. 3,000? I don't think that's even my highest split or highest like count. quite a ways up there, right? I don't know if these go in order or not. I think they do. Wow, that may be my most... I have more boosters on Iron Man than Agatha. So you're right. You're right. I guess I do enjoy Iron Man quite a bit. I was going to say, how do I have so many on Colossus? Because I never used him. He was featured in Conquest at one point. And I'm pretty sure I like full capped his boosters there and then never used them. Okay, so you may be right. I may really enjoy Iron Man. He's a card that has had significant value for an incredibly long time. And he's very consistently one of the better performers for what like impact he provides. How many for Green Goblin? Ooh, I've split Green Goblin a lot. Like I've split Green Goblin a lot more than I did Iron Man. Where'd the tax card back go? Ryan may have did Ryan snipe it from my account? Oh, there we go. So if you haven't seen it, this is the PAX card back. And so I believe the spoiler of it is that each of these are made up of like part of their logos from the past years. And so then it's like spliced together. But I like it. It also comes with a Captain America variant. But with the card back, we don't have an avatar, so we have to pick one of our own. We're going to do Captain America. Can't go wrong with Captain America. Oh, you said check Shang-Chi. You have a bajillion for it? I think I've split Shang-Chi quite a bit. Oh, okay. So it's not in order. 5,000. More or less a bajillion. Shang-Chi. Only 1,500 for Green Goblin. But you have to remember, I've played this game a lot for like 2 years or more. So I've built up a bunch. And once I hit either gold or black and white, I typically don't split the card anymore. And I move on to something else. And so like I've built up some significant amounts of boosters for sure. That's probably my most. Shang-Chi's probably the one that was the highest. Dr. Doom? Dr. Doom from Doom Wave. Could be a good shout out. Check Kang. Oh, Kang, I haven't even split Kang. Still have so many Chavez boosters. Chavez, oh, good. Chavez is a good shout. The hydrate reminder from Soldier, I appreciate you. Leader and Leech, I actually didn't run that deck very much. I hated playing against it so much that I very rarely ran it. Just when it was very desperate time. We do have the Juggernaut for turn 3 to push whatever they play out. We have the black and white web border, which I think was, I want to say it was a $100 bundle. Craziness. Go ahead and make sure we have more. Let's snap it. Chavez was your first crackle. I stopped splitting Chavez because I had a particle-less gold, so it was just solid gold, which was only possible for a very short stint of time during the beta. So it was before they added in the extra like particles to the outside. Back old Chavez. Yeah, old Chavez was the core of early game. Used her in so many decks. I wouldn't even say just early game. I would say just in general, she was amazing. So we have the Cosmo, we have an Iron Man. The only problem is the like follow-up Mystique isn't fantastic. Yeah, I don't use her much after the change. She's just more trouble than she's worth a lot of the time. So what if we go Iron Man? We have a pretty good shot of being able to pull into Hawk. I guess it's a 50-50. A Hawk plus Kitty Pryde next turn, maybe?
I am
Classic discard.
Iron
Classic
Man.
discard was a good one. Ooh, big claw, but it's not... I guess unless they do... They now do Iron Man there. Goes up to 52, but that takes up most of what they can do for the turn. Still can't really compete with it or against it. They may win this one. Ooh, yep. Ooh, maybe not. Hawk is good. Okay. So copying the Mystique in mid, thankfully,
Victory.
we were able to pull that 4-cuber home. Old Chavez is fine. Old Chavez made some really strange things happen with things like Jubilee, Iron Lad, because she used to always reside at like the top of your deck. Because technically, if it was before turn 6 and you couldn't draw her, because her ability would make it where you couldn't draw her, she would just stay at the top of your deck. And so Jubilee was like 99% chance to draw into the Chavez, which made her so good with like ramp decks and things like that. All of these are very, very easy and doable. Take those. But before we jump into any more games, let me check the Chavez. See how many splits I have on her. I should have quite a few because I didn't split her after getting the base gold. I guess only 2,500. It's not as many as I would have thought. But I had a base gold version of her that you can't get. Like you couldn't get it that as a split anymore. So that's what I always use. That used to be the way that you could indicate that it was a bot. Said best Sage ever? Oh, best card ever. Yeah, she was amazing. And then Wave 1400. Got Doom. I don't think it's that many. I didn't really dive with that one. Death. Oh, not a lot of death. Leader is probably going to be pretty relatively low. Yeah. I've never even split leader. That's how bad it is. I really didn't enjoy the Leech Leader meta, and so I really didn't play him. I've played him more in ramp than anything else. I didn't realize I've never split him though, and I don't have any variants. It's just base leader is all. Odin. Odin I split a good several times, and so the 1,000 is what we have left on it. Leech. I think this will tell you a lot about me. Split him quite a bit. I used to run Leech in my Thanos decks, my Thanos Lockjaw decks. He was fantastic there. So unfortunately, I have split him several times. I think those are like the big ones from early game. Wong. I don't think I have that many for Wong. He's always felt a little inconsistent. Like I like him as a card. I've split him a heck of a lot of times and still have 1,000. But he's still relatively just inconsistent because he's easily counterable. So he's like a glass cannon. Arrow. I didn't run much arrow. You said sort upgradable and then descending. I thought I did that, and it had Agatha as my top one. It didn't show Shang-Chi. Yeah, for some reason it didn't have Shang-Chi on here. That's my highest one. I have way more boosters for Shang-Chi. Click the star. Wait, why wouldn't it show? I thought it showed at least the base of everything, but if I haven't set one, today years old. So 5,000 on that one. Wait, there's no way. That goes off of quality. That goes off of quality, not the number, right? Those are due for splitting. They are due for splitting. Whoa, I have that many. I have that many that are at infinite. I didn't realize I had I had pushed that many up. When did I do this? Okay. Do we want to run a Gamba? I guess. We've split Yondu a gazillion times. We can split him again. I have 3,000 on Lockjaw. What is it called? It's not a prediction. Yeah, it's a prediction, right? Try leaving the deck view. I don't know. All right, let's run a prediction. Hold on. How long would I set that timer for? All right, we're gonna set a 5-minute timer here for the prediction. Of what our next one is going to be, and I'm going to split Yondu. And so we've split him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. So anything is possible for him. I've been playing almost since launch, still only 150 boosters for Groot. There was a point in time where I really liked running the Guardians with Adam Warlock, because you would encourage the opponent to play there, and so then you could easily scale them. So I think I've split him. I haven't split him at all, and still only have 200, so that's fair. There was a time where he was decent in Surfer, and then Drax, haven't split him either. He's never been great. All right, we're gonna run a game as the gamble is going. We're gonna be splitting Yondu, who we've split like 11 times and never got black and white gold Kirby Crackle. I think we have a Kirby Crackle on him. But that's what we're gonna be running here. So I tried Scorn in a Wong deck at some point, but it falls really heavily to Alioth and Cosmo, and I'm seeing a lot of Cosmo right now. Sergeant said, "Yeah, I get to pay channel points to get you to have a good split again. I appreciate it." Let's go ahead and do Angel left. We can start scaling that one. We can always shift it into New York as well. I think that combo when it goes off is great, but it's kind of the similar vein to Black Panther, where when it works really well, but it also gets countered pretty hard when it doesn't. So, okay, so the Viper, don't see much clutter nowadays. I was not expecting the Viper play.
Hey, I found a rook.
on the rock.
Big Cassandra of their own in the left. No Iron Man. Could do Juggernaut, but we don't have priority. We're just going to throw a Cosmo. Oof, into the rock slide. I think we lose this one. Most likely. Be the best shot. It's not great, but depending on if they move stuff into New York, maybe. Did you make the switch to full-time content creation? I did. Today was actually my last day at work. And so I turned in my laptop, my badge. Wait, what? Oh, we're trying to Juggernaut into Cosmo. What are we doing? Cosmo, bro. Yeah. Had we shifted Cosmo mid, there was a chance that Juggernaut could have won it. Ah, man. Big moves. We're dropping some big moves. Right before a big split. Cosmo is almost as invisible as Echo sometimes. You hate to see it. No, I think as the night goes on, there will be some misplays. It's bound to happen. Because we'll be pushing a lot longer than we typically go, but it is bound to happen some. So next up we have Prometheus. The first location is Mindscape. Your own Cosmo is harder to see than the opponents. That's true. That's the sort of things I do in Infinite Conquest. Oh, that's the worst. When it happens somewhere that's a little bit higher stakes, you hate to see it. Daredevil from Prometheus. You don't see that very often anymore. Go ahead and go Rock Slide. It was because of my full-time question. No, it wasn't. No, you're fine. And it does look like our Gamba timer is up. So after this game, we'll split. We're gonna split Yondu. See what we end up pulling. With this, we're gonna send them some incredible cards. Unfortunately. Wait, is this 2 games in a row that we're seeing a Viper clutter stuff? What's going on? I haven't seen that in, I guess, probably since the day after White Widow was nerfed. I haven't seen clutter running around at all. Let's play maybe Hawk into mid. And then on the YouTube side, does Green Goblin get you annoyed, or are you used to it? I've played for a year and a half and it annoys me still. No, because I enjoy playing Green Goblin. I enjoy playing Green Goblin, so I get it. I don't hold anything against people that run clutter. It can be frustrating if it's too common, but like the one-off, it's fine.
Escaped.
Hey,
That
welcome. It
means
took you long enough.
Needs to switch to a counter and never face that. Yeah, we switched and we'll never see it again. BD So's, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 17 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. So let's go ahead and we're going to split the Yondu that apparently has been needing an upgrade in my account for a while. We have all of these that at some point or another I pushed to max and then just didn't split. And so what better time than now with the increased split rate? We had a Gladiator one that I thought I split but never did. Torch is fine. Vulture. Got a lot of good ones. I don't know when this happened. But let's go ahead and split the Yondu, see what we end up pulling. Did they increase it more than it was originally? Yeah. So they released an update and it dropped the chance of getting gold, gray, or Kirby Crackle to like in half. And so they have increased it by about 10% since then. Not bad. We get the black and white Kirby Crackle, the purple Kirby Crackle. And then OG a whole lot. Welcome in. So we, for all the yay sayers, we got the double up. Let me pull up the prediction and we'll grant you guys. We had 48% that said yes. 52% were saying that it was going to be something else. And so all of those that you said, the gold ink Kirby, congratulations. Don't spend it all in one in one spot. Glad I just pulled up for a nice split. You did, just in time for a nice split. And the funny thing is, I didn't know that I had him ready to be split. We were checking on boosters, and I realized I have all of these that are upgraded that just need to be like, pushed over. Count the votes. Rigged. We stuffed the ballot. But they'll never believe you. We left no trace behind. If you had to make the grossest variant and split combo, ooh, a plope. I don't know, that's a tough one. Because there's a lot of really cool ones. I would probably go with one of the like ultimate variants, because they typically have some pretty nice effects. And then I'm a pretty big fan of gold background with gold Kirby, but it depends on the card and what their background would be if without it. There's a bug right now when you upgrade a card to infinite and you view the collection ladder. When you return to the gallery, you're no longer viewing the card you just upgraded. Really? But it's typically supposed to pull it back up, right? Got my first ink Kirby gold Crackle on Cassandra Nova. Second ink, but first with the Crackle. That is huge. I'm glad that we're seeing so many people get good splits with the increased rates. Oh no, gross is, I mean, awful in the eyes. Oh, in that case, I don't know. Okay, so the Cosmo comes in. It comes in a bit late. That's fine. We can do something like this. Maybe we get Juggernaut by the end of the game. We can shove a lot of those cards out. We also have Hawk that can position itself into the right. Ooh, wait, Omega Red? The Spectrum deck? This is like a Iron Man? Wow, big.
I am Iron Man.
If it's into Onslaught, if it's into Spectrum, I assume they Spectrum left. If it's into Onslaught, then we would lose the left lane because it'd be +6 power, right? If that was the case, we would need to push Sandra Nova over to the left. I can't remember what Spectrum's power is at the moment, though. But we can't stop the Cosmo. We don't have anything that can go above 6 in the left. And so an onslaughted Omega Red, I think, is it like, I don't think there's anything that we can do against it. If we could fit one extra card in the left, easy, absolutely easy. But yeah, we're gonna win the point differential on us. Sure. And then Velorock, your battery's about to die. Hopefully you have a charger nearby. Spectrum 6 power. Yeah, so Spectrum or the Omega Red. Fortunate. And that like very rarely would work for him. The only reason that it would work there is because we couldn't play 2 cards in the left. Gross's non-pixel is probably the 1602 Mr. Fantastic. Dude is so unsettling. We did hold his mighty hand as he stole our cube money. X23. A well-placed Cosmo could be great. Destroy decks also typically struggled with getting Mojo World capped out or filled up. So there's a little bit of room for some benefit there. Take the Juggernaut. It's no Cosmo, but we'll absolutely take the Juggernaut. Because they probably stack either a Destroy card, maybe they go Deathlock. Killmonger. Ooh, interesting. Not the Destroy card I thought they were going to run. There's the bestest of boys Cosmo. So we go something like maybe Cosmo, Iron Man, and then fill up Mojo World after.
Snap. Victory.
Official Sauce fan, I love not being able to sleep. How's the night going for you, TLSG? It's going well so far. We had a pretty impressive stream going. I ended to go pick up my daughter earlier this evening, and we set up to go do a picnic at the park. Don't know why I said that like Yogi the Bear. We went to go do a picnic at the park, and she fell asleep before we got there. And so then I was able to jump on a little bit earlier than what I thought. Typically, I would have thought that I was going to be going live around right now. But instead, I've been live for 4 hours, and we've been having a good time. Haven't really been climbing incredibly quick. Yeah, we have the picnic basket. It just came out that way. I did. It wasn't an intentional thing at all.
Hey man, I'm cook.
The original brain rot, I guess. We have Angela into Rock Slide. Could be pretty good. Full hog. Ooh, another Destroy deck?
Oh, snap.
Don't have great chance to pull into their stuff because we're just going to shove rocks their way. Potentially drawing into Juggernaut or Cosmo by next turn. Unless they go ahead and do a Destroy this turn. Just take the win on the Bucket Barns where they can. Oh, the Sabretooth. Okay. Fortunately, that's not either of the ones we need. Let's go Cassandra Nova here. Maybe we can pull a good one out next turn. Push whatever they wanted to play in Stark Tower out. They've also started developing pretty late. So that's kind of helpful for us. Get the Juggernaut. Either that, depending on what we think they're going to play. If we think they're going to try to line up 2 Destroys, so like a Sabretooth and maybe a Venom. If that's the case, then this play is better. Otherwise, something like Hawk or Iron Man could be good because it elevates another lane next turn. Big Jugs, yeah. Oh, and okay, and it goes into Wakanda, so even if it's a Destroy, nothing gonna happen with it.
Victory.
Very quick retreat. Juggernaut's one of those that's almost for me as equally frustrating as like I probably get more frustrated at Goblin, or at Juggernaut. More tilted at Juggernaut than I do at Green Goblin, because Green Goblin you can kind of see it coming. Big Juggernaut is usually like last turn or big impactful turn and it just misplaces your stuff. Typical destroy L. It does happen sometimes, especially with Cosmo being so common right now. I feel like destroy is definitely in a pretty tricky spot. All right, let's go Korg. We have the Agent Venom, and both Mystique and Iron Man are still in the deck. Wait, did I miss the Yondu split? Estario, you did. The Yondu split was an impressive black and white with a purple Kirby Crackle. Nimrod Shuri? Nimrod Shuri is still fun because you can still have like the backup line of like Destroyer or things like that. We do get the powered up Iron Man, but unfortunately, I think as long as they can't play into Luke's bar, we have to really focus on not losing the left lane. Do they have Proxima? I feel like a destroy deck that hit a good curve can ramp up relatively well. Like for the Morbius, they can play what, like Calling Wing, a Blade, both into Luke's bar. They could do Lady Sif into Luke's bar, pull it back in, get the bonus from the Morbius. I think we give this one to him. Proxima, yeah, Proxima could potentially go into Luke's bar as well. And so I think we just give him the one. I don't think we give him any more. I don't think we pay to see. And then Zook said, good evening, TLSG. All-nighter tonight? We are doing an all-nighter tonight. And so we have another 8, 9, 10 hours in us. So we're gonna be going for quite a while. Okay, what did we lose? They lost their Cassandra Nova. We lost our Rock side. A little bit unfortunate. So excited. I'm excited for you guys to be here. Oh my goodness, Alex with the massive raid. The 2,600 person raid. You took mine and you like tripled it. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Hopefully you get some rest so you can start feeling better. But massive support. Let's go ahead and make sure we give you a good,
welcome. It took you
shout
long
out.
enough.
And then Ella Roy, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. But let's shout out Alex. If you don't know Alex, one of the hardest working people in Marvel Snap. Absolutely positive vibes. I love hanging out in his streams because win or lose, they're always a good time. And so we'll do that. If you don't know his channel, if you haven't followed him, definitely hit the heart button because he is always one that you want to. He kind of brightens your mood, regardless of what the meta's like.
It took you long enough.
Regardless of what decks are being ran, it always kind of is like an uplifting thing. And then Gunlock76, thank you so much for the 1 month at tier 1. That helps us get a little bit closer to Partner Plus, and so very much appreciate that. And then all of the raid chats. I'm scrolling back up to make sure I didn't miss any of you guys, but thank you for jumping in. If you don't know who I am, I'm TLSG. I started in early beta, and I've recently, actually as of today, today was my last day at my full-time job, and so now content creation is my full-time gig, and so very excited and very nervous at the same time. And so I'd love to see you guys here. Hopefully you guys enjoy the gameplay. And at one point, someone popped into the chat, said that Ryan from Alex with the second raid, the massive 97 person raid. Thank you for the twice as nice. The 2x value my raid thing bugged. I did that one time with Dexter, and so the second time is just as nice. I appreciate the massive raid, Alex. Hopefully, you're able to get a little bit of downtime, a little bit of rest to start feeling a little bit better, because I know that you're a bit under the weather. But thank you so much for the massive raid. So excited to have you guys here. Now code spam in this chat. Yeah, there was a point where we had some people pop over and said that Ryan was gonna come over here and just start dropping codes. And then Original Beef said, congrats, I completely respect that. My job has made me want to leave recently, and it would be terrifying to try and live off a snap as much as I would love to. Yeah. Yep, I agree. So it wasn't an easy decision, but my job, I used to work in data analytics. My job called for a return to office after we'd been remote for 4 years, and it was over the course of like 2 weeks that they wanted everyone back in person. And like we've kind of situated and adjusted our lives to the work from home setup, and so it was either I end up losing the ability to do like any content, or we try to make a run of it and see if we can make a go of going full time. And so that's when we decided to set the sub goal and see if we can make it happen. I said the same thing happened to Derek. Yeah, Booter. I didn't realize that they had called for a return to office for him, but it kind of like gave me that nudge of giving it a shot. And so then we put in the notice, and we're gonna. Today was the very last day that I have at work. He said Ryan is a trickster god. Because in a point on Alex's stream, Ryan pretended he was leaving. Yeah, that's what I heard. He pretended he was leaving and going to mine, and then he went to Dexter's instead. He's just playing with people's lives, or people's live streams, not their lives. A V, not an F. And then Loopy Fist, ending your stream as well with the 63-person raid. Let's give you a shout out as well. Hopefully you had a great stream. So always has some of the coolest outfits of any of the streamers that I see. So if you haven't checked them out, Loopy Fist is definitely a vibe that I think you guys will enjoy. The raid destination, it seems. Since I mean, as people are winding down, we'll gladly house you, everyone that wants to be here. I don't know why we're playing the the Juggernaut. I got so distracted by the massive raid from both Loopy and Alex, and been kind of playing on autopilot. Probably not playing well, but we were playing on autopilot for sure. Do we ever win mid after turn 5? Because they only have one more turn to try to push for this lane. We could also do maybe just a Cosmo Korg. Next turn would be Iron Man mid. So then we can copy it with Mystique to the right. Good stream, going for our Iron Man variant. I'm getting close to Agony, but I'm only running high voltage during those times where we have missions. So I'm not grinding it out after that. I'll eventually pull the Iron Man variant, but it'll be a couple more days.
I am.
Couldn't think of a snap creator more worthy of the raids. Thank you so much, GM.
Iron Man.
I'm very flattered that I took an impromptu break that could have ended in like nobody even like sticking around or wanting to stick around the streams, and I had a very good audience to return back to. I don't think I could or could have returned without the incredible community that we have here. Incoming Juggernaut? Oof.
Iron Man.
Yeah, incoming. No, just the Mystique Thena.
I am Iron Man.
Disable value cooked? Yeah. But with the Cassandra Nova, we might be able to pull it back. Nope, we sure can't. The Cassandra did cook us. They just got Agony and I'm not impressed. Yeah, that's the impression that I had. And it's the reason I didn't like push to grind it as fast as possible. Was because it's a very kind of it feels like a very lackluster card. It feels like a mix between Chimichanga and Hulkbuster, that's going to kind of have a hard time finding like a
Hey,
home
welcome.
or
It
its
took
value.
you long enough.
What time is it in your time zone? It is 12:30 in the morning, my time. And so we're set up and ready to go for an all-nighter. I guess you play her and then Deadpool. Yeah, either that or with Phoenix Force are the only two that I think could potentially be viable. You said also I call Agony a Chongachima, a Chongachimi. I would get tongue twisted every time I tried to say it, Loopy. Wish you nothing but the best with you and quitting your job. I can't wait for my day to kiss mine goodbye. Hopefully it's right around the corner for you, Loopy. All good things come with time. And then MS Strike, I think we played earlier. It's very possible. I think they need to completely revamp Agony like OG Spidey. Yeah, but they just, like, it just released. I'm kind of surprised that it released as is with how kind of middling the effect is. Until she listened, Dakin? Mr. Paw, I'm not sure I understand. And then Stanley Demons, thank you for the Prime sub. And then RHF Matt, thank you for the Prime sub as well.
Hey, welcome.
And
It took you long
before they
enough.
start, I missed the snooze on the ad, so that it is going to run here in just a second. I apologize. Typically, I don't like to have them running during the middle of gameplay, but I missed it this time around. Have you played Agony Destroy? I actually don't have Agony yet. Agony is a sleeper in Agent Venom decks? Possibly. But it just kind of, clears up an extra space in one of the lanes, which I think maybe isn't awful. But I don't think it maybe, like, revolutionizes it either. And then Andrew, the cozy mod, you said just sub to your YouTube to support. To be honest, I'm not sure why I wasn't already. I appreciate it, Andrew. And the subs, sometimes it's like I do the same thing. Sometimes I realize that I've watched like a load of Alex's videos or a load of cozy videos and didn't ever like drop the sub just because they kept popping up on my page. So I never take it personally. Like if you're
Hey, welcome.
not
It took
subbed,
you
or
long enough.
maybe don't want to be subbed, but I never take it personally. And then Adam O'Hart, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us to 22 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. I don't like them running in the middle of gameplay, but ad starts. Yeah, I missed the snooze. I'm so sorry. I try my very best to make sure that I don't miss it, but we absolutely missed it this time. So if we stage a Hawk, they almost have to avoid the Lechugia. I feel like we're probably in a pretty good spot. Because this gives us a free like Mystique to win the Lechugia, and we can go with like a Juggernaut mid, protect the rest of it. You buff Dakin, so when he doubles, he's gigantic, like 12 power. I think something like that, when it works as well, or is good, I don't know how consistent it would be, and that's my like biggest concern with the card. So I think Juggernaut and just hope for the best in the Lechugia lane. And then Stanley Demon said, "Big fan, been watching your YouTube for a while, and saw you talking about swapping to full time. Finally caught a stream and wanted to support and stay awesome. Stay awesome. Thank you so much, Stanley Demons. I'm really glad to have you here. I'm so happy to be able to be streaming more because I get to interact with you guys, and I don't get to do that on the videos. It feels like I'm creating kind of like a silo on the videos. Versus here, I get to interact with you guys, learn a little bit more about you. You get to kind of have those real-time interactions, which feel a lot more genuine to me, rather than trying to like respond to the comments when I can. And they always kind of feel like base level or high level. I know Andrew has more codes. Is Andrew hanging around here? Because I mean, I'd absolutely take some codes. Hi, TLSG, I only have tokens for one card. Which should I pick? Fenris or Gore? Ooh. It's a tricky one. So Fenris is kind of a cool hybrid that gets to work with both discard and destroy. And I think is going to be very, very strong. Gore, on the other hand, we have just a flood of on reveals in the game right now. So typically, he's going to be pretty stacked. And so hope maybe you'll get enough keys by that point that you can get both. But I don't know. I would say wait until the first one comes out and see how it performs in a variety of decks. Like from streamers or other content creators, and then be able to judge. And so it's kind of hard to. Both of those, I think, have the potential to be really big impacts on the metagame. But it just depends on like any patches that we have before then, how things like shift and change, and where we see ourselves at that time. Ryan, you said you're starting a new job on Monday. Congratulations. Hopefully it's a low stress change, because sometimes switching jobs can be very, very stressful. And hopefully that's not the case for you. Let's go double Rock Slide into probably double Cassandra. The Madam Web is a bit scary, but there's not a whole lot we can do about it. They didn't have Storm on 3, which is great. Maybe we can draw a Cosmo to block a potential Legion line down the line. Go Cassandra, Kitty Pride. Have to go to university now. Backflip, 7:30 a.m. Oof. Did you stay up all night? And then Backflip, you said, first time here on Twitch, watching your YouTube for some time. Great content. Next Prime sub is yours. Thank you so much, Backflip. Have a good time at university. And so the Iron Lad hits Storm. Unfortunately, it is after our Cassandra comes down though, so that's good enough for me. Let's throw, I guess, Hawk into the left lane. And we can protect the rest with like Mystique, Juggernaut maybe. Oh wait, oh no, they could have Legion, right? Oh well, I'm glad they retreated. The Legion could have done us in, but they wouldn't have been able to play as well, so maybe it wouldn't have. No, we would have been fine. Bad Robot said, does anyone have custom border paralysis? Yes. I use very few of them because I want to make sure it's a card that I want to have it on, and then I end up just with a whole bunch. What is your previous job? Is it stressful? Well, my very last one that I had, that I just quit, had my last day today. It wasn't super stressful. It was data analytics. And so it was looking at very large data sets and like writing queries and code to extract the data that we needed, and then formatting into like easy to digest visuals for our leadership. So not super stressful most of the time, but they called for a return to office. And so that would have meant that all of my content would have just like stopped, because I wouldn't have been available to look at like new card releases or patches or drops. Like I wouldn't have been able to be live during those times or even create content. So it would have always been later, and so then it wouldn't have as much like draw or traction. And so I didn't hate the job. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. Enjoyed the people I worked with, but we got new leadership at the very top that kind of started pushing a not so like people oriented direction on the rest of the company. So that's what kind of pushed me over to attempting the full-time thing. It's a job that can be done remotely. I agree. Like I wasn't customer facing at all. And so it was definitely not one that I needed to be present for. It was just because that was the way that his vision was that everyone was in office. And so then he made the change. As a project manager, I respect data analytics. Data analytics sometimes can be pretty easygoing, but whenever you get a lot of stacking requests, can end up being pretty stressful. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed learning the new systems and learning a lot of code, because I learned most of it on my path. to the position I was in. Thank God I got promoted out of that department. And then Atirixo said, have you seen Marco Faya? And then Ryan Canard Leach? No, I haven't. Oh, you got it from the Twitch drop? Nice. So I got a Sabretooth drop, unfortunately. So we could do a Juggernaut. We can do Mystique to copy the Hawk into this lane. And hope that it's enough. Hope that whatever we push over here goes like far left, not into mid. So you quit your job for Marvel Snap? I did indeed. I quit Marvel Snap for content. Whether that stays Marvel Snap forever, whether that eventually changes, who knows? We'll have to definitely play it. Ooh, we won by 1 in mid. We'll gladly take it. We'll take the 2 cubes.
Victory.
But I quit my job to take a chance on myself, and see if I can make it can continue to grow it. We've already grown it well beyond my wildest dreams could have ever imagined, and so now I'm curious, can we take it even further? What was your job? It was data analytics. So I looked at a lot of like data sets and worked within our systems to generate the queries to pull them and pull the data that was needed based off of pretty vague requests, and then help visualize it for the leaders. My job taught me basic and SQL, and those are good if I want to get another job doing literally any data. Yeah. SQL all over the place. Basic is another good one. I used a lot of SQL in my previous role. Honestly, loving just you talking about your normal life and shifting to a different lifestyle. Yeah, I'm nervous about it. It's definitely a decision that I didn't take lightly, but whether it pans out or not, I think if I didn't try, I would always look back later and wonder, what if? Could I have done it? Is it similar to data science? It's in a similar vein, Kev. I think data science might actually be a little bit more technical than the analytics side, but they're definitely, I think, somewhat similar. So the Mystique pull after the Patriot was unfortunate. We're looking for a potential lineup of like a Cosmo to stop an Ultron. Getting anything into Morag is going to be a challenge. Yeah, that auto. Soft Body Jones with the 2,000 point redemption snap. There we go. We're gonna send it. Do we even do Cassandra Nova? Because if we do, the only thing we can play is in the right lane this turn. It might be better to skip to Hawk next turn. Try to do that. Try to get Prio. Yeah, but if we play Cassandra in the left, we'll have to fill up the right lane. Oh, you think... Ooh, wow, we forced a retreat out of them. Love the YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Soft Body Jones. You got us that 1 cube there. Otherwise, I think they may have been able to draw a potential out for themselves, but your aggressive snap dissuaded them and pushed them in a different direction. So the hydrate reminder from Plope. I appreciate you. It's a big cube. Every cube counts. Straw said, you said Morag made it so awkward for me. Morag was making it really difficult for, I think, me too. Were you running an Ultron deck, Straws? If so, we were looking to try to set up a Cosmo for you, so that it would block the play. No Ultron? Ooh, you may have had us then. It was just the two locations, the left and the middle one, were just so awkward.
I found the rock.
Next up, we have Seal. We do have our turn to Agent Venom into a Teal and rotating our cards, which is pretty nice value for us. That is that's a pretty... Okay, the question earlier was what's the grossest variant? This one might take it. It's a pretty nasty variant. We could try to slam like a Juggernaut over here so they couldn't destroy anything. Maybe we throw down our Angela and hope to pull back into Juggernaut. He said that might take the cake over the Fantastic one. Yeah, it's a pretty rough looking one.
Enough said, bub.
So we pull back into Juggernaut. With priority, we could Ina Kitty Pryde. The Onslaught Citadel is great if we can make sure that a potential null doesn't land over there. Yeah, that's true. Most of that new set does look pretty terrifying. And so the Agony into Carnage line. So it's not going to do a whole lot for him, is it? We don't have a way to offset this one, at least yet. We go Hawk or Iron Man. I think Iron Man gives a better potential to scale higher. So let's go Iron Man here.
I am Iron Man.
So we definitely lose left. I think we have to settle on a Hawk Kitty Pryde and hope that it's enough mid. Apologize for what I'm about to say, but you're trying to clear. We are able to grab the win, but it is time for a quick set of ads. So I'm gonna run, check to make sure everything is good downstairs. We're gonna run the 3 minutes of ads to keep them off for the next hour or so, and then we'll jump back into some more gameplay. So we'll be right back, you guys. Okay, we're back. I'm sorry for the extended break. My daughter woke up and needed to go to the bathroom, and she's scared of the dark right now. So, and then Peppermint said, "Thank you for the overnight stream. You're a hero." Absolutely, I'm excited. I'm excited to be able to do this more often. And hitting the overnight streams lets me hit a different demographic that I don't normally hit, or like a geographic area. TLSG Junior comes first. I made sure that she was good, she was taken care of, and then we jumped back when we could. So with Eternal's Arc, we go with a lot of rocks and just hope that they don't get their counter cards. End up positioning like a Hawk into a Mystique. I wonder what cards are going to be dropped in December. Me too, Plobe. The cards in December have been oddly absent from the patches. And so I'm very curious about them too. And then Dragon Roost, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So with all of the rocks, we can now do a pretty big Cassandra Nova. Into maybe like a big Hawk. Finish it up with like a Mystique Juggernaut.
Clear for takeoff.
For Series 4, I was thinking Meek, Havoc, Dakin, Celine, Silk, Snowguard, Man-Thing card. Jean Grey. Oh, what cards are going to be dropped? Sorry, I was thinking... For whatever reason, I was thinking like what cards we're gonna release, because we really haven't seen what comes after the November season, and so the data mines have been kind of drying up a bit. You said Rocks Cassandra is such a synergistic combo. I enjoy it so much. The Rock side into like you're buffing up, increasing the size of their deck, and so Cassandra Nova is massive in it. And so if they full focus left or mid, can we just win left with the rock slides? Into like Mystique Juggernaut? Wait, why don't we snap? We probably should have snapped before. Yeah, I'm thinking they only drop a handful, unfortunately. I wish they would drop more. I also wish that they would change the, make an update to like the acquisition system. But we just don't know if that's possible. You said Mystique Cosmo? Yeah, Mystique Cosmo wins it, you're right.
Victory.
Finish this one, and then Peppermint Drink. Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. You guys are absolutely killing it with the support tonight. That pushes us up to 24 for this stream. We did a stream earlier as well, but 24 for this stream is craziness. I appreciate you guys so very much, and thank you for choosing to hang around with me as we do the overnight stream shift. Absolutely very grateful to have you here. And hopefully you guys get good premium mystery variants out of the deal. Mine was lackluster, and so hopefully I took one for the team so that everyone else can get some good super rares.
Hey man, I'm cool.
So next up we have Dexter. He was running C4, but it looks like he's maybe pivoted again, or I guess definitely pivoted with the Squirrel Girl. And then the shout out. Last time he gave me a shout out, he ended up beating me for 4 cubes, so I'll do a shout out right back. Let's go Agent Venom. It's Dexter? Yeah, it's Dexter. Collapse mine. Kind of unfortunate. Go ahead and skip. Otherwise, we would curve into like our rock slide here. And then Fizzle. Welcome in, Fizzle. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then Oracle. Hopefully you're having a great night as well. A Big Baron Zemo. I like this variant. Take our Kitty Pride. That's fine. Oh, and they decided to leave the collapse mine alone. Interesting. I think we go Cassandra Nova to try to maybe grab priority over like the mid lane and the right lane. And then we can start looking to set up like Cosmo, Juggernaut, his Killmonger. That's I don't need to know about the cards in his deck. It's helpful to know about the cards in his deck, but I don't. I guess I would rather not know about the cards in his deck, I guess. So Rickety Bridge is fine to play here. He does have priority on us with the Black Widow play, so we're not gonna be able to hit him with like a Juggernaut. I mean, we could, but it just pushes here to destroy instead. Unless he runs Killmonger instead. But let's go ahead and go with this for now. And then Contra Dust Bunny, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. I was hoping the Killmonger, or the Kitty Pride, hoping it popped over into mid. With that, dropping the Killmonger that turn, probably would have been better to do, to like hold off and wait. This is awful. Not the worst. Cosmo to protect the left from any kind of like Shadow King or counter shenanigans. And then Rock Slide to make sure that he has to commit a card into Rickety Bridge. Have a chance to win. So last series dropped 7 cards. 7 series 5 cards moved down. 7 series 4 and 5 series 5. Is that a Brandon Sanderson voice clip? For the sub? No, it's actually me. It's actually me, and it says, took you long enough, like W-O-N-G. I always thought it was super funny. And so, oh, right, so the big death. The kiss of death, unfortunately. So now I know, every time he shoots us with a shout out, we're doomed. The death was really good. Collapse Mine, it definitely helped to get the death down. Not sure we would have stood a chance without it, but it definitely gave him a little bit more breathing room. Don't let him bully you like that. No, it's fine. So the last time we did a drops stream and I took the overnight shift, like the first 1 to 2 games, I won. And then after that, the rest of the night, I couldn't buy a win against him to save my life. And that seems to be the way that it's kind of falling into place this time around too. Actually, no. This time it's a little bit of back and forth. Like I won the first one. I think I lost the second. Picked up 1 for a 2-cuber for the third, and then we just lost the 4th. So it's a pretty even spread so far. Let's go Rock Slide. Next turn might be Angel Athena. Then Expert B said, hey, YouTube viewer here, are you making a high voltage video? I didn't plan on it. So high voltage being such a short-term mode, felt like it gave it a very small window of effectiveness. to be able to like reach the audience that it needs to reach, and then it would kind of dry up from there. And so I did the streams. I tested a lot of several decks, but I didn't do like a structured video for it. Isn't it live for the next month? Every weekend after this first stint? I thought it was just live for 7 days, but I could be wrong. If so, then I think a video makes more sense. So 3 extra energy, we'd be able to do all 3 of these. Hawk, Mystique, Kitty Pryde on the last turn. And so they'll be able to do like an Iron Man, a Claw, or what is kind of what's in there for Wheelhouse. They do have the energy because they have the White Hot Room. Both of their speeds are scaling incredibly high. Depending on where we feel like we need to fight for. Like we could play Kitty Pryde to the left, but I think we just give them that one. My debate is whether we play the Kitty Pryde or not. If we feel like this is going to be the lane we have to maybe ship for, we could always take that and then just pivot it to the left instead. What do you think about Frigga? I think she sounds like a really interesting card. So going down to 3 costs, I think, was definitely the right call for her. But at 4 cost, it felt like she would probably be a bit too underwhelming. But at 3, I think it gives her some room to really like flourish and shine. And so I'm looking forward to like brewing around with her and testing her out. Could I looked it up? It must be some other game I play. No, no worries, Dan. Yeah, I would like if they released something that was either a set time frame where it came back like every weekend or every so often. That way you can kind of like anticipate around it. I get why they make it limited, so like you want to play it as much as possible until it's gone, but it also feels kind of bad. Progression in a pocket is slow. Yeah, after the initial like 30 to 40 boosters, it dries up to essentially 2 per day.
Hey, I found a rope.
Sure, it could support more game modes all the time. Possibly, yeah. It may become like an issue with a lot of bots, which isn't a good thing either. And then Ryan, you asked, you still playing Pocket? It's been 2 weeks since your last Pocket video. Yeah, so the Pocket videos did okay, but I'm gonna wait until probably closer to release so that everyone has access to it. Right now, it's a pretty like limited group, and so then since the videos weren't pushing incredibly far anyways, I'm gonna wait until there's a little bit more traction on it. But I am still playing it. It's just the progression on it is pretty slow, unless you want to like pay for a complete collection. And then even then, the gameplay, I enjoy it, but it's kind of like high voltage, where sometimes it feels like there's not any ranking or stakes. It doesn't feel like you're going up against the best decks all the time, and so then it feels like, I don't know, it doesn't have that kind of hook in me like Snap does. So they gifted 24 hourglasses. Oily. I may need to log in because I did not know that they gifted. I think we push for the free raft resource. We go with the Cosmo, maybe try to stop or block whatever they are trying to do here. See what we get. Orca. Orca's not bad. Darth said, I promise I'll watch your video. But can you give some additional context behind the 2 booster per day comment? Is that enough to make decks at a reasonable rate? So the first 30 that you get is within like the first hour or so. So it kind of gets you used to that process. And then after that is when it kind of dries up from there. So I think if you spend your initial like 30 or so on one specific booster pack, so like the Pikachu pack, the Charizard, the Mewtwo, then you're typically able to get a pretty cohesive deck by the time you're done with it.
Iron Man.
Or by the time you're done with those 30. It's just the finishers or like finessing from there is where it becomes a bit of an issue. We got swindled
I am Iron Man.
by the Magneto Iron Man. Actually got the casserole on us. And then Pink Grapefruit, how you still going? We're hanging in there. I set the expectation today that I was gonna stay up overnight, and so we're good. We're hanging in there. I typically don't get too tired until around like maybe 1 to 3, which would be around now is when I start kind of getting sleepy. But that's if I'm not doing anything. I'm actively trying to like wind down and go to sleep. So we're still gonna go for as long as we can until my daughter like wakes up. So another like 7 hours is what I have in mind. So we still have a lot of time to grind, a lot of time to climb. We're slowly climbing, very painfully slowly, but I'm also not snapping like very strategically. It's mainly just letting the games play out. What state are you in? I'm in Texas, GM.
I found a rock.
Didn't you just recover from your previous all-nighter? It was like a week ago. we had time to adjust. So the Living Tribunal is not fantastic for them. It does help them out in negative zone, but it also lets me know that I can focus fire on like left and right and typically be okay. And then JJ said, "Wow, you're still awake." We are still awake. Our Athena's stuck in danger room, which is massive. We don't have priority, so like the Cosmo's not great. I think we go ahead and go Agent Venom. We're just really looking to consolidate into like these 2 lanes, so I'm actually gonna do Agent Venom to the right. So my uncle's trying to get me to move out to the woodlands. I've spent a lot of time in the woodlands, or not a lot of time. I spent some time in the woodlands. It's not a bad area. It's like a nicer area of like the spring like offshoot. But I guess it kind of depends on what area or what you'd be doing in the woodlands, but it's not bad. Very hot, very humid, but that's kind of anywhere in Texas, I think. Best deck to reach infinite? That's a tough one. The best deck to hit infinite, for me, it's going to be a pretty generic answer, but it's the one that you enjoy playing the most. Because if it's a deck that you're just really not enjoying, or you're not enjoying playing, then it's going to feel like it takes so much longer to reach that infinite than if it was one that you are actively really enjoying. So how high do we think they can get theirs? Because this ends up being like 7. Yeah, they can always go higher than 7. I think we'll probably have to take a risk in the danger room for the final turn. Maybe that becomes like a Mystique if we draw it, plus Cassandra Nova. And Iron Man is actually better here in the left. It just wouldn't be as good with a Mystique in the right. And then Ook, you said, I like how time zones changes TLSG streams to the opposite for me. Overnight stream is I have a morning early stream. I go to bed. Yeah, it's funny how it shifts it. So the beast gets destroyed. We do get Mystique, so think our best shot is relying on Danger Room to not stab us in the back. Because Juggernaut doesn't really do us much, because it's going to spread the power across anyways, other than maybe pushing it into negative zone. But this is the risk that we're going to take. Chuwu, you said TLSG for you is Scorn worth it to buy with tokens? For me, no. Okay, no danger. Little bit of danger. But I think it's okay. As long as they get a little bit of danger in return. Hit Monkey. Oh, that could be big for him. Okay, even if the Sage had stuck, we were okay. The Living Tribunal was super unfortunate for him.
Victory.
Having that switch out of the Black Vortex would really set the tone for that match. Then posture check from Magma. I appreciate you. No danger at all. We are the danger. So Chu, I would say for me, Scorn's not, but I also don't play discard decks all that much. Vosh said 25%. Yeah. So I think you still would have easily been able to have us had it not been that you got unlucky with the Living Tribunal. That was really the tone setter there. And then Zombie Lemon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Dark mode TLSG creeping out. I'm a fan of Breaking Bad, and so at any given time I have that scene. I am the one who knocks rolling in my head. I don't know if do we want to copy the Angela? Nah, it's fine. Next turn we can go like Cassandra Nova to like a Cosmo. Breaking Bad 10 out of 10. Yes. Breaking Bad was one of those shows that I would watch again and again. Galactus deck? I don't have a Galactus deck prepped up, but is the old job completed by now? Today was my last day at the old job. And so it is completed by now. Are you a Fly episode enjoyer? Like I think it gave good insight into the characters and the mindset, but it didn't. I don't know. I didn't care for it a whole bunch. I didn't like hate it, but it was. I think setting up like the bigger understanding of like where he was mentally with dealing with what he was dealing with at the time. So I thought it was a pretty like subtle way to do that. But just finished yesterday watching Breaking Bad from YouTube Shorts. Achoo, did you really? You watched the whole thing through Shorts? Impressive. So we could do another Nova. We could go ahead and maybe send an Iron Man. The only problem is we wouldn't draw next turn. So then we're pretty limited on what we can do from that point. You Walter White, because you cooked. Oh, they have the extra space too for the other Iron Man. So they could have a pretty big follow-up, or really any follow-up would be pretty scary. We have the extra scaling over here. If we just did like Cosmo, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not sold on it. We're gonna give it a shot. There's actually a channel who posted the whole Breaking Bad and El Camino. Really? I have Netflix right now, but for a long time I didn't because they've increased the price to like ridiculous levels. Golden Draggy said, I liked the fly episode as it showed he was always almost getting what he wants, but never will. Yeah. Yeah, I like the message that it sent. It's just I think the overall episode, it wasn't like as action-packed as the others, and so it kind of like took a step back on it. And the hydrate reminder from Tobble. I appreciate her, Tobble Robin. I appreciate you. And then Flop said, "Thanks for staying up late and helping with drops." Oh, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Like it's the couple of times or like one time a month where the numbers go like wild. Streaming to 2300 is like Jeff or Dexter or Dara level of people. And so it's where my numbers can go just like absolutely wild outside of like where they ever typically would be. And so I love being able to do these. And I get to reach a set of a geography or a set of like time zones that I don't normally get to hit. All right, so I think with Dexter, if we shout him out first, then we win. Oh no, I have to wait. I have to wait another 40 minutes. Never mind. That means he can't shout us out either. It's crazy to think about. It is. It's wild to think about. So I typically try to treat it just like a normal stream, but are you streaming all night? I am, Burbo. I'm not sure why I'm shortening names tonight, but I am streaming all night. And so probably another 8-9 hours, depending on how long my daughter sleeps, is the intent. So they hit our Korg with the Yondu. At 6. I don't think we grab priority here, which is kind of a problem. I think our best bet would be to try to hit them with a rock slide so that they don't draw into their good stuff. Thank you all via AFK. Absolutely, Burbo. I'll be live for you. Lurkers. That's what I did for drops until I started streaming them. Was I lurked in people's chat. If we full send the right lane, we can get the extra energy, and Kitty Pride comes back in. Not that I don't know that it'll do much for us though. Dexter's been really enjoying the Grandmaster lately. He used that with Scorn. I think he used it in the like Zabu discount deck that he had. We both get the extra energy, unfortunate. But they are locked into the right lane, which is great. That means we can really focus down on like one of the other lanes. I feel like we need to draw, right? If that's the case, we reverse the order. Do Widow's Bite, Iron Man left. Grandmaster is a good sleeper card. Yeah, I feel like it's a tougher card to use because sometimes you have to get creative with it and see lines that are otherwise a little bit more difficult to like track or follow. If they win the right lane, we're in trouble. 3, 6, 10, so this is 20. We might be able to steal it back with 20. If they have an Eliath, a Cosmo, might do it. If they can also just flood more cards so we can't hit them with the Juggernaut, we're also in trouble. So the Baron Zemo pulls out our Angela, which gives them a little bit of a jump, but I don't think it's enough because we're going to send the Gladiator away, send the Zemo away. We should be able to flip the right lane back in our favor, and we'll be able to get a couple of those cubes back from Dexter. It's whenever he can't shout us out that we grab the win. And then after that, he grabs the win if he shouts us out. Have we tried Agony? So I haven't tried Agony. I don't quite have her unlocked yet. I need to do 2 more sets of the missions. The shout out diff. It is the shout out difference. I need to do a couple more sets of the missions to unlock her. I'm not feeling like she's going to be great, which is why I haven't like rushed to be able to get her. It feels like she's just a different setup Taskmaster. Not Taskmaster, goodness. A different setup Hulkbuster. And so I haven't rushed out to pick it up. Gwenpool or Madam Web. Both of those are really solid cards. I feel like Gwenpool is a little bit easier to run and sometimes get surprise cubes from because you get the last turn kind of burst. It's harder for the opponent to calculate. I like Madam Web, but I also think it's a little bit more strenuous to play. The team of Supremos had just beat Dexter Noyce. To be fair, I think we're about 50-50 tonight. I think he's beaten me just as many times as I've beaten him. It's been going back and forth pretty evenly. And so either way, we're having a good bout back and forth. True. Yeah, you may wait to see what cards are gonna drop down in the series drop as well. But I would lean more towards the Gwenpool, just for a little bit easier decks to run, because Madam Web requires a lot of you can misplace a card, not necessarily you have to play it well, but it's easier to misplace a card or mismove it and misjudge what the opponent's going to do, which can cause some losses that you wouldn't otherwise get. Covert, you said I watched you earlier today. I know you're full time now, but I don't want you burning the candle from both ends. So it's only something that I'm going to be doing during the drops, because I'm so excited to be able to do these big streams that it helps carry over a good chunk of the rest of the month being able to do them. And so I'm excited about it. It's not I'm not gonna burn out from it. So Korg Juggernaut. We have to be careful of a potential Cassandra Nova, because it could make one of their cards negative. It could also maybe have Hood. And then Plope said, do you read a lot of Marvel comics? Not as many as I would like. But I've started reading a few since I've picked up the game. So big Iron Man. We do have to look out for Magneto Eliath. Pretty common big ones that we have to watch out for. Let's go ahead and go Hawk mid. Maybe we pull back into Juggernaut. Maybe we just cycle in the right lane. So the last Marvel comic that I read was House of X, and that one I think was phenomenal. But I haven't picked up any more since then because I've been doing the double job duty, where I worked the other job in the mornings and then worked or streamed. I don't know that you can qualify it as work. I streamed in the afternoons, and then had my daughter and family in the afternoons. And so I didn't have a whole lot of extra time, but now that we lost that other one, we should maybe get a little bit of that back to ourselves. The Shadow King rotation was huge. Into the Luke Cage, also pretty nice. So that right lane is unfortunately very, very strong. And there's not any big things we can grab from that direction. We're susceptible to Magneto. This lane is locked in. They could have a Hazmat, which does elevate the Ajax a lot. And it brings this one down a lot as well. Highest power output. Retreat? We should probably retreat. The Juggernaut's gonna do it in for us, isn't it? Juggernaut into Hazmat. Yeah, we should have retreated.
Hey, you found a rook.
Unless even a Cassandra Nova doesn't do it. Closest thing we could get, but not going to be what does it. Had we not dropped the card in mid, then we still wouldn't have been able to do it. Because Thena wouldn't have scaled. We would have just won this one by 1. We lost the right by more. I really want Madam Web myself. I enjoy playing less predictable decks, and the mistakes are great learning experience. Yeah, I enjoy Madam Web, and I probably play her more than I do Gwenpool. But I know that Gwenpool can do a lot of big like raw power plays, which I think a lot of people like definitely enjoy. And then Dr. Pranjal said, "I went to sleep while watching your stream. Woke up to see you streaming. Had breakfast, went to the market, and came back to now see you streaming." You really are Thanos. During drop days, we're putting in some degenerate hours for sure. Especially the first day of drops. It'll like reel back a bit from here, but absolutely loving the being able to do the streams for drops and not have to worry about like, messing up my schedule and needing to fix it by Monday is a pretty big sigh of relief. So their Agent Venom, we can go ahead and go Cassandra Nova. That brings all of their 4s down to 3, I guess. We have to kind of make it good because Pokemon trading card game soon. Are you talking about Snap, Jug? All right, let's go Rock Slide, Kitty Pride. We did draw back into Kitty Pride, so we should be able to do the scaling on her each turn. They drew back into Athena, Kitty Pride as well, and theirs has already started scaling and stacking. Unfortunate. With Dream Dimension, neither one of us can get like Iron Man or Hawk down. We've been seeing a lot of like very similar deck builds with like the Agent Venom tonight. So maybe we pivot after this. We've been running this one for a decent amount. We're 67. Okay. We're 67 games in with a 60% win rate, which is pretty solid. But I don't know that we have a shot in this one. We'll jump out of this one. I'd rather lose it for the one than stay in to see it for 2. I found a rock. That's one of my favorite voice lines in the game. Is Korg's. My least favorite is Ghost Rider by far. It is one of the creepiest voice lines that I think they've given. Love Korg, me too. Korg, Rock Slide, Debris, all of the rock cards I really enjoy, and I've enjoyed for quite a while. I hit the Deadpool line. The Deadpool line definitely feels kind of, I guess maybe a little, I don't know if it's the right phrasing for it, but maybe like a little bit cheesier. It doesn't feel like Deadpool, or it doesn't feel like true to his character. Do you have a favorite MCU? A favorite MCU movie? So mine is Endgame. That was, so I went to see that one in theaters, and the like atmosphere in that movie was unlike any other that I'd seen. Y'all remember the rock bundle for gold? I do. It was the rock avatar. I did not take part in purchasing that one, but I do remember it. It feels like what a high schooler thinks Deadpool would say rather than his actual writing. Yeah. But in game, the atmosphere in the movie, because I watched it when like the day after it released, was unlike anything I've ever been around before, and I don't know that I'll ever be around it in the future. Let's do Cosmo last, just to save the like option for a potential Venom. I actually watched Infinity Wars twice in theaters with my buddy because we liked it so much. Yes. Everyone, like, it was a big, because it was like this big buildup of like, multi-years building up to like that final intense movie or part of the saga. And so it was super hyped in the theaters. Did you catch No Way Home in theaters? I did. That one I think people were excited about, but it didn't seem like it was the same level. We lost our kitty pride, unfortunately. 5 for a hawk coming down mid. Can't really do anything here, which is unfortunate. For a hawk coming down mid. It's 10, 13 plus stature. So that's 23. We go up to 19, unfortunately. So if they have both pieces, then we're not able to. So let's go ahead and ship this one. See if they have both of what they need. We know that they won't be able to reach us in Mojo World at the very least. Do force a retreat.
Victory.
Thatcher can't be played. Ooh, true. So even if they had it with Hellfire Club, it can't be played. But it is time for a quick set of ads. I think I hear stirring, so my daughter may not be fully back asleep. And so we're going to jump over into 3 minutes of ads real fast to turn off the pre-roll for the next hour. Then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. Wow, we actually got back faster than I thought. So we have another minute. I'll wait about 30 seconds before we jump into the next match. That way it kind of ends around when the ads end up ending. And then Malphus. My day's going well. Super excited to be doing the drops. I unfortunately ended up pulling a pretty bad one with the with Sabretooth, but hopefully I pulled a bad one so that you guys can get a good one. And then if you guys haven't seen it, there is a quest on Discord to get a free Spider-Man variant. So if you don't own the card, it actually unlocks it for you. Let's see. So the quest link. I don't have the quest link anymore, but it's under Discord, under Discover, and then quests. All you have to do is accept the quest and then have both of them up for 15 minutes, and you unlock it. So sad you can't get it on Mac. Yeah, Mac and mobile. It feels weird that it's specific to PC only. But I also missed the one from iPhone, the card back that they had. So maybe there will be a kind of another mix in of them. We have opponent again. How many times are we gonna face off tonight? I haven't tried it yet, but do you know if you can play Snap on Linux? Steam? I'm not for sure. I actually haven't heard, by the way, so I'm not for sure. Go ahead and play a couple of cards in Danger Room. If we can get something to land there early, that puts some pressure on them to have to play in that lane. And so the early cable with a pretty solid cable split. Let's go Athena, probably Athena Korg mid. That way we have the scaling in the right lane. I think we should be able to grab a priority in this one. And so I probably would snap in a normal situation, but I don't want to snap on. I don't want to snap on Dexter because we have the Cosmo and Juggernaut to protect against like potential misery,
Hey, man, I'm cool.
protect against a like retrigger like Grandmaster. Potentially stop that. A Spider-Man variant. So there's a quest on Discord that you can accept. Let's go Widow's Bite, Sandra Nova. We'll save our Juggernaut for a little bit. This will allow our Athena to scale when we otherwise wouldn't be able to get it to scale. Unfortunately, the Widow's Bite remains. And then Baron Zemo pulls our Kitty Pryde again. That's fine. Are you neighbors or something? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm a little bit afraid of dropping Juggernaut here. Because if they play in Asteroid M and then we push it in Danger Room, we might give them an out. But I'm also not... I also don't really trust like just the Cosmo. That may be safer, though. A friendly neighborhood opponent. Friendly neighborhood opponent, indeed. Iron Man? Danger Room?
Iron Man.
Not so Danger Room. We don't get any kind of good card here. I think we do this. Mystique is going to copy the Cosmo. How many cards have been destroyed? Not enough for death, I don't think. So I think we send this and just hope that it's enough. It's either that or we try to... We have to position both cards in the left lane and then hope that they both landed. I think it's kind of hopeful. Yeah, laugh to stay sane. If you push through the link, I'll make sure to forward it. It'll block it from you initially. But... It's so close. Ah, oof, okay. The Squirrel Girl, the Grandmaster, all of those like cable popping here would have won them mid. It was like that close. Oof. I just witnessed a streamer versus streamer in ladder. It's been happening. I think that's our like seventh match today or something crazy. So that's the link to the Discord quest. The goodest of boys Cosmo came in clutch once again. Gladly take it. And it only appears on PC. So even if you have the link, it doesn't like go through if you don't have PC. Next up is JXCN. Am I sitting lower than normal? I need a new office chair. This one like gradually like drops down. All right, let's go ahead and start out with Korg. Send a little bit of junk their way.
Hey, you found a rook.
And Gillian? Gillian. Morning from France. Welcome in. Good morning. Hopefully you're having a great morning all the way in France. Glad you're jumping in and joining us. General said, with how much you're winning, pretty soon you'll have to start saying that Dexter is your test dummy. No. I would say that right now we're probably 55%. I wouldn't say that it's a blowout by any means. In the last set of drops, he absolutely, I beat him the first time, and then I didn't beat him again for the rest of the night. By the end of it, I think I was a little tilted. Not just against him, but just like with where the meta was, and I couldn't find a deck that I was really like jiving with. But so I wouldn't go anywhere near that location, or anywhere near that direction. So the Dakin, they could have Gambit, Proxima. Takes out the rock. Love to see it. So I think we definitely want to focus on like a Cosmo line. Since we have priority, do like maybe Cosmo left.
Oh, snap.
We can always copy it with Mystique.
Victory.
Final turn. We do force the retreat with the snap there. And then on the YouTube side, Pranjali said the friends had gone for all of the MCU films at the theater. The last film of the Infinity Saga was everything we expected and beyond. Yeah. Never seen so many jubilant fans celebrating. Yes. It was an experience unlike any other. Like, it was the only one where I can like recall like grown adults like cheering and like audibly being like ecstatic about like, you know, seeing Captain America pick up the hammer and things like that. That it was such a cool experience because everyone was very like invested into it. And so it was a one of a kind thing. How would you feel about being the white noise in the background when I fall asleep? General Sergeant, I would say that is it'd be a pleasure. And then maybe I'll still be the white noise when you wake up. I promise not to do any screams in the mic or anything crazy. But it used to make me kind of nervous when people said that my voice would put them to sleep. I don't remember how they phrased it, but it used to make me think like super boring, but now I don't mind it. I kind of take it as a compliment. At 5 a.m. Wake up! Said TLSG's voice is godsend. I appreciate you guys. I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. I never knew that I had that. I had a voice, because normally I feel like I kind of like bore people, and so normally I'm a pretty introverted person, so I don't like. I don't know. I could go an entire day and not say anything. You have audiobook quality voice? That'd be incredible. To be able to do like some kind of audiobooks. So I think something like this.
Opponent snapped.
They have +5 here. We can let this +3 scale. And just go Cosmo to the right to try to keep that at bay. I don't think we go Juggernaut. I think Juggernaut is a risk in Kiln. Dr. Doom goes up to 13. We go up to 13. It comes down to a point differential. You're not boring.
Hey, man,
You're not boring. It's just
cool.
very calming and soothing. Yeah, yeah. So that's the direction I take it now. Is that it's just like a soothing thing instead. So we block the rogue. Hydra Bob jumping over, forcing mid to be a tie, and so it comes down to a point differential. We do win the point differential just by 3 points, 3 to 4 points. But dodging that rogue was everything. We'll gladly take the 4 cubes against Juno. You like the Cripiarian of Snap, soothing voice? Well, I appreciate that. That's a high praise for sure. Once again, the good boy gets the win, or girl, depending on where you're reading it. But yes, Cosmo is the goodest of dogs, of boys. I've always called him the goodest of boys, so it feels wrong, even if it's a girl. Because I'm pretty sure I don't know what gender Lockjaw is. Call him a good boy too.
Opponent snapped.
We lost Hawk. Lost Absorbing Man and snapped. So I'm pretty sure they're snapping into the fact that we don't have Hawk anymore. We could potentially still play it out. Get kind of lucky with like Rock Slide, Cassandra Nova. I'm just gonna let them have the one though.
Escape.
New Twitch drops? Yes, Deity. We have a new set of Twitch drops. For watching for 6 hours, you get a premium mystery variant. And so no pixels guaranteed. So could be up to a super rare if you get lucky. I got a normal rare, but the one that I opened on Tuesday, I got a super rare from, so I think it balanced out. And, you know, so they actually started today. They started about maybe 13 hours ago or so, give or take. So they definitely have it. You have plenty of time to be able to get them. But that would be why our stream is
Hey, you found a rope.
is as big as it is. We also got a massive raid from Alex. When he ended to stream, he sent over I think it was 2,800 people. Just an absolutely ridiculous number. My last like 3 random variants were pixel, but this one's a premium mystery variant. So it can pull rares, it can pull super rares, but they guarantee that it doesn't have a pixel inside of it, which is nice. It's a little reassuring. So next turn we can stage the Mystique into Dark Dimension, alongside like dropping just like the Kitty Pride. Or we stage the Cassandra Nova so that we get the +8. I like how premium means no pixels in this game. Athena left. Could have done Athena left as well so that she scales. Athena wouldn't scale with that. We could go Agent Venom. Go ahead and go Athena and then shift her over to the left. And the Mystique hidden here would help us if we top deck. We have a 50-50 of either Hawk or Iron Man. So then we'd be able to elevate one of these lanes with either one of those and then copy it with the Mystique. I just think the Agent Venom's going to be better. Dome, yeah. I think there's a rotation on them. So I think within a group you're guaranteed a super. The Cosmo is not what we were hoping for. They have access to Iron Man, Mystique, other scary cards. Also got Chibi. Oh, interesting. I didn't think we had a great shot there. But I was going to stick it out because they didn't know that we didn't have an ongoing. And they also had pretty low power output in general. You got a Chibi Orca from the premium. Fortunate. That is very unfortunate. At least it wasn't a pixel, but it would be better if it was on a card that you knew you would actually use at some point. I haven't used Orca since I had this weird like Daredevil, Professor X, Orca style build, which I enjoyed. It doesn't work now. It was from a long time ago. It doesn't work now, but I haven't even been able to use Orca since then. You got a good looking crystal. JF, I'm glad you got a good one. So double Thena. I'm not sure if double Thena is worth it or not, but we're gonna do it anyways. So for that Spidey variant, I think you actually can get that on Mac and Linux. Mac and Linux. Looks like Discord has apps for both platforms. So were you able to accept the quest though? I thought the biggest issue was that you weren't able to like accept or complete it on there. I'm not a fan of Dan Hips. That's irritating, but it seems like a third of the variants. Yeah, it seems like Dan Hip has a chokehold on this game for some reason. I think it's a single Korg double Cassandra Nova. That doesn't leave room for like an Iron Man and a Cosmo. But unless they're running Super Scroll, I don't think they'll be able to stop us. So this looks like the Blue Marvel style of Zoo deck, is what I imagine.
Oh, snap.
The Hawk is bigger if it goes to the left, so I'm going to take this turn and cap out the right with Iron Man. Last turn we can do like a Hawk, Kitty Pryde left.
Victory.
Dan Hip should take a vacation. I feel like whenever the game first launched, his art style was very unique, and it still is. But it seems like because he was a fan favorite, like every single character has a Dan Hip version. And so it feels a bit repetitive at times. I enjoy his art style, just not when it feels like most of what we see are Dan Hip. I do like Peach Momoko. I like Art Germ, but those are all 1200, and so I can't justify spending on variants when I could be pushing for progress instead.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
I like the Princess Momoko and Pandart variants. Hopefully you pull one of those, yeah, the deity. Because I got Momoko Magic, the last one that I opened. This one was just a Sabretooth, but... Yeah, man, I love chocolate cake, but I don't want to eat chocolate cake for every meal every day. Very true. So we have to look out for their counter movement stuff. Getting Cosmo down could be okay. Oh, that's a very negative Korg that we have floating around now. You really love Thena? What do you mean? Because I've been running the deck for a while, Tuna, or what? I only had a handful brewed for today. And then we've been streaming for a long time. And so I've been shifting between a few different decks. This is definitely the one that I've had the most like consistent success with. But I wouldn't say just because it's Thena. We have to look out for them having like the big arrow or maybe even Magneto on the left. Legion's probably fine. I can't believe their Silk never bounced over into the left lane a single time. Rayolo said, how do you deal with ruts in this game where it feels like you can only get the worst possible outcomes? Sometimes that means taking a step back, unfortunately. Sometimes that means taking a little bit of a break for whether that be like a day, 2 days, or right now you could probably play high voltage because it's a mode that has like no stakes. But they're tough whenever you hit a rut, like especially in like a meta that you're just not really like jiving with or mixing with. Feels pretty bad. So if they do like an arrow, they can pull our Hawk out of this lane. So this one would be 8, it's 3, like 14, it goes to 15. Because if I was them and I arrowed, I would arrow to the left. That is not the case though. Ah, man. But the Juggernaut comes down, right? As long as it goes left, not right. Right is is not all right. We'll lose off of the Scream, the Craven. They scaled tremendously. But they didn't snap, so we stuck it out, and we had a 50-50 shot at it. High voltage is just Goliath gaming. It's not that much better. They can't Goliath you if you grab priority. So maybe it needs to turn into like a priority grab, trying to get as many like raw points down as early as possible, so that you can't be Goliath. So I don't mind. I like high voltage. I like that it's a mode that is very low stakes, very low stress. It makes it very easy to like jump in, play a few games. If you lose, yeah, it might be a little annoying, but it's not as stressful as like losing 4 8-cubers in a row and then feeling like you need to stay in to get those back. Can be some of the worst sessions in the world. So the Scorn gets discarded. They have Scorn in their opening hand. We don't have an amazing way to deal with it either. Like we have Cosmo. But for that, we would need to be able to grab priority. I think we're gonna play into right and left. It amazes me that Second Dinner announces a mode that really doesn't have any stress.
I found the rock.
That's true. Typically, so even like Deadpool's Diner was so stressful, and I'm a relatively decent player. And Deadpool's Diner was so stressful because you're staking so much, and then if you lose, you have to wait. It just was not a mode that felt good. And then here's this one where it definitely has little to no stress involved. All it is like sometimes it's unfortunate that you get Goliath, but for the most part, I think it's a big win. Another great thing about high voltage is that it's more mission focused rather than and so it's not one that like even if you're doing badly, you can complete the missions. And so that's another like big draw in it. You can't like rush it out as easy.
I am Iron Man.
Ajax or US Agent? I would probably say Ajax. We should have done Juggernaut. I don't know what we were doing. Juggernaut to push away the MODOK, try to hit it into like the Cosmo lane. And on the YouTube side, Retro, welcome in. He said at first I didn't like Dan Hip. Then it grew on me. So much here, but not bad. I don't think they beat us in Weir Island. We just send them out of the left lane. We boomer snap it. Let it go through. Is Agent Venom worth to buy? Yeah, Agent Venom is really, really strong in like the right deck build. So typically things that run like Iron Man, or Mystique, those that have like good, you get good value out of it. Phenomenal. And then bounce decks he can be pretty good in. I haven't seen as many of those recently. I feel like this one with like the Cosmo has taken like top running on it. Not necessarily this version. This version probably isn't even the most popular one. The one that's probably the most popular has Claw, Speed, Mystique. So it's very similar, but it cuts a few of the pieces. So I think it cuts Korg, Rock Slide, Hawk in favor of Speed, Claw, and Sable, I want to say. And they both work really well. I enjoyed the AV deck with Havoc and Elsa. Derek or Dexter? So next up we have Raccoon Squad. First location, Central Park. We do get Agent Venom that we can curve into on turn number 2. I'm excited for Toxin. To have just enough to guarantee him. Yeah, I think Toxin kind of scares me for bounce. Like I think he might make bounce super prevalent and super annoying. Like more so than it already
Hey, welcome.
is.
It took you long enough.
So it definitely scares me a bit. Beast, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up. It lost count, but I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. Bounce is already OP. Bounce is already really, really strong. We could get hit with another round of squirrels. It's devastating. But he's going to be great for a week or two, and then he's going to get bounce nerfed. Very possible. I missed 2 Warlock. Me too, Plope. I actually used him a lot more at that cost than at 5. 5, feels unusable to me. Either way, this next middle location is awful. So Central Park, we spread out our cards so that if it pops in Central Park, we're safe. If it pops into Brooklyn Bridge, then it's also a little unfortunate. Man, I have nowhere to play. I guess we skip into like Iron Man, maybe Iron Man left. If that's the case, then Hawk left would be better. Spawn worth to 6,000. I like to play discard from time to time. I feel like she's going to be very strong in those decks. And so I would say if you do like discard, she could be pretty worth it. But if you're not a fan of discard, definitely disregard her. So with the Shadow King on the right, that hurts our Cassandra Nova a lot. So the copycat that is the Kitty Pryde, they also cap themselves out of the left lane, which is great to see. So now maybe it's an Ajax. The Iron Man right is no longer as good. It only brings us up to 6, 7, 8. I guess it's 16. No, 3, 4, 5, 10. What kind of math am I doing? I don't think this hits. I think they always can play 2 cards here. So then it would be reliant on them wanting an on reveal here. I don't think is the right direction. Go Iron Man, but that goes down to -1. So not great in this lane.
I am.
Imagine AV
Iron
bounce
Man.
decks with the consistency of Warlock. Would be wild. So Luke Cage pops them back up, but does not pop them back up enough. We are going to grab the win in the right lane with Iron Man. Oof. Not a comfy win, but it's a win nonetheless. Warlock is only decent now in Arsham, and even then, I think getting it on turn 4 is so late for what his effect is that it usually doesn't feel worth it. When it was turn 2, if you could get him down and kind of, you would either pressure the opponent so that you could run like your Guardians, you could get a couple of or cheat a couple of draws out. I used to like cheating him out with like a Wasp. So on turn 2, you could get Wasp plus Adam Warlock, so you get that immediately at least +1 draw. But we missed that, and I missed Chavez too. It's been great watching and chat. I'm going to sign off for the night. I hope everyone's games go well. Covert Operative. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night. Hopefully we catch you again real soon. So let's go ahead and Rock Slide. We're going to double Rock Slide. Into the snap back is a bit scary. I miss winning. JF, you'll get back there. Opponent about to be rocked. They are. I'm concerned with the snap back though. We're gonna snap us back here. Double blade. Okay, so scorn. It's a discard deck. Double scorn is. That blade is massive. Is this calling wing as well? No. Double up a blade. Oh my goodness, that is the biggest scorn, or gonna be the biggest scorn I think I have ever or will ever seen. So the right lane is gonna be great for Cassandra Nova if we draw into her. Also Hawk, fantastic. Let's do this number. Is scorn worth getting? If you like discard, scorn is good in discard. It's just outside of that, she doesn't fit anywhere else. Now it's about to be murdered like White Widow. Might be too soon. We don't have priority. Or else we could try to position a Cosmo. Let's go a massive 30 power Hawk into, I think, a Mystique. And we'll see what they play this turn. If they don't draw Apocalypse, we're good. Yeah. And even if so, big scorn though. But 30 power on the Hawk is huge. The Swarm. I have 2 cards in hand. We have priority, so if they try to do like a MODOK, block it over here. Then Mystique is going to copy the Hawk. I think we're good. Who needs Apocalypse when they have a gigantic scorn like that? No kidding. But hopefully we can bamboozle him here. Yeah, if it was Scorn's old design, we're jetting faster than I could. Old Scorn design was going to be crazy strong. It was gonna double its power into adding that power to the card itself and a card on the board. Was going to scale insane. If they Scorn right. Oh, if they drop the Scorn right. I also dropped in mid. So Modok,
Need this anymore.
Rock Scorn. We're good with a Rock Scorn. We will take, even if they scorned in the right lane, it wouldn't have been enough to bring them over the 18 power gap. Take those. Take those where we can. Brings us to 171. Great progress. Do you have the command that says what a card does? Yeah, so card 4. I'm not sure if everybody has access to it or if it's me. Math plus 2 a.m. equals my dumb comments. No, General, you're okay. You've been hanging with us all day. And so I completely understand a little bit of mush brain.
Hey man, I'm cool.
How many decks with Thena? Thena's definitely a queen of tempo decks for sure. So we have the Juggernaut. We can slap their cards from mid out of the middle location, so we can guarantee that we get more Hulks down than they do. And honestly, I think that might be worth a snap. From there, we just figure out how to win one of the other lanes. Like an Iron Man definitely sends it over the top. Let's go ahead and try it. And then GK. All right. I lost words for a second. GK, you said, I'm so glad you're making content again. Love your gameplay. Thank you so much, GK Tuna. I'm so glad I'm able to make it again. I wish those would have stacked right, though. That would have been beautiful. Unless they have a Falcon to pull them back up. But still. I'm excited to be able to be making it, because it could have been just as easy. It could have just as easily been that I decided, hey, I'm going to come back, and then there was no audience to return back to. And so I'm very fortunate that I have such a positive community around me. Big Mockingbird, big Nightcrawler, so they're not completely locked into Gamma Lab yet. With the Mockingbird, do we think running Zoo? Or do we think they have any kind of counter cards? Would Thena be bad with Toxin?
Iron Man.
I'm wondering if I should save leftover keys for her or Werewolf. I don't think she'd be awful with Toxin. Possibly, depending on like how it's set up. Maybe that gives you some extra range to do your lower cost cards.
Opponent snapped.
This scales by an extra 3. So even with this, I think we would have to do this. It goes 8. So it goes up to 8, 9, 10, 11. They're snapping. They don't know if we had Mystique or not. This might do it, but it's also kind of risky depending on if they have a Gilgamesh Ant-Man. I think we're toast. Order? Yeah, true. If they have a Gilgamesh Ant-Man, I think we're toast. We're going to let it roll, though. So Ant-Man right. Pretty big form.
Hey, welcome. It took you
can't
long
match
enough.
into the Gilgamesh. We're 1 off. Had we stacked into the right lane instead, just given up left, we had it. Ah, unfortunate. We should have stacked them together. Hindsight and all. But they could have just as easily maybe switched up the Ant-Man and Gilgamesh. That's all right. Psycho L Crazy, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 27 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic night or day or morning, whatever time it is for you. And then Web Metal, you said, how do you feel about High Voltage? A lot of what I've seen so far is that it was super fun yesterday, but now it's just the same decks going against the same decks. And then Yaden, hey TLSG, fell asleep watching the stream, and I'm still going when you get back, Yaden. I appreciate you being here. Web Metal Reese, thank you so much for the one community gifted sub. Very much appreciate you and appreciate the positivity. So I enjoy High Voltage. It's not one that I personally would like grind out a lot of, but I like it as kind of a switch up to play a little bit of here and there to complete some missions. I think it's nice that there is a low stress style of mode that we have. If there were some maybe low weekly rewards for engaging with it, I think it would be something that would feel like it becomes a grind. But I do like it, and I think it's something that a lot of players, or would fit a lot of players well. Some that maybe are a bit too stressed with ladder. It gives them another avenue to play. And then Web Metal with the take my money emote. I like that one. It kind of looks like Fry's hand. I don't know if you guys ever watched Futurama. Kind of looks like Fry's hand, which I imagine it probably is. I think that fits with that meme. Oh, these two? It is. Well, I like it. Straws, you said that was a close one, had me sweating. Me too. Me too, Straws. After I saw it came out, of course, hindsight was that I wish I stacked the two. But very well played. It was such a tight margin. As always, the games are always fantastic. So the Hope Summers Wong, if we do Iron Man, the only problem is that they could potentially pivot and move these cards over into New York if they're anticipating a Cosmo block. Time for a little posture check out this round? Yeah, probably Yaden. Slouching a bit. Then 10. That's fine.
I am Iron Man.
I love the double Cosmo. Yeah, the double Cosmo, I think, is what's going to be able to make this one possible because it covers both ends of that potential play that they have. And so the Gambit, huge. The Colin Wing Grandmaster, no such luck, my friend. The Rock Slide, we will get mid. We'll take right. We'll take the 2.
Victory.
Van Guy. Hopefully you end up pulling a good mystery variant out of it. Hopefully it's the exact one that you want. But congratulations on pulling them. Hopefully you get a good one. Average experience using Wong? Yeah, to be fair, it's probably the Wong time to be using Wong. Cosmo is abundant, and I feel like people got a taste of playing Wong Black Panther stuff in High Voltage, and then maybe tried to bring that over into ladder. And I think it'll die off relatively quickly. Just got Agony and about to unlock the premium mystery variant. Good snap day. It is indeed zombie. I probably need to do the high voltage quest,
Hey, I found a rook.
but I think we can wait on it. Daughter might wake up from her dad jokes. She might. It might it might be just some like eye rolls and grunts. But they lost Stegron, we lost Hawk. Maybe not the end of the world. Store manager, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. In Voltage, a guy used Wong and Odin, Panther, and Ironheart. Got them to 266 on their side, but I somehow won. Yeah, it gets... The game mode gets crazy if the combos are like left unimpeded or uninterrupted. You sent a message. It wasn't about the win. It was about the message that was sent. That I'm just up late because I worked late. Gotcha. It's 3 a.m. I didn't. It's those are crazy shift hours. Hopefully everything went well. Is Agent Venom replaceable? Probably. You do lose a little bit of quite a bit of your potential high roll, but it doesn't like completely break the functionality without it. We don't think they have a Shadow King or anything, do we? I think we just go ahead and send another Cassandra Nova, let it rip over to the left. Shadow King? Never heard of him. They almost opened up another opportunity for us to Cassandra Nova and rip it to the left, but...
Victory.
It's so crazy what Cassandra Nova and Cloning Vats does. It's just awful. Alchemist, you said you got Peach and Moko Electra from the drops? Nice. I wish she was a little bit more like, usable or common, but still a nice variant to pull. It was a busy 2 to 10 shift that became a 2 to 11:30 because of a catering order that DoorDash was an hour late picking up from your store. That's rough. Hopefully it's not like a completely polar opposite of your normal shifts though. So hopefully it's not like you normally work open and then now all of a sudden you're working like the graveyard. Let's go ahead and go with our Agent Venom. We increased the Mystique, the Athena, the Cosmo, or the Cassandra Nova quite a bit. Both 6 to 2 and 2 to 10. Oh my goodness, how do you have time to still dominate me and snap? I feel like I would be spent and wouldn't be able to play properly. We can go Cosmo. We can go ahead and go Cassandra Nova. Maybe we set up like an Iron Man. Last turn we're going to position maybe a Juggernaut, depending on how they play and where their cards spread out to. Ooh, and I accidentally had the YouTube chat covered up. And then Retro. I'm not sure how long ago you said this, but those are displays on the wall. I had a sponsorship with them for one of my videos a while back, like a couple months ago, and I enjoyed the artwork so much that I wanted to keep them up. I think Hawk is probably safer than like the Iron Man. Mystique is my favorite card. I wish her Mocha variant wasn't a bundle only. So you might be able to pull it from Collector Vault. The Collector Vault is coming back up, right? So you should be able to, I think, purchase some of those through that. They butchered us in Destroyed Mansion, unfortunately. We'd have to beat 10 here. So be exactly 10. I guess Juggernaut left isn't awful. Scale this one up, unless they have a hazmat. If they have a hazmat, then we're kind of toast. TLSG, what's your favorite card to build a deck around right now? Ooh, it's a big US agent. I don't think we win this right lane. Quicksilver and then hazmat. Yeah. Yeah, we're not gonna lose. I don't think we win a single lane.
I found a rock.
The favorite card to build a deck around. I've been really enjoying Scream and Wiccan. Korg to the right. Korg to the right instead of the Kitty Pride for the extra +1. We could have tied the right, but as long as they had hazmat, they had us. So I've been enjoying Scream and I've been enjoying Wiccan quite a bit as well. Premium got me a chibi Quicksilver. That's all I've ever wanted. I mean, Web Metal. At least you got what you wanted. You may have lost, but at least you found a rock. That is very true. You did find the rock. And plop with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
All right, let's go ahead and throw Angela. I think we throw it to the right since a random card pulls in mid. I'm also reminding myself, so it's great. That and the posture check. Yaden. Oh, Yaden, I'm so sorry. I didn't see the posture check come through. I didn't even acknowledge it. I didn't mean to ignore you. Why did they play Swarm out on 2? Moon Knight, we don't lose anything. Comes down, so that's does give them priority. So positioning a Cosmo is a little bit trickier now. Viper coming across before we had a chance to get the Cosmo on the board. We weren't going to place it in the left because we didn't have priority, but still stings. From Mystique, or from Agent Venom, actually scale Athena, a rock slide. Let's go with this. We have a 50-50 to pull into Iron Man here, which could potentially be big for us. And then OCal said, love seeing 2K viewers on your channel. We had a massive raid from Alex earlier, and so that has been it's been pumping since then. So the Juggernaut is unfortunate. Without being able to do the Iron Man last turn, we couldn't position for like a Mystique. This would be best bet. And I don't think it does it. Goes up to 12 plus a little bit more. Might. We might also need to position the Kitty Pryde to the right, depending on which direction we think they're going to go. Gets it
I am
close-ish. That'll do. Looking kind of Zombieland looking kind of tired. I'm not looking tired. You're looking tired. I am gonna run to the restroom real fast though. All of the hydration has gotten to me, but we're still good for several more hours. Just teasing. I'm feeling a little bit tired now. But you said wait. Wait. What are we waiting for? Emote chat? Wait, how come? We're going to ad break. I'm gonna run to the restroom. When you say restroom, oh, it's the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I didn't even realize that I was saying it in a weird way. But we're gonna run a quick 3 minutes of ads so that I can run to the restroom. I can get a refill on water, and then we'll be back ready to go. I'm heading to the outhouse. Me too. We'll be back in a second, you guys. Where did TLSG go? We ran away. I ran to the bathroom, and then to refill my cup. So, empty bladder, full cup. We're ready to go for another 5-6 hours. Still gonna go for a while. And then Bill on the YouTube side, good morning. Good morning to you. Hopefully you're having a great morning so far. Next up we have straws again. We'll see if we can get a couple of those cubes back that we lost. I'm working right now, TLSG. Did I say that? I didn't say that. I don't think. Maybe a little bit tired. I don't think I'm that tired. We are working. Someone pulled my Jubilee with a leader. which was then Arnim Zola and clogged himself on turn 2 in high voltage. You'll love to see it. Clogged themselves and then they couldn't do anything as a follow-up. Let's go rock slide here to the right. Magic the Gathering revealed a Marvel crossover. I did see a couple of the cards. Congratulations again on going full-time. Thank you so much, JF. I'm excited. I'm excited to be able to do more consistent streams because it always kind of bugged me a little bit that the streams had to be inconsistent. It was just whenever I could find time to fit them in. So we couldn't really necessarily build as much.
Enough said.
Had someone drop 2 Panthers and his Zola hit the Central Park Squirrel. High voltage creates some craziness. So a big Iron Man would be fine. Although I'm not sure we hold down Clintar.
I am Iron Man.
Wow, big Wiccan from Straws. We have to retreat out of this one. I don't think we hold it down. Best case would be a Hawk. And with them having the Wiccan energy. Give them that one. We'll give them round 2. So I haven't played Magic the Gathering. I played like a starter deck for Magic the Gathering, but I haven't played it any further than that. Might be fun to explore the Marvel crossover with Magic the Gathering. So Echo, we typically see that in Jet's Phoenix Force deck. You should try Arena when that comes out. Good intro. Zombie, you played it for 20 plus years. I've heard good things. When it was, I didn't live near a local card shop for a very, very long time. So I didn't have anyone like nearby that played. And so, like, even if I wanted to buy the cards, I wouldn't have had anyone to play against. Stopped like 5 years ago. What made you stop? Powerless. You said I've really been enjoying high voltage. I am enjoying high voltage a good amount. It's good as like kind of like a fresh, different game mode. So it's a low stakes, low stress, which is definitely I think a win. Let's go Cassandra Nova. I'm gonna go Venom left. That's gonna allow us to do like a Jhin plus Hawk into Mystique plus whatever. Money and time, yeah. I've heard that it's pretty pricey to keep up with, especially if you're building like the good decks. We can go Hawk right. We know they have a Cosmo, which could potentially stop us from Mystiquing. I stopped Magic the Gathering because too many sets, honestly, and I was more of a collector than a player. Yeah, I can see that too. And they go through sets pretty quickly, it feels like. Let's do this direction, and depending if we have priority or not. Maybe we can angle a Mystique into mid. The Echo is decent when Miss Marvel is good. Just put her mid. You're feeling good? Yeah. Do you have a thought on Scorn? Too niche or just a nut that hasn't been cracked? I think I think it kind of is what it is. I think it's good in discard decks, but I don't think it goes outside of that.
Victory.
Okay. 1 second. I have to check on my daughter. She's stirring again. So she's not sleeping as well as I thought. I'm gonna check on her real fast. Then I'll be right back. Leaving her alone stirring and all. So she wasn't cooking. She's not sleeping well. She normally likes to stay pretty cuddly to her mom. I saw a discard move of Swarm into symbiote Spider-Man, then Beast, bounce the cards back into hand. So it got duped in the hand with Swarm's added power. Really? And then if it gets discarded, is it free? It feels like a move that would be tough to set up, but could be pretty good if it would, like, when it happens.
Wind, aid my hand.
Then Plope with the Hydrant Minder. So Storm is the first card we've seen. I think we try a Juggernaut Kitty Pryde. It could be a War Machine Legion. If so, then we're in trouble. Otherwise, we might have a shot. So with this last hydration, I must take my leave and sleep. Have a great stream. Thank you so much for hanging out, Plope. You've been hanging out for such a long time, so I appreciate you. Appreciate you being here, and the good vibes that we've had. The hydrate from BB8 as well. So they could do like an Iron Fist into a card in Danger Room. Glad to see the stream popping off. 9 grand. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. We had a massive stream from Alex, which kind of helped push it up like over that hill. And we've been slowly like teetering off as the night has gone on. But overall, it's been phenomenal. So Danger Room not being so dangerous for them here. They have the Vulture, which they can now move into the flooded location to win that one. So I feel like we probably need... I guess it's only 3, so we could take the risk with maybe like a Kitty Pryde. So we probably need at least one of these to stand. I guess all they had to do was what, move Vulture into mid? So Big Goliath shifting over to the right is not going to be enough. Interesting direction or decision. We'll take it. We'll take the 2 cubes. Absolutely take them. All right, next up we have Andre Var. We haven't faced them today, so they may be just getting on for the day. Rank number 24. We do have our Agent Venom, so we're going to be able to use that on 2 or on curve. Then we'll hit potentially Mystique, Nina, Cassandra Nova. All of those are amazing value. And to be able to get the Wiccan down, they go ahead and burn their Shadow King. I'm glad. I always like to see the tech cards being used like a Hazmat Shadow King early to be able to get the potential Wiccan down. Let's go. I think we go Rock Slide. Rock Slide is going to slide from Aunt May's. Copycat, Mystique. Okay, so we know we're not going to draw the Mystique, so we can kind of play with that in mind. We don't have priority. Had Rock Slide slid to the right, we could have prio, but unfortunately we do not. We can do Cosmo, maybe into an Iron Man. And we're looking to set up a potential like Juggernaut type last turn play. I'll be rank 24 soon, rank 24 bronze. JF. It's going to turn around. I feel it. I feel it's going to turn around for you. Let's go Iron Man. The last turn could be like Juggernaut Cassandra. I think Ajax is scary.
I am Iron Man.
13 power mid with Hawk. 13 left. Also go with this, which ends up being 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12. It's just about as much power. Maybe it becomes this. This is 12. We push whatever they play in mid out. The only time that would be a problem, I guess Hazmat wouldn't be a problem for that line. Let's go with that one. I think we have an okay shot. You said all good. I'm digging ditches or something. So this is good. JF, you may need to like take a half a day or something. I believe in your progress. Me too. I believe in your progress too. The big hazmat comes down. The loot cage is hurtful in that right lane. And then the pin arrow is just enough to force the tie. We lose the 4. Probably should have known we shouldn't stay in there. That's all right. Turn it around. We've still made really good progress. Let's see the stats on it so far. I don't know what I mean so far. We've jammed probably close to 80 games with it. Okay, so next up is watching your stream. I'm gonna play Korg away from Mojo World. I'm always a little bit uneasy. So 88 games, a 61% win rate so far. And then a pretty low cube rate of 0.3, but I also haven't been like snapping the best, but 60% win rate over that large of a sample size is kind of solid. So Cosmo could be decent. They're all going to shift over into the right, though. With Pixie, so many things that we potentially worried about. Eliath, Magneto are some of the like 2 common ones in this shell. Could be the Ajax like stuff as well. I'm not sure we hold our own in the left, but might become like Juggernaut right. We do have an extra turn though. What about Scorn? Probably good enough to get. I don't want to spend keys, have just 2. So if you like discard, then it's a very solid role player. Like it's very good in the discard shells. If you're not a big discard person, then it's an easy enough skip. We do lose the Mystique. Next step would be hoping that we get enough, or a low enough card that we could full send the left lane. Then it still becomes a question of like, can we win here? Because a Magneto, we don't scale the Athena. Snap 1, 2. Oh. The snap onto just the Negasonic was diabolical. We lose a second big one in a row, unfortunately. Negasonic hurts. The Negasonic hurts too, indeed. Had we, for whatever reason, played Kitty Pryde first? Maybe. But even though we were tied on cards, it just they weren't high power cards. Man, I haven't seen Negasonic in ages. We got cooked by it. Full-time dad, part-time gamer. Hey, TLSG, how's it going? It's going well. We're having a really good stream.
Hey, you found a rook.
I've had a couple of really big raids come in. So we had Alex that hit us with I think it was like 2,800 viewers, and we maintained for a while. It's starting to taper off a little bit, but we're holding pretty solid. And so as far as the climb goes, we've been doing decent. We started around 250, climbed to about 180, and we've had a little bit of a backdrop or a backslide. But in general, it's going well. Maria Hill plus Kitty Pryde. They're running another Wiccan deck. I feel like Wiccan is everywhere right now. If we can drop priority and still get a Juggernaut down, we can potentially push some of their cards into this tower. Of course, assuming that we pull into Juggernaut, of course. Maybe the Wiccan Blue Marvel style of deck. So we don't have a great board development here. We have all of our heavy hitters, but none of the fillers for the rest of it. I think we'd have to get pretty lucky to bring this one home. Windpool, Marvel Blend. Lord Big. From the Maria Hill though, right? Right.
All systems go.
We have Mystique to copy it. Sandernova, which would end up being 10 power, which is big Sandernova. We also have Juggernaut. We have priority. This ends up being 12. If we push from the left over to the Fisk Tower, they'll lose 4 on it. But 12 may still not be enough in that lane. Especially with Gwynpool having come down, giving 6 power to cards in hand. It may end up that they end up in Fisk Tower. Star-Lord's voice audio is still my favorite. Me too. Definitely a classic. We don't Juggernaut anywhere. Sandernova would have been a better play. But it's fine. There's a lot of cards to do very, very little here. Juggernaut tried his best. But it is not going to be enough. We'll take the 2.
Victory.
Speaking of Negasonic, I played her here and there in high voltage, and she actually underplayed. She can be, but you have to be able to get good use out of her. You have to be able to get a deck that can, 1, afford like a turn 6 free cost, and then 2, be able to grab priority, which right now it's kind of tough guaranteeing that you get priority down. But if those happen, then she's absolutely can be a force to be reckoned with. And Freak Mojo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning, night, afternoon. I've lost all semblance of time. Next up, we have rank number 14, iTunes. I don't think I've ever played against iTunes before. We'll shuffle through a few of our cards that we've played before. See if we can get a good jam going.
Hey man, I'm cook.
Ooh, X23. So it's a 50-50 if we have priority or not. Lost it.
Snapped.
She's got agony? Nice, Mojo. I mean, I don't think she's gonna be a crazy. Andrew, right? I don't think we beat the high end roll of their stuff. Bar is too good for destroy decks. Yeah, especially if they have Venom in hand. It just gets crazy real fast. I'm gonna give them that one. If we had priority, we would position a Cosmo left, and then we could figure out what to do on the right, whether that be Juggernaut, Cassandra, or however it fell. But with them potentially setting up like a Venom, being able to do it unimpeded, that bumps up a null pretty quickly. Get a death down. I think it's too risky. And then store manager, definitely catch some sleep. I know that you've been you put in some long hours, so get some sleep, get some rest, and then we'll catch you again soon. Agony and move as a way to be able to re-trigger like Ghost Spider. No, because it's not like Chimichanga, so you'd have to use that card anyways. So maybe on like the Human Torch stuff, but I don't think it's strong enough that
Hey,
it
you found a rook.
defines any decks in particular. I think her effect is very like safe, very safe. Doesn't do a whole lot. Not gonna be surprising in any way, shape, or form. You're catching Dexter. We were. We've dropped a little bit, but we're pretty steadily climbing down just bit by bit here. Oh, we have to play in Pet Mention. So if we catch Dexter in rank, I don't think we've ever ranked higher than him since he's been full-time streaming. And then Himura, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning or night, depending on what the time frame is for you. What did they discard with Blade? I wasn't even paying attention. Kate Bishop. Okay. They always grab priority on us. We can always position a Mystique to hide into the Dark Dimension. That way we can still position like our Kitty Pride, but it makes a Juggernaut not possible in the last turn. Realize Agony works even if there's a Cosmo in her? Yeah, she does. Because it's just an ability. And then Tendrils, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great night so far. Morning. Hopefully you're doing well. I think is how we'll settle. So 15 pushes us to 20, but the Ant-Man is kind of scary. So I think we have to lock in like this. Even if we lose Titania, I think we're okay. If they play like Squirrel Girl, the Ant-Man's going to get +4, plus whatever on the Squirrel Girl. I don't know that the 15 power from the Hawk would be enough to hold it down. I guess it might. Goes up to 20. They're only at 19 or at 11. So it'd push it up another 4 to 15. Then, depending on what they played. I'm great. You're just crushing everyone. This is a new meta breaking Agony card. Man, Tendrils. I tell you what, The new meta breaking agony card is something else. Hawk is good. Hawk is pretty good right now. Ah, super. Got super busted. Oh, they have our Cosmo. Okay, I was wondering why I didn't copy, but with Super Scroll they have our Cosmo. And then let's go ahead and launch over into the emote only chat from Poonia. We have 2 minutes. We're gonna run through an entire game. I don't know if I fist bumped him or not. Now I feel bad. Wait, I have some unban requests. Wait, I have some unban requests. I'll look at that later. Next up, we have Horcrux. The first location, Savage Land. Let's go ahead and throw the Korg down.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
We have the Rock Slide as the follow-up. I always like to see the different emotes that come through in chat. All right, let's focus on the Rock Slide second. Then we can all. Where do we go, Agent Venom? We have a couple of our big cards already in hand. I would rather make them potentially shuffle into or draw into bad cards instead. I like the Mario. I like the Mario dance. Big Juggernaut. We could just go Hawk. Protect one lane with like a Juggernaut. Hit the other with Cassandra. We're hoping they pulled into additional rocks. That's our hope. They could potentially have a Claw that they throw down this turn. With the Bass, it's definitely in that direction instead. I have a Hawk as well. Go this direction. I'm going to go Juggernaut left. The reason being, the right lane we have the scaling of Thena, and so we have a little bit better chance to be able to hold that one off, even if we push something off over that direction. So we will take the 2 cubes, and that will free you guys from the emote only chat. You guys are free again. Chat as you will. Freak Mojo, I have one question. Absolutely. What is your one question? Goblin switching side in a Professor X, is it a bug? Yeah, I don't think it's a bug, but it is annoying, so it kind of bugs me when it happens. Same thing with like dropping in an Annihilus. They still like swap sides if it's been locked down, which I think is crazy. But it doesn't stop things from moving into that lane. It just stops them from being played there. So if they're already played, they can still switch around and do all that crazy stuff. Next up, we have Kawa. I wonder if this is the Kawa. Used to make content, moved over into Disney. I mispronounce the name all the time. Lorcania. How you feeling about high voltage? I enjoy high voltage. I enjoy it in spurts and in spare, but I am enjoying it quite a bit. So the Psylocke, do we think a Mr. Negative comes down? If it's Mr. Negative, we can stop it with a Cosmo. Like it's our obligation to stop it. Stop. Oh, Wong. Okay, that's fine. We can handle Wong. Wong is not a problem. I am curious what they're going to do about their rocks, though. We now need priority, or I guess we can continue to keep priority. Maybe we don't even mess around with like a rock slide. Maybe we just go straight for the heart and go like a Cosmo. Just to make sure that no shenanigans happen. He doesn't drop an Iron Heart or something crazy in the Wong lane. High voltage just makes me wish I could play normal snap without the snap mechanics.
Victory.
Yeah, normal snap without the snap mechanics could be kind of cool. But we do end up getting the retreat. Back on the upwards ascension. The upwards climb. Love to have something like high voltage as a casual mode. Be able to mess around and do missions. Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike snapping, but it'd be nice to have both. Yeah, something where it didn't impact your rank. I would definitely still play on ladder. I really enjoy the weight of it, I guess. But I do understand the need. So like if you're having kind of a bad streak, having something where you can like turn to and it not be like as impactful, but you can still kind of play. I always want to snap and volt. Me too. I always have just like that habit. And then I remember that it's just the scaling energy that we're seeing. Agent Venom, Rock Slide. We have a pretty decent opening line. Let's go, I think probably Rock Slide. You could also go like Angela, Kitty Pryde, start scaling that, but I want to add the disruption tool. Looks like Cosmo, right? So Copycat ended up being Cosmo. Angela, Kitty Pryde. We can finish on Hawk next turn. When's a new YouTube video dropping? I'm not sure, Elsha. So I want one soon. It's just I haven't found a deck that feels different enough to feel like it needs like featured. That and doing the extended streams. My wife being out of town and taking care of the two kids. It's been
All systems go.
tight for sure. So I want another one, but I also want to make sure that I get a lot of good streams in for the drops.
Snap.
Oh wait, we don't have priority. Eee. Lose to an Eliath?
Victory.
Dude's deck is mega blinged out. The Venomized. That one's the Venomized man thing. 3099 variant. Not Venomized, but this one is the Venomized. It is blinged out with super cool variants. I want those Venomized afflictions. Me too, Zhao. Me too. the hydrate reminder from Dirg. I appreciate you. Next up, we have Nano Blaze. First location is the Baxter Building.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Get hit with a Korg. I think he found a rock. Oof, and nothing on 2. It's like a lot of the Venomized variants. The man thing is one of I think the better looking Venomized. There's several Venomized that I like. There's a handful that I don't care for either. Got absolutely shut down. Copycat I think was kind of cool. What I'm hoping for is that we can Juggernaut push one of their cards and tap out Baxter Building. That way we have kind of a free lane, and then we can focus on how to win one of the other ones. I wouldn't say Cassandra Nova over there is free, but it puts us maybe in ballpark. Not with the Echo though. Oh,
Victory.
we'll take it. I don't think we were going to be able to beat the 15 power over there, though. Everything that we're looking at is ongoing. Take the retreat, though. Does Echo stop Mystique? She does. I did it for science a while back. And so when it hits, Mystique has, or when it finishes, Mystique is technically ongoing, so it stops her. Next up, we have Hyde. The first location, Project Pegasus, we do get to curve into like Angela, Cassandra early, so we get to afflict all of their cards. Ooh, they go ahead and drop the Hawk. Interesting. Learned that the hard way. Yeah, me too. It's kind of, it feels crazy that they dropped the Hawk early, but maybe they're looking or maybe angling to do an Iron Man here eventually, I could imagine. What do you think about high voltage? Should it be a permanent mode? I think the novelty without something to like chase would wear on people. I don't think it would be one that they would enjoy long term. I do like it that it's around. I think it's a really like light, fun mode, but I think more than a week or two, I think we would probably see a very steep drop off on like engagement. But I do like that it's here. We haven't been able to proc Thena at all.
Hey, I found a rock.
So we could Venom in mid, or not Venom. My goodness, we could Hawk in mid. We take over the Cassandra Nova. Then we either Mystique left, Mystique right. Mystique right, it is. We're not going to touch that Cosmo. But the problem here is they have priority. They slap us with a Juggernaut. Juggernaut here, they win. Mystique does it as well. Fortunate we chose the wrong location for the Hawk. Oh, we actually only needed to do Cosmo to the left or anything to the left. We could have won that one. He said Volta's already gotten pretty sale for you. It's one that I like to play in short spurts. It's not one that I think has enough balance that I would stay in there long term. But it's fun to be able to jump in, do some kind of crazy combos, and not worry if you win or lose, but just get to see the cool stuff play out. I do like that a lot. Taking a long time to find a match. Conquest Q POV? Oh, kidding. I'm not trying to Q snipe you. Vosh, I appreciate it, Vosh. It has no stakes, so for me, I just put my cards down and or turn off my brain and put the cards down for the mission. Yeah. You've exhausted your quota. No more snap for you today. That's the error message we got. Kiln's not bad. We have the let's go Agent Venom. We have the Juggernaut to make sure that we protect that lane. It would just be about winning another lane after that. I think it's probably fine.
Victory.
And then G4 said, just hit infinite for the first time using this deck. Now I can finally go to bed. Once you hit infinite, can you drop back to normal ranks? No, there's a ceiling at infinite. So you stop there. You won't drop back lower until the next season. And so absolutely no stress. The only thing you lose is rank. But wish they'll rework ladder rewards. I wish there was an incentive to grind post infinite. So like a mystery variant each month for like the top 100 or like something small, but just something that feels worth it. Put an extra grind. I think you would get the high end people to play more. Something like that was in place. I don't know if I bumped them or not. Next up we have Lucy Froz. All right, so let's go Agent Venom. And then we start positioning into Kiln, but with Scream, it gets a little bit scary. All right, let's go Rock Slide into mid. Post Infinite gets a little stale, especially at low collection. Yeah, at low collection level player, it feels definitely not worth it to continue the grind. Because you go from matching against people close to your banding to people way outside of it. Which definitely feels unfun.
Opponent snapped.
They can have the one. I think with Scream down, with the movement pieces, with Bifrost, like we're just going to scale their Scream too much. And so we're just going to jump out of that one. Oh, excuse me. But it is time to run a couple of ads so that the pre-rolls stay off. We're going to run just the 3 minutes so that we can go for about a full hour. As soon as they run, we're going to run those real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. I will say that it definitely helped me get way better, though. Season reset is like a culture shock. Yes, once you're up there, because you're going against people with practically full collections, you see a lot more, and you have to really play better than post-infinite for low collection level players. And so it's like, it feels kind of bad, especially if you're not expecting it. But we are going to be right back. We're going to run the quick set of ads, and we'll be here in just a second. Unless they changed how snap points are calculated. When you first enter Infinite, as at the moment, there is no point in trying to climb Infinite for me to catch up to where you are. Would take something daft like 58-point games. When we come up against better players, it's not going to happen much. Yeah, so it takes a lot of grinding to get there. But as you do it, the game slowly but surely will adjust your internal MMR so that you place higher initially when you go post-infinite. So it kind of adjusts as it goes. And then the card back is pretty slick, you're right. Next up, we have iTunes again. You'll love to see it. We have our Kitty Pride. We have Agent Venom. We have Thena. I feel like we should snap it. They're going to have what? Marvel Boy?
Snap.
How are you drawing your agent so consistently? I don't know. 80 something games. We're bound to get lucky a few times. Actually, it's probably closer. Yeah, this is game 100. Game number 100, and we're still holding a 60% win rate, just over a 60. You have to believe in the heart of the cards. You have to believe that they're Are no bad cards in your grandpa's deck? I was a Yu-Gi-Oh kid growing up. I loved the show and the card game. So I still have quotes that float around my head from time to time. So that does feel like the perfect 12. What feels like the perfect 12? Hey TLSG, what time is it for you? 3:30. Your deck? Oh yeah, I enjoyed like this curve a lot. You can also take it with like the Bast, the Claw, but I like this version a little bit more for the disrupts that it offers.
Opponent snapped.
So the snap back is scary. Where do we think they play this turn? It's always left, right? The night shift? Yeah, we're rocking the night shift. So the super scroll comes into play. Juggernaut can't slap him because he got moved over left, unfortunate. We could always give up the right lane and go like Hawk. We'd be hoping for Mystique next turn. Or maybe even Iron Man, and we just give up this left lane entirely. We fight for these other two. Yeah, Fid, we're working the night shift tonight. I like doing night shift for the first night of drops at the very least, because there's so many people that need to be able to complete the drops, and it definitely takes a bit of time. So we still have a lot of good traction. So they could go Gilgamesh. You get the Mystique. Mystique brings that one up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That relieves room for like that. Mystique goes left. Ooh. Mystique does go left. Have to be that, unless they go with like a blue Marvel. We could just do this instead. That adds 4 to 14, up another 3. Dazzler, though, I think is a problem. Still going strong? We're still, well, we're still going. Yeah, the Dazzler grows, and so I think that's why we have to push here. Plus, the Marvel Boy could potentially proc in this one. Let's see, a Gilgamesh right now wouldn't be that big. Give it a shot. We're going to send it, see if we can make it happen. No?
Victory.
Whoa. We'll take the 4-cuber against iTunes. Is that game 100 or 101? Like I'm losing it. I think that was 101. But definitely still above 60% win rate. Oh no, that was 100. So 61% out of 100 games. 61% win rate is what we're sitting at. Some of those are tired games, so maybe it could be more. But also really low cube rate, because I've been snapping pretty poorly. Why people rope in high voltage?
Hey man, I'm cool.
Anger. I don't know. A couple of times I roped because I was doing other things and I was playing high voltage, just kind of like an offshoot casual. The JF, you said, GG, thanks for the stream and the crystal variant. Absolutely, JF. That wasn't you that we just went against, was it? But if you're headed to bed, thank you for hanging out. You've hung out for a big chunk of our stream today. So it's definitely made it go by much smoother, much easier. I don't think they ever follow up with the Forge in Thunderbolt's Tower, but also the Avengers Compound. I think would be pretty weak for them. No? Okay, so if it's a Brood, they only have one more space to play. No, just hope something. Okay, that makes more sense. You know what they call the Juggernaut in Italian? And a Fenomeno? I was trying to make sure I wasn't going to say a bad word. It stands for Fenomeno, which pronounce that, which means talented. I had no idea. And then Straws with the timeout. I've been playing a little bit of Bleach. TLSG could use some time in the corner. All right, Straws. 4 Zs, right? Yeah. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. We can go a Hawk. Probably our best bet. But with them having Shaw, having probably a big Surfer, I don't know that it's a great shot. Yeah, let's jump. Let's jump out of this one. I don't see any way to bring it home, other than maybe if we don't have priority. So even a Juggernaut couldn't save us.
Escaped.
A lick is over. Yeah, it's over. Hey, it's not even a little bit over. It is all gone. It's completely Jover, right? Exactly, Captain. There is not a chance in the world. You know, we haven't ran into Dexter in a very long time. US agent seems crazy strong right now. He is. I always have to fight the urge to drop him early. You have to kind of play him strategically, which means you play him off curve a lot of the time. Because if you play him on 2, then the opponent can just adjust where they play by that point. But otherwise, he has a lot of really...
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
There's a lot of solid hits.
Oh, snap.
Shaw Essential. Should I Gamba? Hishiro. So I chose to go without Shaw for a very long time.
Victory.
Because Shaw is very strong in Surfer and in hand buff to a degree. But outside of that, you don't see him anywhere. And then Sargini with the snap redemption right into the retreat. So I really like discard. Oh, 3. Are you talking about Scorn? Feared your ego? He did. My ego is huge. I quit my job to be the best Marvel snapper. So my ego is massive. Yeah. If you like Surfer, then I think Shaw is a very good ad. So like I waited until we picked him up in the caches. I didn't miss him like in the interim either. Oh, to gamble on the Scorn for Shaw. Gotcha. Wait, I didn't turn.
I found the rock.
Wild, you said thanks for the credits. Gonna be here for another 2 hours, maybe while I'm back in my house. Yes. I should be here for another 5-ish hours is what I would guesstimate. before I hit my wall and crash out. Got their Zabu and their Silver Sable. Not bad on either of them. Long streak? Yes, we're going for I mean, I'm going until my daughter wakes up. But she's kind of been stirring throughout the night, so I'm thinking that whenever she finally does get to sleep, she'll sleep in. So I think we should be safe for around 5 hours. Yeah, they still haven't fixed the Kate Bishop bug. Just tell us when you're hallucinating numbers. That's my secret. I'm always hallucinating numbers. That's why I was in data analytics. Numbers all day. It's like a stream that I'm seeing through the air. Kind of like the meme. Ooh, the acid arrow. I should have been looking out for the acid arrow. Ah. Well played. In that case, if I was them, I would snap. There's nothing that we can do. Numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Constant streak. I mean, we might. Heavy emphasis on might. Be able to steal it away. So like a Mystique left Juggernaut? Highly doubt it. Are they playing mid? I don't know. Big Wiccan. Then at 9 power. Do have priority, so an Eliath. Which, with a Wiccan deck, Eliath isn't out of the question. Eliath swipes the floor. Otherwise, we have a shot at an extra. I should always assume that it's there whenever they play Wicked. I don't know why we I don't know why we even stayed. Eliath isn't real. Eliath is very real. Very scary. Eliath, the destroyer of dreams. Unfortunately. I've always really enjoyed running Eliath. Back to when he was like released at just the crazy overpowered stage that he was. Where he just deleted anything that was played. Lore-wise, he's pretty accurate. Yeah, I do like the card. It feels bad whenever you get hit with an Eliath, but like there's only a handful of decks that like actively run Eliath. One being the Wiccan decks, so we knew it was a pretty big possibility. I feel like a gut punch or a punch to the gut. They can. They can, especially if it's for like a big 8 viewer. It can definitely leave a real feel bad. Old Eliath, I don't know how that ever got past like any degree of playtesting. Old Eliath was crazy strong. I was about to say, hey, look, they have the same split we do. That's ours. They got it from us. I don't see us winning this one either. They got the Agent Venom down first. Blythe was dumb how he was released. Yeah, he should never full delete anything. Everyone finding rocks? We are indeed finding the rocks. Sandra, the hawk line. It's not a maybe it's not a full full out of the question. An auto include in every deck, yeah. Because priority or not, it didn't matter. He was just a solid drop. If they go Cosmo on us, we lose here. Ooh.
I am Iron Man.
I think we also lose to the Iron Man. Had we only, if only we had played into mid. Not sure why we were fighting for left. It always should have been mid. Oh well. He was definitely Iron Man, that's true. It was the I-1 man. Iron Man is now Doctor Doom. I'm curious to see how he does in that role. Like if it's just gonna be like a kind of like a cameo intro into another actor taking the like bigger overarching Doom, or if he's gonna be like the main attraction for it. Nothing reveals this turn, unfortunately. We had the Athena Kitty Pride set up, but it's not going to reveal. I think we just go like Cassandra Nova. Doom is definitely going to be a cameo first. So you think Robert Downey is going to be the the hype generator that's just like a smaller role, and then it takes over for one of the other Dooms? I haven't caught up with the Penguin yet. It is on my list. I've heard good things about it. Big Iron Man. Iron Man impacted by Agent Venom. You could get the 1 cube retreat. After last F4 disaster, they need hype. Yeah. I think I need to refresh the game for these to pop back up. Might be time for a little bit of high voltage. We've done decently on ladder. So glad they're making the Penguin show. I've heard that it's really well done. So it's definitely something that I want to check out and watch. It's on my list. I'll get to my list eventually. But we've been definitely wrapped up in everything else that we've been doing. So Been juggling a lot. Beautiful. Love to see it. Love to see it. We also get a potential like Juggernaut. Could be super devastating for him.
Oh, snap.
Oh wait, it's turn 3. Okay, let's drop the Juggernaut this turn. Never mind.
Victory.
They're not gonna give us a chance to. I was gonna try and position like a Juggernaut. Maybe here. See if we could snipe something else over into Oscorp Tower. I just don't want to see any more Joker. Was the second movie not great? I heard that it was kind of just all right. Did you know what's surprisingly cool? The Agatha show. Is it really? I haven't given it a shot yet. I'm probably gonna watch Penguin before the Agatha show, but I'm sure that I'll watch it. Agatha's great, really. I didn't expect a whole lot from it. I didn't care for her character too much in WandaVision, so I wasn't sure how I feel about like the whole series around it. Apparently, second one is awful, even though the first was one of my. Yeah, the first one was good, but I've heard bad things about the second Joker. DP said, "Well, it's been fun watching as always, but I gotta go. Unfortunately, take it easy."
Hey, man,
TLSG. Good luck with the rest of your stream. Thank you so much, DP. Hopefully, you have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you for spending the chunk of it that you did with us. We both lost Cassandra Nova, which is kind of funny. So Angela, next turn will be like Thena, Kitty Pryde. Skeptical after the first episode, but gets better and has surprises for Snap players. Really? So sure I wouldn't know some of the cast without Snap. So I'll definitely check it out. Maybe next week after drops are gone, I'll take a day and just kind of veg on some shows to catch up. For the second season of Loki, yes, it was an incredible slog of wasted potential. Wait, you didn't like the second season of Loki? Sorry, I was super for it because I really liked the second season of Loki. Or are you talking about the fact that they can't really go anywhere with it now? Like the whole like Kang build up. Yeah, I really liked the season 2 Loki. One of my favorite like recent things that they've done. Thorborg, you said the director of the Joker movie didn't want to do a second movie. And they forced him to, and so he dropped the ball on it on purpose. All right, let's go. Would Hawk be better? So this is going to be 13. It's going to be 11. This is going to be. Or I think. Be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think the Iron Man is just a little bit better.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
They have a copy of Iron Man, but it's still expensive for them to drop. Do they drop it here? Hope not. I would think. Or not. Mystique being -2 from the Sable. We would have to hope that whatever they play here shifts all the way over, or that they don't play anything big here. I think we ship it as is. Hope for the best. Hope that they decide to go Iron Man again in the left. Our Juggernaut can save the day.
Man.
Beautiful.
I am Iron Man.
gladly take it. He is the Juggernaut. He is the Juggernaut. Juggernaut is one of those cards that is just so frustratingly good in like a mid-range deck. It's one that's it's super hard to not have in your builds because it can just solo or save lanes by itself. Really good design for his character. It is. I agree.
Taking aim.
Yeah, if Iron Man went mid, it wouldn't have won the right lane. So then we would have won the other two. So Sargent, I apologize for my sensitive Nightbot. It's because you put a period between good and cards and no space. I'm patching your message through, but that's why I got flagged. It thought you were sending a link. And so you said I always struggle with cards that require good reads like Juggernaut and Negasonic. So I think that kind of comes with time, being able to kind of gauge what the opponent's deck is doing and how they're going to be able to play it out. It's going to take a lot of bad reads before you, I think, find the good ones. But you'll be able to do it eventually. You'll just like slowly pick it up.
It's clobbering time.
The Golden Dragon said, "Hey TLSG, if you need a good series and haven't seen it before, I suggest Severance." So I actually watched Severance. I initially wasn't really sold on it, but as it kind of kept going, it was good. Like it wasn't like it wasn't one that I think I would watch, you know, like 3 years from now, like I did with like Breaking Bad. But I enjoyed it like all the way through. I watched the entire first season. I did hear some things about the cast not really getting long, which was kind of disheartening for a potential season 2. But he said no worries on the bot. Yeah, it kind of like auto flags them. So we don't have Cosmo, or else we could just protect this left lane.
Snap.
We do have Juggernaut, but that only helps us so far. The show kept getting better. Are you talking about Severance? It started out and I wasn't super with it, but by the end of it, they had me. Yeah, it was one of those that it was like a late night and I didn't have anything to watch, and so I was just kind of just browsing. And I eventually landed on that one, and it was good. So we lose to the counterplay. Copy Hawk? I don't think... I think we always win unless they get like Rogue, Copy Hawk, and mid. Do like that. That way they can only take out one lane because of our Juggernaut. Not bad. Go ahead and lock that in. We're going to push this left lane over.
Victory.
All right, you guys. So that one ended up working out perfectly with the enchanters, stacking them all to the right. But we are gonna take a quick ad break as I get her back situated. Then I'll be right back. And so we're gonna take a quick 3-minute. Then we'll be back at it to continue our upward climb. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Zipped 91. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Sorry I missed it as it was coming through, but very much appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. And then GK, if you've already gone, I understand, but it's been nice having you in chatting a little bit. Hopefully you have a great rest of your day, night, morning, whatever it may be. Hopefully we catch you again in another one soon. So we do get our Agent Venom. We can play on 2, which is half the battle with the deck. And then a Teal'c comes up. So I think we're going to go Rock Slide instead of Cassandra Nova. Give them more chance to draw into like the bad cards or the bad results. After a Teal'c drops. Angela Athena here is not bad. Get 2 lanes. We could also go like Angela Athena. Maybe next turn focus on like a core Juggernaut to get the free Raft resource. Juggernaut will pull over to the left, and that's gonna buff their Scream, unfortunately. But I think it's a risk we're gonna take. I swear, Teal'c only shows up when I have the perfect top deck. Yeah, it's one of those locations that never feels great. So with Heimdall, we probably want to drop it in the left lane. Neither of our ongoings, unfortunately. I think this is enough in this lane. Might potentially be. With the Heimdall right, nothing is going to move or be maneuvered.
I see.
The cannonball. The Cosmo needed to go to the right instead of the left. Unfortunate. We should have known that they had cannonball up their sleeve. Pretty standard line from them. Should have anticipated it. Knowing that we couldn't really compete or do much in the left, it only makes sense that it goes to the right. Could have Heimdall first. We could have Heimdalled first as well. That way nothing moved over and then dropped the cards over to the right. Yeah. We didn't even need to fill up the left lane. We kind of did, because something mid would have moved to left. And then Dorothy said PMV update. Chess Bishop. Chess Bishop's not a bad one. And Bishop at least gets played a decent amount. Why not Mystique the Cosmo? That was the play, Jamson. I think I'm gonna blame that one to being a little, maybe a little sleepy. We're going on 22 hours now. So I don't feel overly sleepy, but I think it definitely, like, some of the finesse probably there as much. So Blade on the Swarm is big. Drawing a Juggernaut could be big for us. I'm actually struggling this matchup a little bit, just because we don't really have any way to interact with the Morbius. Arsham? It doesn't look like it. The Uatu was from the hub. The Uatu was randomly generated from here. So we abandoned this lane pretty much always. I guess depending on what they drop this turn. They go ahead and drop their swarms. Ooh, so it's going for a Scorn discard. They do have 2 cards left in hand, so I'm guessing Apocalypse and Scorn, yeah.
Apocalypse.
They can always just play out Apocalypse and let Scorn get discarded. And if they do, we lose right lane. So if they pull like the switch or the pivot. If I was them, I would. Seeing that I wasn't focusing on mid, I would assume that they're gonna drop Apocalypse elsewhere. I'm just gonna retreat out of this one for the 2.
Escaped.
We'll give them the 2. I fought a Shim once that only seemed to generate discard cards. I thought it was Hella. Oof. I feel like I've been there before. Next up we have Kobe. The first location is the sewer system. I don't really want to send any card their way. But I think we're going to go Agent Venom just so that we can start playing in Castle Zemo later. So they're still going to have to, if they want to play in Castle Zemo, eventually sacrifice something our way. I guess it could be a rock. If we generate a rock and they send that over. Because that would be after the Agent Venom had procced. Again with Agent on 2. I'm really curious why mine hides all the time. I don't know. Because this is a couple of games in a row that we've had it on 2. I think one time tonight I got it down on 1, actually. So maybe this is Agent Venom. Possibly. And then Mono said, yeesh, you're still... Man, you look tired. But Mono said, yeesh, you're still on? I had my night's rest and watched the race and come back to see you're still on. Going at this hard? We are. We're gonna full send it. We be changing decks? I might change decks here in a bit. And then posture check from unemployed. I appreciate you. We might change decks here in a little bit. I may actually run a little bit of high voltage to like burst out the quests there. Because one more set and I'll have like this one and then one more refresh and I'll have the card. Let's go Hawk. We do have the Mystique Juggernaut follow-up. My only concern is them being able to flood on the last turn. Still enjoying Clog after the big nerfs. I am to some degree, mainly because it's not like a expected thing. Wish you luck on this charge. Thank you so much, Mono. I'm feeling decent. We did a 6-hour stream earlier. We're in the middle of an 8-hour, but I'd like to push it potentially 12 if we can. See if we can make it that long. The hit monkey here, kind of scary. This goes up to 10, it goes to 12. This would be a way to protect and make sure it goes left. Or we just continue forcing this right lane. Hope that they can't compete in the sewer system. Don't have to change? Yeah, no, I might here in a bit. So the double drop in the left lane is scary. So the Iceman, what is their final follow-up? Grandmaster? That's fine. We can take a Grandmaster. Or we push out the 8 power here. Oh no, we push it over into the left lane. Should be okay. I think we got it. This is the real Mysterio.
Victory.
Real Mysterio left could have forced us into a tie, and then they would have won the tiebreaker. So we'll take we'll take the 4 where we can. But that was a lot closer than it seemed. The real Mysterio. The real Mysterio. Mysterio is such a an interestingly designed card that I think creates some really cool like mind game components. Of course, he's great with Agent Venom. Then he's just that like raw power. But even before that, with like Sasquatch, having that like uncertain amount of power in each lane is super interesting. Yeah, he has a lot. He has a lot of nice interactions too. You said you get tired of the snap music? I actually don't hear it all that loudly. Like it's super quiet in the background of mine. I guess towards the end it picks up, but I think I drowned it out. I don't know. Then Uki said bounty's done, mission's done, drops claim. Time to play some Baldur's Gate 3. Ook, hopefully your quest goes well. What act are you on? Go ahead and throw, I think, Angela mid. It's always great for an Iron Man follow-up. I always listen to other things while I'm playing. Like my stream, perhaps? We could Juggernaut push them out. We just go Cassandra this turn, though. Wasp Patriot. Washington, D.C. is fantastic for that Patriot line. Not fantastic for us, but definitely fantastic for them. A Cosmo could come in pretty big. Maybe the Juggernaut could be positioned well enough. Push off whatever they want to play in the Patriot lane, so maybe like an Ultron. They go Brood left. With Bast, I'm assuming it's not Ultron. Do have the Hawk follow-up. I would have preferred Iron Man. Not awful. Pretty decent power output. Then Fox Mode, good afternoon. All the TLSG gang, welcome in Fox Mode. Hopefully you're having a great morning, day, afternoon. Captain Pixie or Pixel, good morning to you as well. Hopefully you're having a good morning. Hopefully you slept well. So the hood, so they do have a demon, which gets double buffed, so it goes up to 10. think there's a good chance we don't manage this one, but we're gonna try with the rock slide to add more oomph into that mystique. Then Tina should scale with us as well. Are we doing a 24-hour? No. No. Iron Man, we're not gonna be able to touch it. No, we're not doing a 24-hour. Maybe we push for 12, depending on how how I hang in there. But we're doing as long as we possibly can, at least until the sun rises. But technically, I've been up 22 hours now because I woke up yesterday at 6 a.m. to get ready for work, and so I'll be up 24 hours. Just won't be live. I'm still new to the game since 3 to 4 days. I'm addicted to it already. Fox mode. That was the same kind of like grip hold that it had on me. As soon as I started playing it, it was like I had a hard time putting it down. And then Ivan Russian Bear, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I'm restarting Snap so that we can do the missions. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us up to 30 for the stream. We had about 20 or so from the first set for the first 6 hours, and then 30 for this one. So the support has been massive, you guys. He said Moose from Marvel Snap. Very much appreciate you, Moose. I remember facing off against you, like, I think right after beta had, or right after global launch, or right after like beta opened up a little bit wider. I don't know. I remember we used to run into each other all the time, Moose. Even playing while eating food and walking out the dog. Yeah. Yeah, it was bad. It's had a chokehold on me for years. For years now at this point. 5 cost cards. These aren't bad. I think we can blitz these out pretty quick. Looking forward to you nabbing 5K views a stream. Maybe one day. Maybe one day we can get like just a massive surge. But even still, 1.6 is way more than a lot of people get, and I'm very grateful to even have like the numbers that we can pull. I'm very fortunate to have the community that we do have around us. I played Deck Heroes a few years ago, but never played any card game again. It's making me sick. It's a good one. They really flipped the genre on its head and created like a. They took what normally is like 30 or 40-minute games and made them meaningful in 3. And so they definitely did a phenomenal job. So if we blink the wave away, it's either going to hit, I guess, Wiccan, Iron Man, or Kang. You can also just play out Onslaught directly. But let's hope for the Iron Man.
I am
That'll work.
Iron Man.
You won't be able to do Mystique. We're in the wrong line of business. I think we're about to get gambited. Thank you so much, both mono and fox mode. But we can't really do much. We're about to get just machine gunned. And even if not, this isn't a great amount of power. So it's just Ironheart Odin, it looks like. So don't expect any more.
Are ye worthy?
I have it duly noted.
Are ye worthy?
You're not worthy. I wish after a certain point you could just like hit.
Are ye
They fast they fast forward like getting 4 to 5 energy from the feast location, from discarding like 3 things with Modok, but not 17,000 triggers of Odin. It's wild.
The mystery intrigues me.
But it would have been worse with Black Panther, yeah. And it may have been Black Panther had they had more energy, but we had a kind of a low roll on the curve. Ah, man, another low one. So we start with 2 energy. Isn't enough to do anything. Yeah, we all started somewhere, Fox. Don't worry about it. The biggest thing is just enjoying the game and kind of like learning as you go. Because at this point, most of the rounds that you play and most of the things that you do, you're going to be learning something or finding something new. Wait, why did they zoom into mid? Could have gotten a bonus in Washington. I think we lose, but oop, dodged. I don't think we get 15 with just the double living tribunal or the quadruple living tribunal.
I am Iron Man.
Pretty dangerous. You learn so many combinations. Yeah. And so you pick up a lot of things along the way. So you learn a lot of things like what cards synergize together. Kind of like what kind of curve to look for, what kind of curve typically is successful. So you pick all of those things up kind of in passing, like you're learning without a lot of times realizing that you're learning it. Really enjoyed Legend of Runeterra back then, but when big lore started going downhill, I discovered Snap. Yes. So I played Legend of Runeterra for a fair amount of time. A couple of, I mean, I guess it was like probably 3 or 4 seasons. Participated in a couple of the like post-ranked ladder tournaments. And then I had gotten bored of that, went over to Hearthstone, was playing Hearthstone, and then Snap came into beta, and I watched a couple of the videos, and I was like, I need to play this. I need to try it out. So that's where it eventually all started. I think I'm just gonna go Wiccan. We could go Mystique, but then we're just looking at like maybe a wave onto it or blink onto it. I guess we can. And then Groggy at night.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
I feel that name. I feel it deeply. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 1 month. That brings us to 31 for the day. Very much appreciate having you here. I only played Yu-Gi-Oh! Ages ago. Didn't expect Snap to hook me so hard. Yeah, they got a lot of things. They did a lot of things really, really well. With Blink, it's either Sarah or Tribunal. We either try the Blink or we look at what card is on our top deck with the Iron Lad.
Minions to me.
What an unfortunate stack. You hit Living Tribunal off the top. Surely because of Marvel theme. I think the Marvel theme like brought me into it, and it definitely is nice to interact with the characters that I like enjoy. But I think because they are kind of true to their character's nature, it definitely helps as well. I never played a trading card game before, so the game being Marvel themed is what got me on release with the Fury ads. Yeah. The Fury ads were good. But did they stick to the same thing? Yeah, they stuck to the exact same play line, play locations. We get the Living Tribunal with the double up, so we should be able to win this one.
I am Iron Man.
But with high voltage, the winning doesn't necessarily matter. I just come in here and try and do the quest, so a lot of 5-cost cards is what we're looking to play.
Victory.
As long as we can knock it out in the next like 20 or 30 minutes ago, then I think we're good. We just need 6 more 5-cost cards. With 5 energy. Let's go Sarah here. Why not scroll in here? I haven't been facing a lot of ongoing stuff. If so, you can easily cut probably Crystal for it. You could cut even Kang for the Super Scroll. Or sometimes even Sarah. Sarah's very rarely useful. Let's spend 20 energy in one match 8 times. Yeah, that one's tough. To play 5-cost cards that one's super easy to do. We go Wave or Wiccan. Wave? We're going against the bot, so I don't think it matters too much. I don't know that I want to do a Jubilee, depending on what we pull. I think I'm just going to save it. We're going to have extra energy. They're going to be capped out at 4 cost. So then we should be able to flood 3, maybe 4 cards on the final turn. Be fine. Funeral, Onslaught. If we played a 4-cost card like Jubilee, we could make sure that it hit either Iron Man or Kang over here in the left lane. Even though we're not going to get to pull anything with it, we can still guarantee what it shifts or rotates over into.
The mystery intrigues.
What do you think about Agony not proccing with Brood? Yeah, so I think that's probably... That would be how I assumed that it would work. That'd be not proccing with the Brood. Because it happens after the on reveal where it merges. So even without the Iron Man, we won. Now we do the same thing again, only now it's a guarantee for Iron Man instead of now that Kang is out of the picture.
Such is my judgment. Behold my mighty hand.
had hopes though.
am
Yeah.
Iron Man.
It's nice with Shaw. It gives it, it would give it a pretty easy bump, but does it give it the extra +2 for Shaw?
Knowledge is power.
Victory.
The play was much better the second time. All right, 3 more, so 1 to 2 more matches. What are your thoughts on the upcoming series drop? How many cards will be lowered? So I think in the past it's been something along the lines of like 5 and 7. I think it's 5 Series 5 and 7 Series 4 was the last one that happened. Freak Mojo, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you have a great one, and hopefully we catch you again sometime real soon. We have the Living Tribunal. We could also try to hit like an Iron Lad, see what Iron Lad hits. Would allow us to then do Kang to rewind it. Wave. Wave isn't. Wave's not bad. We could do what, Wave Iron Man? Alright, so we can do Iron Lad, which is the wave, and then we go Iron Man. We're hoping that they still do the Quake. They may shift it up on us.
I am Iron Man.
Oh no, it's
I am Iron Man.
Tribunal deck has been my favorite for high voltage. Yes, me too. The ramp deck I think is it's probably maybe a little bit better, but I do enjoy this version quite a lot. Did I play Iron Man last? Hope I did. So we're gonna fish for a potential onslaught, potential Steak. I guess if it hits Blink, then it does a rotation, and that's not great for us, but... I saw someone set up the Infinite with Kang. Time Theater? Oh, no. Did they really?
There's no strings on me. The mystery intrigues me.
We lose to the Negasonic Alliance Ultron. It is what it is. But we do need to play at least one more. This one might not clear with the one more, so maybe it becomes 2 more. Been surprising. Yeah, it has a lot of ways to cheat those cards onto the board, and so it's been pretty consistent. Especially, I know a lot of people don't like the Kang in it or cut the Kang, but I enjoy Kang in this game mode, especially with the like Jubilee Iron Lad type stuff. I think he's fantastic. The most successful deck in Voltage is my Scream deck. Everyone is so hungry to pull off the stuff, and I'll just juggle up their board. Yeah, that's another way to approach it for sure. We can go what, Onslaught Wave. Maybe we wave into the onslaught. Just in case we draw Mystique. To be able to place, I think, at least 2 cards this turn.
My mighty hand.
I like the Kang functionality, but feel bad slowing down the game. Me too. That's my only drawback, is like turning it into like such a long thing. So the Mystique without Iron Man isn't great. Onslaught's actually not great. Imagine if magic wasn't banned. Yeah, if magic wasn't banned, it gets crazy. But her effect wouldn't trigger because the game would still end after 3. If Galactus wasn't banned, that would be everywhere, and it would be so frustrating. I'm glad that is not. Glad that that's not around. So big stack into just 2 of the lanes, knowing that we have the tribunal line. I guess we didn't have to like pull out the tribunal, right? Could have went with just like a low like chimichanga mid, and then push power in the right. That might have been the direction we should have went. We need 1 more match for the extra 12. And then on the next mission resets, I'd be able to unlock Agony. Yeah, magic wouldn't do anything. And so it would always end at 3. And so then I think a lot of people would have just tried it and been frustrated that it didn't work.
Hey, I found a rook.
Likely only be able to play up to 2 of these next turn. Let's start with the Living Tribunal, just in case we can't do Onslaught. Maybe we can do like Iron Man Mystique instead. If we drew it, but a little bit easier to curve out than like Tribunal Iron Man.
The mystery.
Do you have any alliances in your cluster for the newer players? I don't know. I don't personally. I only oversee the first one, or like the primary one. But there might be some that are around in our Discord. Their blob absorb. The Wiccan blink iron. Okay, so far so good.
Such is my judgment.
Living Tribunal on their end. But no other way to elevate it other than the 24 might be enough.
Iron Man.
If I remember right, might get to like what, 32? 28. Ooh, wow.
Victory.
We could have done both in Sinister London. And just kind of hope for the best, and like that, like the Iron Man goes over here. Could have done that. Grab that. We're like 600 off, and so a couple of missions from one more reset, and we'll be there. So before we jump back over into ladder, I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back. So we're gonna, while I run to the restroom, we're gonna jump to a couple minutes of ads. Then we'll be back to finish off a little bit more ladder. Should have picked these up when we were doing high voltage. 6 cost cards would have been easy one to knock out. We are pretty close to the border though. Still have a little over a minute. Zon Aster. And oh my lord, have you been streaming nonstop? We have. Well, so I started yesterday. We did like 6 hours. Took about a 2-hour gap to go pick up my daughter, and then she fell asleep pretty early, and so then I jumped back on and have been streaming since. And so we've almost nonstop. Then Zon Aster with the hydrate. I appreciate the reminder. We're gonna go at least until the sun is rising. Then Zon Aster with the posture check. Did you leave it AFK, Zon? And then you just popped back and we were still going. All right, let's queue up into another one. Gotta look after our boy. These drop days, I feel like I missed enough of them that I really want to like hammer home that, you know, that we're going to be live here in the drops, and that we're a place to be able to go to pick up your drops pretty easily. Oh, you just logged back on. Gotcha. I thought maybe you like went to bed and then woke up and and I was still here. Killen, you said I went to bed and woke up. Pokemon said I was AFK for a while. I I don't blame you. I would have done the same thing. I went to bed and woke up and you're still here. We are. Almost 9 hours deep. We're still here. I haven't played Gar Saxon before, so it looks like starting to see a decent amount of Zoo. And then Hink on the YouTube side, welcome back in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic morning or night, depending on where you're at. All right, let's go. I guess maybe Cassandra Nova to the right. An Iron Man into Nidavellir is always huge. Then the question is, how do we win the other? Oh no, you said same. Went to sleep. Watched the sprint. TLSG was still going hard. Gotta make sure he picks it up and doesn't ruin his back with the posture checks. Mono, I appreciate the hydrate reminder. I'll need to get a refill in about an hour whenever we take our next break, but big agony. I don't know. It shouldn't turn red when we play a card there, but it does. Merged with a Mockingbird.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, the bounties, if you accept the like general ones, most of the time you don't have like, you're not like pigeonholed to him. I don't think we win, but we're gonna find out. It's only gonna be what, 15 power left? I don't even know if that's worth an extra cube to see it play out. They have a card hidden over in the left lane already. Actually go a Gilgamesh. Marvel's also problematic. Maybe we could have snapped into it to move the Hydra Bomb. Not sure that still would have done it. Moved out to 8. Dropped him to exactly, yeah, that probably would have done it. Dropped the Hydra Bomb down 8, 5, down 15. We could have shifted him over, but that's all right. Most of those seem to be to get active bounties and discard X in one games. We only have one activate and no Modok. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Hawk mid also would have won. With their emphasis on the left lane, yeah, Hawk mid would have won too. Triggers Athena, yeah. So we would have scaled by an extra 3. That was definitely winnable. With they had a pretty weak last turn play. So I was kind of surprised that they, I guess since nobody snapped, that's probably why they snapped. The first location is Elysium, so we get Athena scaling on 1. Otherwise, I would probably save the cards and drop them a little bit later on. But with turn 1 scaling, I think we always jump on it.
I found the rock.
Yeah, the discard X and sometimes destroy X. If you're not feeling a move deck, the move X challenges or bounties can definitely be kind of frustrating. The ones that bother me the most are, wow, Rack Snipe. The ones that bother me the most are the win 8 cubes. I know we can go into Proving Grounds, but it just takes so much time to do. We always have to look out for Eliath. Last turn, so we may not want to save this. Grab priority. I think we should be okay. Wait, we're not grabbing priority off this. Oof. What are we doing? Joking.
I am Iron Man.
They only have one card in hand, though. So it would have to be Shang-Chi. Or the top deck would have to be Shang-Chi. It is Shang-Chi.
Power must be controlled.
We should have played out our like Cosmo Juggernaut a little bit earlier. That way we were grabbing priority. We could have situated it where we had a better chance to grab the prio from them. I whiffed it. Sam, welcome in. You're real happy about that one. You know, we're like Spider-Man. Everybody gets one. Sam, hopefully you're having a great morning, afternoon, day, depending on where you're at. Glad you could jump in and join us, though. Fast. We're running up against the Agent Venom. We could always position our Mystique in mid. Sam, you said I mostly watch it on YouTube, so I'm happy to catch a stream. I'm happy you're able to catch a stream as well. And what a great time to do it. We have drops that are active. I left this on last night and you're still on. We are negative yo-yo.
Hey, you found a rock.
We left it on and we're still here. Yeah, we're probably gonna retreat out of this one. They have the both sets of the scaling. They have the Bass that came down, the Kitty Pride. So they have I feel like it's probably a pretty good advantage over us. I think Thena is worth spending tokens on. I think Thena is one of the like few cards that is possibly worth. She's really flexible at that, like she's really impactful at that kind of mid-range spot. So if you want to run any kind of mid-range deck, I think she continues to find her value and find her space there. So if they do a like Mystique to copy here, plus anything else, like a 3-cost card, then we won't be able to scale past them. The negative, he said how long and then BB8 with the posture check. I appreciate you. I'm starting to feel it. We're starting to slouch. You said how long you've been streaming? So, long time. All right, we're 9 hours deep right now, but before that, I did a 6-hour stream as well. So we're we're pretty far in.
Escaped.
So I probably have I have a decent amount left in me, because these numbers aren't something we can come up with on a regular basis. So I definitely want to capitalize on them. Dexter said that you probably played the game the most. I play a lot when I'm off stream too, which is kind of the sad thing. I feel like I play better off stream. Definitely much more like focused on what they're running, kind of out thinking what they're playing, and like snapping more aggressively. But on stream, I think I play so much that I can kind of go into autopilot a lot of the times. Yeah. I concentrate on the game much more whenever I'm just like sitting down and playing, and so I think that's why I still enjoy playing off stream from time to time. Not from time to time, often. With Starlight Citadel, I think I'm gonna push more cards into the right lane. Hope that White Hot Room shifts over into the far right lane. Play left to get the energy. We could have played left had we played, Cassandra Nova into the Angela Kitty Pride. But since we didn't, we're hoping that White Hot Room shifts over instead. But now it looks like both of us will probably get the energy off of it. Oh wow, Beast. Not expecting the Beast play. I think this is our avenue. I know that we could get the Iron Man, we could get the Hawk, we could also play the Kitty Pride, but I feel like we copy Cosmo with Mystique. We Juggernaut them to the left and to the right. We win this one, they can't move or shift or change any of their cards around because of the double Cosmo. All right, I'm glad that their big stuff went right, because we otherwise they had enough power that they could have spread it about and beat us in left and right. But with the big Vulture and Spider-Man 29/9 stacking, we were able to make it happen. Take the 2. I probably need to snap or play a bit more aggressively, but making plays even at 9 hours. They're not all good plays, listen learned, but sometimes they are. They get a copy of our Hawk. They know exactly what we're running. Oh, the highest power or the highest cost card they had was Madam Web. Crazy. That means they're sitting on like Iron Fist, Aranya, Ghost Spider, Human Torch. Like, they could have a couple of other 2s mixed in there, but it's very largely, it feels like, one cost that they had in their hand. don't think I can resist the double Cassandra Nova. Like, I know we need to position the Cosmo, but right now I just don't know exactly where that should be. They throw down what? Iron Fist that goes across the world. I'm gonna look to block like a Ghost Spider to pull the Human Torch back over. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. Now our follow-up. Like Rock Slide into Cassandra Nova, Madam Web. They do pull the torch back in. I kind of like the idea of throwing their Madam Web against them so that we have the option to maneuver the Cosmo. Could also just go Hawk mid. Cosmo and Web combo. Yes, it's one of those that it's so difficult to anticipate like, where they're planning to go or what they're planning to shift around. Have you played with Agony? I have not. I'll unlock her on the next set of mission refreshes. But she's not a card that really like excites me. She feels like a Hulkbuster. Feels like a mixture between Hulkbuster and Chimichanga. And so I'm not like necessarily like itching to unlock it fast. But I will. I'm one reset away from being able to pull her though. A lot of cards stacked in the left, unfortunately, and in the right. It goes up to. Whoa. That's not good. The Ghost Spider's gonna do it. We lose right by one. Such a close lane. The Cosmo and Madam Web was lower power, but maybe that was the mind games we needed. What deck are you looking to use her in? I was thinking probably in either like Deadpool or Phoenix Force. It was really the ones that felt like they would be probably the most reliable for it. I saw some funny I saw some fun Agony, Scarlet Spider, Symbiote combos earlier. Yeah, I did hear some kind of crazy stuff with Symbiote Spider-Man, but those feel super, like you said, inconsistent or situational. Agony feels like a half-baked card. Yeah. Yep, it feels like one that they were like, eh. It's very lackluster. So running Arsham. Sometimes Arsham is fun to run. I haven't ran it a whole lot, kind of like when Loki was super prevalent and super calm. But to be able to continue still running it whenever it's not as like prime now, it definitely feels much more like a fair deck. Takes a much more patient like play style.
I found a rock.
We have to look out for Acid Arrow. We may not have to look out for Acid Arrow. Osmo Bright, hope for the best. And then McGee, you streamed all night? I did stream all night. We're still going. The sun's not quite up on my end. We probably have another hour before the sun comes up, and so maybe another 2 hours. Maybe 3 if we want to try to push it to... we want to try to push it to 12 hours. Would be nice. I don't think I've ever done a full 12-hour stream. Big Iron Man to the right. It's kind of tough for him. We can follow up with like what? Mystique, Juggernaut mid? $6 a.m. 6 a.m. here? Yeah, it's 5 a.m. 5 a.m. over here.
Iron Man.
And then Boom Flex, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great morning, Boom. The Iron Man is scary. Because now they could invest there or play their cards there, and it's tough to overcome that power. But I still think we're committing to mid. We should not have committed to mid. All of our reads are just slightly off now.
I am Iron Man.
So it turns out all we needed was anything in the right lane. Any one of our cards would have done it. So we've been on a little bit of a dry spell. We went 100 games with a 60% win rate. And I feel like we went on a pretty good drought over the last like hour or so. See, I'm refreshing the stats to see what it looks like. My guess is we dropped it all the way down to like 58. That's sleep catching up? Might be. 57.6 is what we dropped it down to, unfortunately. Just like they're close, but just bringing it home to the finish line. That little finesse at the end is what hasn't been coming through. Oh, what are we doing? We need to skip for the collapsed mind. Oh, no. Well.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
We're gonna give that one to them. They could have armor. Who knows what they have? And leaving the collapse mine is something that I never do. McGee, you got it at back after the double hurricane, so you're in the Florida area? But I'm glad that you finally got power back. Hopefully everything else, you didn't have a huge impact, and that everybody made it through well. Pete. Well, hopefully you guys are okay. Let's protect the left lane with Kitty Pride. Fox mode, yeah. So he kills your side, and in general, not a great ability. But with things like Deadpool, or cards like even Wolverine, They synergize well. They synergize where you want to destroy the cards. So he does that well. But if you're just in like a normal deck, probably not a lot of value. There we go. It figured it out. Yeah, even cards like Bucky Barnes. Ah, we're not gonna draw here. That was another bad misstep or misplay. Oh no. Threw Cosmo into the Echo.
Escaped.
That's just a string of bad games. Awful games. Not even just bad. They're awful games. Why didn't it work for you? Listen. So maybe it timed out. There's also card Nova. Go ahead and throw Korg. With this deck, since I'm wanting to add stuff to their deck and have the big deck size, I don't like playing into Hotel Inferno.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I don't know. I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I haven't figured that one out. And then Hawks 80, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 32 for the day. Absolutely massive support. 32 for this stream. We had about 20 on the last stream, which was about 6 hours before this one rolled. Let's go ahead and throw, I think, Cosmo into the vault. That should stop all of their discard stuff that they want to do for the Dracula. Tired live streaming guy has symbioted way onto the main stage. Wait, what do you what do you mean the 3NG? We symbioted onto the main stage? Ooh, they flipped into the Apocalypse. Like an indicator on the board. Oh, you're just a host now. The real TLSG is making the misplays. Yeah. We're just the host at this point.
Snap.
With the Apocalypse coming down here, their lane really isn't all that great. I think we go Hawk in the right, and then maybe it's Iron Man plus Kitty Pryde left. Maybe it's Juggernaut. It depends on what this right lane looks like. Okay, should be good. Even when it drops 2 here. But we don't want to push anything over. I feel like that'd be too risky. Did they have Scorn earlier? They discarded with Calling Wing? No, it was Swarm, right? Scorn could be potentially problematic. We could try to do like a Hail Mary rotation and hope to hit Rock Slide. But I think I'm going to land on this.
I am Iron Man.
Moon Knight. Moon Knight doesn't have anything to discard. Born. Any of the left side. Fine. Oof. Had it popped over into any of the 3 to the right, that would have been 4 for them. We'll take those though. Turns out we saw the same thing. Wait, when did we see the Scorn? From the calling wing discard maybe? She rotated in, so we probably did. Calling wing probably discarded her and then shifted back into their deck, and so then I didn't see that visual indicator on the board. So I assume you guys are probably right.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Dodge the Star-Lord. Easy Arson Star-Lord prediction. Yeah, Untapped doesn't track it unless I think they main on the board, maybe? This Arsham deck is stacked with energy already. The Arsham deck with our deck feels, for the most part, unfair. What type of decks are you currently prominent? What type of decks are currently prominent on the meta? So we see a lot of Agent Venom, Claw, Iron Man type stuff. We see a decent amount of like Ajax style, and it kind of depends on like what ranking range you are. Because in top 100, it definitely tends to congest into just a handful of different decks. Versus like maybe top couple thousand is much more broad. Just saw the avatar. Yeah, it's Captain America. We also have Mooster Fantastic. It was a punny enough joke that I had to buy it whenever the bundle came out. And then we have Ant-Man, which is an ant. So there's quite a few decks that are pretty prominent. Sometimes we see counter move stuff. We see a little bit of like Phoenix Force Disrupt. A little bit of Mill, but that doesn't perform too incredibly well in a larger data set. I feel like we just do a Kitty Pryde here and nothing else. Yeah, Mooster Fantastic. I wish I got to use the variant more, but just need 9 cubes to reach level 90 for like 4 seasons. I really need that 500 gold. Wizard, you have plenty of time. Don't sweat it too much. We have a couple weeks left. I think you should be able to get it as long as you don't get too nervous and either overstay or understay. I think you've absolutely got it. Want to know Cassandra play? I want to save it. I want to save it until turn 6. Because whenever Cassandra's played, that gives them an easy like indicator or target for like Shang-Chi, Shadow King. And I'd rather do like Hawk mid into like Mystique Cassandra so that they have to impact these 2 lanes on that final turn. That was a big blob pull. My goodness. So it did shrink the Hawk a little bit. So the only problem is we have priority, so if they anticipate this line, they could go Shadow King, they could go Shang-Chi. Hi there. Good luck on your ladder run. Thank you so much. Fusion, I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a great day or morning so far. Let's try this, and then we're just gonna hope for the best. Enchantress was a big mistake. We'll take the 4 cubes. Swindling a few off of an Arshan player always feels good. Activate it. Let's do it. I think. War Machine Storm Legion is a good deck right now. Yeah, it's still a really solid deck. It's not as unknown, so it's definitely harder to like sneak by people, but it's still a really good deck. So a lot of times you'll get like 1s and 2s. But
hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Brino TBH, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here and appreciate the
I am Iron Man.
support. Said that already. That bumps us up to 33 for the day, which is a massive 33 for this stream. We had about 20 or so on the previous stream as well. And then Infinity Paradox. I hope you have a great night, and hopefully we catch you again soon. Going to bed to TLSG, waking up to TLSG. It's it's nice that I'm able to do it. How long have you been playing Snap? Today or in general? Because in general, I've been playing since the beta around like 2.5 years ago. Oh no, JD, you pulled a Dan Hip Yondu. Oof, that is my fault. I take full responsibility. I can't be financially liable, but I apologize. In general, yeah, since the beta, so probably almost maybe 2.5 years or so. Yeah. And so it's been 2 years since global release. That's what we're celebrating with these drops that we're collecting, and then login bonuses. So it ran about 6 months or so before that. I think maybe it was only 3. It felt like 6 before global release happened. Big Venom. Sneak this in because I think if they do any other on reveals, they place it into mid. We probably should have done Cosmo last just in case we wanted to Mystique copy it. Said you just started this year, only 2.6 collection. You'll get there. It's all a part of the journey. Ah, that's a big null. Actually, I think we snapped this. I think they're going to try to position an Arnim Zola. We're not going to let them.
Oh, snap.
Is that a new Juggernaut split? No. I think I've had it for a while. Is it worth starting fresh if I messed up with my account / main Gmail? I'd probably lean towards, depending on what, I guess it depends on what you mean by messed up. Ah, oh, what do they have going on in the right lane? Oh no.
Galactus.
No thanks. Thinks I'm lactose intolerant. I don't want any. Take that back where you got it from. I was thinking too heavily on the potential Arnim Zola line, not so much on that they're looking to do Galactus. You had made most to rares and Odin to legendary. No, that doesn't like hurt your progress at all. Because they just loop through the levels anyways, and so it doesn't actually impact like the card or the effectiveness. Big risk for 4 cubes. It was. I don't think I normally would have taken that. Here we are. I for whatever reason I wasn't focusing on the Galactus play. Oh, for them it was a pretty big risk too, because it was only 6 power.
Hey, I found a rook.
Them, not you. Yeah. So is there any mystery cards that I don't get in opponents? Mystery. I'm not sure I understand the question either. If we can position a Cosmo before a potential Viper comes down, or just 2 big demons, definitely hard to match up against. Who's a Black Widow? We lost our Cosmo though. I don't know that we win this one. The double demon is so deadly. How costly was it? Fox, I would say not at all. So you just kind of use them as you pull them. So they're distributed randomly per game depending on what you're using.
Time's up.
So I think I don't think it was a big issue at all. The demon. Demon left goes up to 9. No, we don't win this one.
Escaped.
What do you think of Noel appearing in the upcoming Venom movie? Oh, is he really? I don't have a lot of faith in the Venom movie line. I just feel like they've fumbled it in the past. So I feel like they might fumble this one too. Like if they don't take enough time to build him up as like this big like otherworldly thing, then it won't have like it won't feel like it has the stakes that it should. Craven trailer did look pretty decent. And I saw that some people were excited about the Thunderbolts. I still haven't watched that trailer, but I'm sure that I'll watch the show eventually. So did we lose to Fnatic earlier to like a cannonball play, I feel like?
Hey man, I'm Cook.
Beautiful. You love to see the Agent Venom. So premium mystery variants, they can give you any variant except for pixels. Pixels are excluded from it. They got priority off of that screenplay. Polaris, yeah. So I was wanting to get the Cosmo down to stop the Polaris. But they did have the priority on us. think because of Lake Hellas is why they had the priority. Not awful. Not great, but not awful. Like this. 16. As long as none of our cards move, this would win left. That's the iffy part. Hit a Magneto, hit any of those big scaling cards, kind of out of luck. I think we shot the card that they need. Juggernaut stabbed us in the back. All right. It is time for a quick ad break. I'm gonna grab a little bit more water, and then we'll be right back. And we're gonna turn it around before the stream ends. We're not gonna end where we started. And so we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Planet Marsh, welcome in. So the first link for the drops will help you link the account. The second one is to check progress. Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we have Young Nunu. Their deck tracker been off the whole night? How long has that been off? Do you have any suggestions for a more consistent pool 3 Wong deck? The biggest improvement for the Wong deck is once you get like Dr. Doom, you have a lot of ways to go either tall in like your Gamora, maybe a Black Panther, or go wide in like White Tiger or Dr. Doom. So it really adds to some of that like versatility. Yeah. Also, you're hoping that they don't have Cosmo. With a rock slide. Yeah, no problem, Planet. Those are both two like pretty good early additions that help even out the power output for it. Hydra Bob. Oh. I feel like we're about to get Galactus. No, we're not. Round the world with the Galactus, but you're not gonna end us. Yeah, so you have to split Magneto once to be able to apply the border, and it does the border that came with the Magneto card. It doesn't have to be used only on Magneto. You can edit any of your cards that you've split and add it on. So like or Yondu, because we got the rainbow border. What we unlocked. So we can apply the Rainbow Cosmic. You can only apply it to one character, so make sure it's a character that you're probably going to use a good bit. You're not playing Voltage? I am playing it a bit. I'm completing the missions as they refresh, and then typically jumping back over to Ladder. And so making them reach infinite, it's not like a Raid Shadow Legends or another like team builder. When they reach infinite, it doesn't really do anything to the card other than like make it look fancy and snazzy. Otherwise, upgrading your cards is exclusively to progress your collection level. Don't like the mode much. I do. I like it in short bursts. Yeah, so it's just cosmetic for the upgrades. So you can do them in any order. Sometimes you might have one at a gray border, another one at like an ultimate. Whatever that one's called. But it doesn't impact like the card's abilities or anything. It looks like maybe another Zoo deck with seeing the Dazzler. It could also be like a Patriot Ultron. If that's the case, we could probably snipe it out with the Cosmo.
Snap.
Hey, you found a rook.
Ooh, so the Jubilee pool. Mystique to copy the Dazzler. Pretty good. If they get the other locations filled out, that is. Couldn't tell you when the last time I saw Professor X was. Oh, it's the final turn. Oh no, I second guessed the order. Is this an Ultron? Iron Man. Oh no!
Iron Man.
The Juggernaut was the right. Oh no! I whiffed it. I had it set up as the Juggernaut, and I second guessed myself. I gotta always go with the gut. Well, that's not great. Did you get Agony? No, the next refresh. So I should be able to get it in like 15 minutes when they refresh. I don't know that I'm going to jump at it because I don't really have anything brewed or that I'm just like excited to play with for her. So I'm going to unlock it, but I don't really have any plans to use her right away. Man, how the mighty have unfortunately fallen. We went from 250 all the way to like 160, and now back up to 220. If you get a lot of medals in Conquest, you can get hundreds of Storm Booster soon. That's true. Yeah. Since she's featured, you can unlock a lot of the Storm Boosters. Okay, good start so far. We have the Korg. Drawing into like Athena, Angela, Agent Venom would be great as our follow-up here.
I found a rook.
So Athena will definitely take it. Throw it over into the left. And then Yaden. Yaden, welcome back with the hydrate reminder. Simon says hydrate now. Very much appreciated. Welcome back, Yaden. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We can go ahead and throw maybe a Cosmo over. Ooh, and then Paradox said snap it. Oh, you said been here just playing Last of Us. Gotcha.
Snap.
What other games do you play besides Snap? So it varies. I dabble in just about everything. I've played a lot of Call of Duty in the past. I've played League of Legends, World of Warcraft, a lot of RuneScape. I've played Overwatch. I recently played Baldur's Gate 3 all the way through. It just kind of fluctuates or rotates. Tagging doesn't merge until all only reels happen. Yeah. Yeah. Go Grandmaster plays. Let's try the Hawk left. I'm not sure that it does it. We need to find something to turn it around, but I'm not sold on the idea of switching decks either.
Escaped.
Well timed, well played, Echo. Fortunate for us. Why do I have the people that continue to Deadpool emote me? Deadpool emote me. We've hit that range where we get people that are. You said sorry? No, you're okay, Paradox. It's all right. We had a pretty decent hand. It just didn't pan out. No, you're okay, Paradox. And then the real Dato TTV, we are still going. I'm not sure I would say strong at this point. We climbed a lot, and then we've also lost a lot. So it's been a very dry streak for probably the last maybe 30 minutes. He said something about the cheeky Deadpool emote tickles the angry center in my brain. Every once in a while it does. And like one or two doesn't bother me, but so whenever you get like a string of them in a row. Always a snap, yeah. Yeah, I think part of it is probably not playing quite as like on edge, or like I don't know. We're not quite playing as well. There's a nice trick called mute. Yeah, you use it at the start, and then posture check from Brino. Let me adjust so that we're not sitting like a goblin anymore. We have some good cards for Agent Venom. Let's go ahead and I think we'll probably like Venom Kitty Pride. They're running the Marvel Boy Blue Marvel stuff. And it's a deck that puts out a good consistent amount of power. We just need to be able to kind of match it in 2 lanes. Said Goblin Yoga is Goblin Yoga is good. Maybe. Ongoing Kazoo, yeah. The Khazar Zoo deck is incredibly consistent early game. Like I would probably use that into early pool 3 if I wasn't doing the like ongoing stuff. Ongoing onslaught, like Omega Red, be really strong in like the early parts of the game. $15 power from Hawk. We actually don't have a great board development. Most of our stuff is we play Kitty Pride each turn. We did have Fina or Angela that's like scaling with us. We're in a kind of tricky spot.
Opponent snapped.
So they go with a big, if they go with a big like Gilgamesh or something left, we're in trouble. We're gonna lose to this. Oh. Yeah, Zoodex are good. They can kind of evolve with like Marvel Boy, with Gilgamesh as you get further on. But they're pretty strong at most points of the game if you can navigate them well. I just don't know what deck we would change into, but we're just bleeding with that one. Scream doesn't do anything for the most of the decks that we've been facing. Melphis, you said, I'm curious that since you're the calmest gamer I've ever seen, have you ever considered trying a Souls-like title? I do like Souls-like titles. The last one I played was Dark Souls 3. I skipped out on Elden Ring just because I didn't feel like I had enough time to like fully immerse myself in it. But I do enjoy them. I don't know that I would stream one. I feel like that might that might be rough. But I don't know. I guess I'd never say never. Everyone, a regular player here looking for an alliance. So if you have an open alliance, see if we can get Deliora into it. Move the Human Torch over. We do have the War Machine for turn number 4, which allows us to like plot in like an infinite. Madam Web so that you can move again. But I think I'm gonna go War Machine left. See if we can get the extra card draw from it. Sekiro would probably be a good number due to all the speed changes. We won left, but at what cost? Acid Arrow was big. Already dropped the Ghost Spider.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
I think I maybe tried Sekiro when it first came out. I just rented it, but it's not really a game that you can kind of burn through that quickly. All right, next up we have Atsuryoku. A couple movement pieces. I'm going to hold the Madam Web for now. Just to see if maybe we can get a jump on them somewhere. The Aranya we will throw down. Being able to get a Legion to turn off or to activate Kill and Cross would be great. And if not, we do have the ability to move cards into it with Kiln.
Oh, snap.
We're gonna burn through half of the remaining cards. Apocalypse, huge hit. Can we hit like a Scorn or Proxima? Proxima's not bad. You know that the high end of their Dracula is pretty mediocre now. We have the War Machine, so we can freely play the Infinite. So I think we're just going to play away from kill and then possibly just throw a big Infinite there. This is a bit scary. They did have Scorn in here. I scale quite a bit in mid. Dracula gets pretty large as well. If we move Cosmo, we could potentially block any kind of like Modok play that they might go with. So the only thing they have left in hand is Scorn. Scorn did get pretty large.
Victory.
We stopped the bleeding. We got a win. This deck I feel like is one of the better decks, depending on like what the opponent's running. If they're running stuff that prohibits what you want to do, so like the Cosmo can be disruptive, even the Super Scrolls can be pretty rough, and it doesn't always get what it needs to get. But it's one of those that has pretty easy play lines, pretty easy snap lines, and a lot of times you'll end up forcing like those 2s and those 1s and 2 cube retreats instead of seeing the games play all the way to the end. Slayer for Mayor said TLSG still going. We are. Maybe not strong, but we're going for sure. Welcome in, Slayer. Hopefully you're having a good morning so far. We're actually counting down now. We have 30 seconds and then we'll be at the 10 hour mark. So we're going strong. We're going steady. I want to say I have another 2 in me. I may be coping, but I think I have another 2 in me. So Astronym is great for our like Vulture line. We can really start elevating that. We don't want the Ghost Spider.
Snap.
Cosmo mid does block the players. You've been streaming a long time today. I don't know how your eyes are even open. Your guess is as good as mine. What if we stormed Astrodim? Because they have Kraven positioned over there. They're looking to do like the counter movement stuff. I know that Storm could, or Vulture could be great. But Negasonic, rude.
Wind, aid my hand.
Negasonic was uncalled for. War Machine is beautiful. Snap again. You're a trooper. Congrats on being able to go full time. Thank you so much, Slayer. That's one of the reasons why I'm pushing these like early drops so hard. Is like these are ridiculous numbers that we're able to maintain. So because of that, I want to go as long as we can. Reminds me of staying up all night playing Halo in high school. Very much similar. So, what are they snapping in on? We don't have a great final turn yet. First time. We could always Aranya to move the Legion over into mid, but I'm not sure if that would do it. Becomes 19. Do they play more than 9 power here this turn? They might throw an arrow, maybe. Big cannonball on the right lane is fine. They can no longer play, and so all we have to do is get 6. We're okay. So be 3.
Victory.
And so R1D. So it's plural. So if you do drops, that'll give you the command or the links to use. We grab another 4. So we stopped the bleeding. We're on the upward trajectory now. It is reset time. We could go about and finish off the high velocity games because we have enough. All we needed was high voltage, not velocity. My goodness. All we need is 600 more. We can do that with these. Then 20 energy in a match. This one takes forever. I'm not a fan of that one. I'll do it eventually, but not right now. How many people have clicked to play for the main game instead of high voltage? So many times. Such an unfortunately easy thing to do. So I did it twice in a row, way earlier today. Did it twice in a row. Let's go ahead and go Aranya. Maybe we get Storm here. Storm would be the perfect top deck. Then we could take away the Dream Dimension.
Snap.
We have the War Machine line into the Legion line.
Victory.
Crazy what a scary Aranya can do. And then Devoot on the YouTube side said I've been getting spin 20 every day. It's horrible. It is. It takes much longer than the played in 5 cost cards. The spin 300 energy also takes a bit of a grind, but at least you don't have to like compound it into like one big. Probably assumed Galactus, maybe. Super giant. +2 location may have been a bit scary too. We could have tried to maybe snipe the super giant. Left and then right, and you pull it back left. That fills up this location is the problem. I think we leave it at maybe just this for now. That left lane, the Hellfire Club, is kind of tough. With our movement cards, we typically want to move them over there. We would be able to just do like a Legion to rip it away, but Supergiant has other things to say about it. I guess I'm just gonna throw a Legion. This would be the best I can figure out, but I'm afraid of whatever they're dropping, wherever they're dropping it. But we're gonna see it. Yeah, we'll see it play out. On the stream, super lucky. I'm so glad that Surfer showed up for you. That is a pretty big one to pull early, because you can get most of the pieces for like at least a decently cohesive version pretty early on in pull 3. So good pull for sure. Do get the retreat. A little surprising from the rank 14 player, but we will take it. We already have Absorbing Man and Brood. Both big pieces for it, yeah. So Aranya, we do have the Storm. Even if we don't end up like getting the War Machine into Legion for the Storm lane, it still gives us a lot of kind of control over the board state, especially with Morag in play too. We get the early Agent Venom, which is a bit scary. But we get the War Machine. Beautiful.
Wind, aid my
Are you pushing through on sure willpower, or have you been chugging coffee? So I actually went caffeine free maybe 3 months ago, and so it used to be that I was chugging caffeine like all day long, but we're going on just pure willpower at this point. So I'm nearing in on 24 hours having been awake. Because I woke up yesterday morning around this time to get ready for work. So Timothy said, good morning, still going? The long stream guy, indeed. We're at just over 10 hours at this point. And absolutely not slowing down at any point. The Tekken of Super Scroll is unfortunate. For hours here, a machine. Can't do caffeine either. It got to the point where I was drinking so much of it that it was just it wasn't like it wasn't good. It wasn't doable because I would wake up and drink caffeine. I'd drink it all throughout the day. I could drink like a couple of cups of coffee and then lay down and go straight to sleep. And so I ended up cutting it out pretty quickly on. What time is it for you? It's 6:14 a.m. for me, my time now. So I did, before this one, I did a 6-hour stream. I took about a 2-hour break to spend time with my daughter. I thought it was going to be longer than that, but she fell asleep on me. And so then we jumped back in. That Alex can also put up some nutty streaming hours. He can. For someone that has a full-time job for him, he puts up some crazy hours. I don't know how that he functions. I don't know how he functions the next day. I'm on H2O only. Yeah, yep. Every once in a while, I'll do like the little powders, whether it be like pink lemonade or something similar. Every once in a while, I go with those. But for the largest majority.
Oh, snap.
It's water. I'm gonna play Madam Web over to the right. I feel like they're very unlikely to play into Cancun up through turn 3, which is when we're gonna drop Storm on them. So they've already blown through Cosmo, which is beautiful. Have you done a subathon yet? I haven't. I have not quite done or conquered one of those yet. GK still streaming? We are still streaming. We're still going live. We're still going not strong. We're still going. Maybe not strong. So the Agent Venom comes down. We do have the War Machine. I'm actually going to probably shift it. Oh, there's a Cosmo here, so we're protected by the Cosmo. So let's go Legion. We'll lock down the rest of the game. Any deck ideas for Agony? I've seen some stuff with Deadpool. Yeah, Deadpool, Phoenix Force are really the only things that come to mind immediately. Like maybe some hand buff stuff, but I'm not fully sold on it being like an improvement to what we have. So that's why I haven't like rushed to get the card. I think she's gonna be very mediocre. I honestly don't see me playing her a whole lot. Free Kitty. Maybe. I feel like that deck has kind of been statted out though. I don't know that it like puts up the numbers that it needs to hold up today.
Opponent snapped.
Oh. Why'd their profile take over my whole screen? Like it normally doesn't do that.
Flame on!
Thoughts on Patriot decks? I don't enjoy Patriot decks very much. I think they're decent. And at some points they're even kind of strong. But it's just a play style I haven't really enjoyed much. We're going to lean pretty heavily onto the Human Torch here. We're going to go ahead and move it twice. We'll be able to have one more push with the Madam Web out of that lane at some point.
Avengers!
What did they snap on turn 1 for? Assume it's a Spectrum ongoing deck. Agony good to have. I don't have Agony yet, but her ability seems very lackluster. Like I would, if I was you, I would probably like pick it up, or I'm personally gonna pick it up because it's free. But I don't have any like immediate uses in mind for her. I think I'm just gonna skip here into like a Human Torch move left. Not with Warpath. They probably go what, Onslaught? Onslaught here. This is up to 19.
Oh, snap.
Hello! Hello!
And even if not, and that's the wrong direction, the 16 power Human Torch is a lot to deal with too. Not the Onslaught. Steep to copy Claw. Still have 3 left over. The armor.
Hello! Can you understand me?
Victory.
The Hefty Messiah said, wow, still going at it? I'm guessing I'm not going to be blessed with TLSG entertainment at work today. Probably not, Hefty Messiah. Unless you're at work. Pretty soon. Because we're starting to hit a lull. The deck that I've been running most of the night, we were doing great, but I feel like it takes a little bit more like anticipation. So then I ended up dropping like 50 ranks with it. And switched over to like the cheesy Storm War Machine stuff. We've been climbing decent. But another like hour and a half, I think it would be cool to hit 12 hours. Maybe like another an hour and a half is what I kind of have in mind. Maybe 2. Just kind of depends on how we feel at that point. Urania, I think we go ahead and skip here. Arsham deck with Sandra Nova. Side said no Hulkbuster. Hulkbuster's own reveal happens first, so Hulkbuster would merge Agony. Nagging it goes off and says no card available. Go ahead and send the Widow's Bite to the right. It's probably either Wasp or Yellow Jacket. That's why we sent it first. Blade is an unfortunate Iron Fist change.
We are the future.
I don't want to snap, but I also think they might retreat if we do.
Hello! So happy!
We managed to hang on in the right lane by just barely hanging on in that right lane. We will take the 2. Are you doing any job or study? So yesterday was actually my last day at my old job. And now my job is content creation. Did mate you look exhausted? 1. Do I? It is time for a quick ad break. Now that we're back in the 200s, we're gonna run to a quick set of ads, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Unfortunately, this carpet is not gonna install itself. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. Thank you so much, Hefty Messiah. Hopefully you have a great work day. Hopefully it goes kind of quickly, and you can enjoy the downtime in the afternoon. But we'll be right back. We're gonna run a couple ads to keep pre-rolls off, and then we'll be back. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna wait just a couple of seconds, and then we'll jump into games here in just a moment. As it gets a little bit closer to the ads being done for everybody. I don't want to jump in and cut anyone off. All right, we should be about ready. We're going to jump in, play a little bit more. We have young Nunu again. I feel like the pool of people that we're facing is relatively small right now. Could be because it's 6:30 in the morning my time. We have the storm. All we need is the war machine, and I can't remember if young Nunu was the one that posture check from the aid, and I appreciate you. Can't remember if young Nunu was the one that had the super scroll. Technosis.
Wind,
Wait,
aid my
what?
hand.
You mean no way? What are you sorry about? Bona. I don't have any of our movement stuff just yet. Maybe we can snipe them. Could be because it's there. Oh, no way. Yeah. Couldn't be. Not a chance. So the super scroll, they're not going to get us twice with the same play. So the super scroll is going to stay just that. We can... The vulture... We won't be able to do Infinon if we do it this way, but we do have a win here. So maybe this is just a skip into Infinite play.
Hello!
They're not going to be able to do much in this right lane because of the Sarah, so I'm actually going to throw the Infinite to the left. They could have White Tiger. White Tiger could potentially proc, trigger, and go here. I don't know if they maybe have like a Wong White Tiger. They wouldn't be able to do both of them.
We are the future.
That'll do it though.
Hello! So happy!
The great portal. Fortunate. That was a good play. He played around the potential War Machine line, and then definitely ripped our cards out there. Since they didn't have the movement pieces, there wasn't a whole lot we could do with it. And then Durg, they can Wong White Tiger. The Ravona. Good. Do both of those. And then Durg with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. And then Infinity Paradox. Hope you sleep well. TLSG, have a great weekend. I assume you're headed out, but hopefully you sleep well. Have a great weekend as well. I'll be live. I'll be alive a little bit more over the weekend too, but
Epic.
probably not gonna fill all locations. We do have Aranya in this one.
Epic.
Let's lock these in.
Epic.
All pretty solid. Really, really close to finishing off the border. Ruin TLSG's bladder? No. I think it's helpful to have the hydrate reminder, because if I like forget to fill up my water or don't have one up here and I'm streaming, I've noticed that it gets really like raspy and hoarse, without having something to like continually like kind of sip on. So we have the Madam Web, we have War Machine, we have Legion. So we can always turn off Limbo, which is good. Snap into it. They have priority, so they could send us the an acid arrow to be able to do on their on reveals. I'm still gonna go Cosmo so we can set it up for later, but okay. I was gonna try and snap again. I'm contemplating doing Legion into Crimson Cosmos on turn 5. Because I think that'll kind of restrict and limit how much and what they can play. Never mind. Legion is going to be worthless to us. I guess the Legion's not worth it. We can still rip away the Limbo so that it's early. They're gonna do that. They're gonna do that for us. Never mind. Very similar ideas. Seven, 8, 9. Don't need this one. Let's move this out. 9, 10, 11, 12. Even if we'd move the War Machine instead, we don't. Nah, we read it wrong.
Hell, can you understand me?
So we win by 11. Lose by 11?
Victory.
Oh, win. We lose by 9. We win by 11. Dr. Doom was not the direction I thought after the War Machine came down. That's all I can tell. You're exhausted? Wait, what do you mean one? I don't know what you mean. We won 4 cubes. Not tired. You're tired. Your math's not working well. Neither are my words. At a certain point, they kind of like jumble all together like mush. But we are on a good streak, so we're gonna see how long we can ride the wave. Maybe if we're lucky, we get back down to the like 180, 170 range that we were at before we kind of started. We had a slump of about maybe 10, 15 games that were just bad. So Bongo Blitz is up next. We have the Aranya to be able to elevate some of our movement, but we don't have our lockdown pieces. It's a bit scary. If we can grab priority. We could try to Cosmo left lane. Been marathon run? It has been a marathon run. Alchemist. If I don't really want to do the Human Torch too early, I don't want to pull that trigger. So I think we're just gonna do a Madam Web into. Hopefully they don't have a good follow-up card here, and we can stick a Cosmo in the left lane. Agent Venom X23, and so it's an Agent Venom destroy deck. which means death isn't an option or isn't a concern, typically. But we are going to rip away this Great Web location. By the way, what are your thoughts on Scorn? Is he worth a couple of keys? Scorn, if you like discard, fantastic. Outside of discard, maybe not so much. Still don't have priority. They're gonna get a copy of the Venom. They're destroying here. Go ahead and push a Vulture over. I think we... Yeah, there's the Venom. We have to look out for maybe an Arnim Zola. Actually, probably an Arnim Zola. A 4-power one at that. Do I have a coin that has one more game on one side and time to sleep on the other? Sometimes it's necessary. So as it is now, they drop Venom here, and then they just slam a big null down. I'm not sure that we outshine a big null.
Enough said, bub.
I want the throne.
So null is probably what, like, I would assume at least like 40. 13. Yeah. This would be the closest we could do, and I don't think there's any match for it. We're gonna jump out of this one.
Escaped.
Big. Yeah, I think we got too big. We didn't get Cosmo down fast enough to be able to stop them from being able to like re-destroy and re-trigger. So we'll jump out of that one. I started your stream, went to bed, walked my dog, played my PS5, and you're still going. We're not holding it strong anymore, but we're holding it down for now. We're slowing down a bit, but we still got some gas in us. We have the Iron Fist that we can go ahead and drop. We do like Vulture next. With X23, them destroying the cards would make a negative null. Death is discounted, but as far as null goes, it's negative card or negative destruction. TLSG is holding a bridge, and that bridge is named Djinn Hours. We are running some Djinn Hours for sure. The Vormir location, unfortunate. Well, because we need to play over here to push into mid, because we can't push into Miniaturized Lab. In your opinion, what's your favorite Snap character that doesn't quite have a home in a deck yet? Uwatu. I really like Uwatu. Would love to be able to use him.
What a game!
He doesn't have a solid place. And then Vegas, your notification should go off.
Hey,
in a
welcome.
second,
It took you
but
long enough.
I appreciate the sub, appreciate the support. Thank you very much for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. That pushes us to 34 for the stream. We had about 20 to 30 in the stream beforehand as well.
I want the throne.
So it's been some incredible support that we've had coming through.
Change my underwear.
And GK, you finally got the Agony. I could get the Agony. I just, at this point, haven't yet. I need to complete the missions to be able to pull it the rest of the way. Big Negasonic, unfortunately. I assume they can do like a big death. Not a very big null, but be at least a positive power null.
Hello! So happy!
Oh, dodge the Shang-Chi. Unfortunate for them.
Victory.
Yeah, she's not super exciting, but she's a free card. Maybe at some point she finds her way into like a really strong deck. I just don't have anything like off the top of my head. Silent City said, completed my 6-hour drop from your stream alone. I appreciate it. Hopefully you get a great premium mystery variant out of it. I took a dud so that everybody else could get solid, absolutely certified bangers. Even if they hit Shang, they were still losing. Shang was 0. 0, and then we were 3. Even if they hit it, I think we won the point differential. Miniaturized Lab, really unfortunate for movement stuff. So we're going to go ahead and let it fly for the Human Torch, I guess. Then Sham with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. So Limbo, we do get Storm. I haven't played anything yet.
Wind.
Its
aid
biggest
my
enemy.
hand.
Locations. Indeed. And so, oh, they magic the left lane after we stormed the right. We will be able to do like Legion here on turn 6, finish off the game, but it's not that big of a power output. Doing you a snack as well as the hydrate. No food in like 9 hours. Food in like 9 hours. What if we did like Madam Web? Oh no, we can't. Never mind. We did like a Madam. What if we did Cosmo? Ghost Spider rip the Cosmo over to the left. We go Madam Web. So if they do an on reveal, they have to do it here this turn. Then we shift back over here and drop like a Legion into mid on 6. Yeah. Next turn for Legion mid. But I'm thinking we block their owner heal, whatever they're wanting to do, whatever their game plan is here. I think Cosmo derails it. Oh, okay. Maybe it's an Ultron stuff. There's a chance we lose this one, depending on if they drop something that like goes wide, so like a Doctor Doom, or anything that can impact that right lane. Onslaught does it too. Not quite able to get to that point, but I'm seeing a lot of Onslaught lately. I feel like that and Super Scroll were kind of awakened by the high voltage. And then C Diesel, posture check from. Oh, yeah, my posture is progressively getting worse over the night. C Diesel said just opened and got an Doctor Strange, which I feel is appropriate considering you're playing a move deck hybrid. How cool would that be if the drops were somehow based on what was being played? I feel like that'd be really hard to code or make happen, but if my son needs to, you do need to too. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I definitely needed a posture check. Magic giveth and storm taketh. They do indeed. They that one was a fun set of locational changes. Go ahead and rip away the limbo location. I don't want to even feign a go into turn 7. Legion is one of my favorite cards in the game. He creates so many like dynamic play situations that you just can't have otherwise. Mono, got your premium mystery variant just now? Good luck. Hopefully you pull the exact one that you would have wanted. Zon, you're gonna make me hungry. Depending on how big we think they go in the flooded lane, we can just move Vulture once. We can reserve the right for Rania to shift a card over to the right. Madam Web Cosmo. We can always shift the Cosmo out of the big house. Oh. We don't have priority here though, which is the scary thing. So the Cosmo may not come in handy for us. They have a claw. Oh, a Legion. Fruity. Okay. Ugh, we can't do much. Yeah, we're gonna lose the 4 here. Got it, that one.
Escaped.
I said the Hulk, Alex Garner. Don't mind it. A good change is my Hulk is gold with green crackle. It's not a bad one. It's not a bad one at all. Card that gets used sometimes, mainly in high Evo. Outside of that, he doesn't see much usage anymore. Still a good one to have some kind of variation on. First time going against Dare tonight. I guess this morning. It's not night anymore. It's night outside. Restrictive locations should be more rare. We've seen miniaturized lab and very unfortunate number of times tonight. They brought back High Evo. My main deck, full 12x. Yeah, High Evo
Opponent snapped.
just kind of got statted out. He has a. I'm assuming that the snap is because he has Red Guardian. There's not a lot we can do about it. Just try to see if maybe he doesn't. Our read was wrong, but I think the snap is definitely probably Red Guardian. Nope. Nina Kitty Pride, good scaling. Need some new ability cards? Yeah, I agree. I'm feeling kind of diabolical. I think we throw Legion into Danger Room. We're gonna take this to the roulette. Fortunately, it comes down before fall comes down before the Danger Room change. We lose the Legion. Goes through every time. Oh my goodness, they didn't lose a single thing. Oh god, what? Not a single piece. To be fair, neither did we. But we needed to. Or we needed them to. Then Cam, you're still going? We're still going. We just got bodied by Dara from the not so dangerous danger room. Yeah, the not so dangerous danger room. And Mono said, you need to rest up. Your speech is deteriorating. Much love, but take care of yourself. Quantity is one thing, but health is too. Yeah, we'll definitely be taking care of ourselves first. Yeah, they definitely haven't had any like no ability type cards in a while. But to be fair, I think it's harder to make those because making a different vanilla card, different stat. Fallen Cease? Fallen Cease? Thanks so much for the Prime sub and support.
Hey, welcome.
I appreciate having you here.
Enough.
Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So let's rotate Dagger. We have the Storm, we have Legion, we just need to dig for War Machine. Then we're golden. Then Mono said, I'm not for the day. Help my son with his homework. Much love, TLSG. Please don't be still streaming when I check in again. We won't be Mono. Just don't check in for another 7 to 10 hours. It won't be that long. You said, I'm sorry, I realized I didn't follow you or sub to you here. No worries at all, Fallen. I appreciate the sub and being here to check out the content. Then Mono with the hydrate reminder. making sure that I stay hydrated. Appreciate you.
Wind, aid my hand.
We could do the responsible thing and push cards over in this direction. But I also kind of want to rotate and try to hit our War Machine.
Oh, snap.
We also have Aranya, so we could shift a card over into the flooded location. GK, you didn't get lucky with the premium. They play our Legion on it. Oh no. No. As soon as this is done, we're gonna retreat out of this one because we didn't even play like coherent cards. It was just a grab or an attempt. Jump out of this one.
Escaped.
We have Beast. It was the last turn though. Right? Like, we could pull him back in, but that should have been the last turn after Legion. They're in. Deck doesn't seem consistent without Storm, War Machine, Legion. So it can be with the only reason that we lost that last game was they had a copy of our Legion. Otherwise, after the Storm, even if you don't get War Machine, a lot of times you can push cards into or pull them out of the Storm lane. Make sure that you can win it. So it gets you can also build it a couple of different ways. Like we could put Ebony Maw if we wanted to lean all the way into like the War Machine stuff. But I like the Aranya, I think, a little bit better. Or the Human Torch. Let's go ahead and skip here. They have a copy of our Storm. So they could always re-storm a Storm lane. Thing running Age.
Victory.
Like they knew. Had the perfect setup. All right, you guys. I think so. We just hit the 11-hour mark. I don't think I'm gonna push through for another full hour. I don't think I would make it. So we're gonna look for somebody to raid you guys over into. We have a couple of people that are live. I know Dare is gonna be going for a while, so if you wanted a home that was nice and cozy for a while. We have Ordinary Harry, but he usually ends about an hour or so from now. We have Spyro. I haven't watched a whole lot of Spyro, so I don't know the kind of vibes that would be sending out that way. But I think we're gonna go over into Dara. That seems like the safest place for someone that I know is gonna be live for quite a while for you guys. He's probably gonna be on until like late in the evening whenever Dexter picks back up. But we're gonna load into the raid. Thank you guys for an absolutely amazing stream. The numbers, like compared to the last launch of stream of drops, absolutely blew that one out of the water as well. And so we are gonna launch him over into the raid. Should be queued up. It says in AN, so I don't know how many of you guys are ready for it, but we're gonna launch the raid now. Thank you guys again. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. We'll be back at some point tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night after we get some good rest. But enjoy your day, enjoy your evening, and we'll see you again very soon.
Hey, Iron Man.